Under the brilliant sunlight of Shanghai City, the azure beach sparkled like a gem, and sunlight streamed through the glass window, adding a vibrant tranquility to the space. In a cozy little room, a kind mother was holding her son, gently feeding him milk. She whispered softly, her voice full of love, "You eat so well and still sleep so soundly, mommy truly envies you." To care for her child with utmost tenderness, she had been sleepless for nights, her gaze falling upon her son, more gentle than ever. Even sacrificing sleep, as long as her child could grow up healthy, everything was worth it. Unlike ordinary children, this boy possessed a mysterious energy plus one system within him. Energy plus one, energy plus one. He marveled inwardly, realizing he had transmigrated and become an infant whose brain was not yet fully developed. A system panel appeared before his eyes. Lin Zichen, 3 days old, biological level, level 1 ordinary, biological attributes, none. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, there was actually a golden finger. Time quietly passed, and when Lin Zichen turned 3 months old, his parents' love warmed his heart like a flame. His mother smiled, saying gently, "Is my baby lying on mommy's lap again?" He neither cried nor was he willful. What a good child, saving mommy so much worry. His father, Ling Yuansheng, also chimed in, "This boy clearly has a talented physique. He's sure to become a high-level gene integrator in the future, just you wait. Even if he falls short, he'll definitely become a modified robot." Hope flickered in his mother Zhang Wanxin's eyes. Just then, a notification popped up on the system panel before his eyes. Total achievements reached 10,000 times. Reward displayed, biological attributes can only advance, not regress. As long as a certain part of the body is continuously exercised, that part will become infinitely powerful. But it cannot exceed the limits of carbon-based life forms. Looking at this enticing reward, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a little confused, not fully understanding it yet. 3 months passed, and he completed his first system task. The only advance, not regress skill made him feel the power within his body gradually increasing. Countless future scenes flashed through his mind, and he secretly wondered, what exactly are these gene integrators and modified robots that father mentioned? Are they like addicts? Or assassins? A month later, when he turned 4 months old, on a quiet night, the entire family was asleep, but Lin Zichen was still diligently training in the living room. System prompt, you are learning to crawl. Vitality plus 1. Body coordination plus 1, crawling proficiency plus 1. He thought to himself, at 4 months old, he could already sit and crawl. He only dared to train secretly at night. By 5 months old, he was able to walk, but only secretly in the dark. The system continued to prompt, you are learning to walk. Vitality plus 1, body coordination plus 1, walking proficiency plus 1. Thanks to his continuous progress, he could walk at 5 months old, but he had to keep it a secret. It wasn't until after his full moon celebration that Lin Zichen dared to show his parents his ability to sit and crawl. After his full moon, he could finally crawl and sit freely in front of his parents. On the TV screen, a trending news report played, what kind of life do you want to live? Mechanical cyborgs, gene splicers. Here is a report on exotic beasts. Gene splicers and mechanical cyborgs unite to fight against exotic beasts. He realized for the first time that this Earth was very different from the one he knew before transmigrating. This was a world overrun by exotic beasts, those terrifying creatures. To counter them, humanity developed 2 paths, mechanical modification, using technology to enhance physical capabilities, or gene splicing with exotic beasts, borrowing their power to fight them. Lin Zichen secretly felt fortunate that he had the system, which was enough for him to grow and evolve safely in this dangerous world. Suddenly, a loud noise startled him, making him turn around sharply. A girl appeared outside the door and said, "Hello, my name is Su Meng, and I'm your new neighbor next door." She smiled and handed him a gift. "This is a welcome gift." Then she introduced, "These two are my husband, Shin Jianye, and my daughter, Shin Qinghan. Please take care of us from now on." That was the first friend Lin Zichen met in this world, Shin Qinghan. He wondered to himself, will our destinies be closely intertwined in the future? Time passed, and by 7 months old, he had achieved astonishing control over his body. System prompt, you are learning to run. Vitality plus 1, physical coordination plus 1. Running speed plus 1, running skill plus 1. You are learning to jump. Vitality plus 1, physical coordination plus 1, jumping height plus 1, jumping skill plus 1. You are talking to yourself. Spirit plus 1. Language ability plus 1, expressive ability plus 1. Thanks to his never retreat attitude, he had mastered running, jumping, and speaking by the age of 7 months. By 8 months old, Lin Zichen began high-intensity sit-up training. System prompt, you are doing sit-ups. Vitality plus 1, sit-up proficiency plus 1, abdominal strength plus 1. He thought to himself, by 8 months old, he could already do sit-ups and push-ups, but he only dared to practice when his parents weren't home. However, an unexpected incident suddenly occurred. Just as he was doing sit-ups, Zhang Wanxin walked in, stunned by the sight before her. She rubbed her eyes, asking herself in a panic, what's going on? Why is Zishan doing sit-ups like this? But when she looked again, she found he had already fallen asleep. She shook her head, thinking, I must be going crazy from writing novels, having hallucinations. Zhang Wanxin was an author who specialized in writing novels for male readers. After dispelling his mother's suspicions, Ling Zichen breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call, he had to be more careful next time. A few days later, while his mother was bathing him, Zhang Wanxin suddenly cried out in a panic, Husband, something big has happened. Come quickly. Hearing his wife's desperate cry, Ling Yuanqing rushed into the room. Asking worriedly, Wife, what's wrong? Zhang Wanxin replied frantically, Why does our Shinshin have abs at only 8 months old? Upon hearing this, he pondered for a moment, his gaze thoughtfully examining the unusual signs on his son's body. Shinshin's appetite far exceeded that of children his age, and now he had developed strong abdominal muscles. After a long moment of contemplation, Ling Yuanqing suddenly understood, exclaiming joyfully, My dear wife. I get it. Wife, could our son be a 1 in a million genius? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, secretly calculating in his heart, Shinshin surely has a boundless future. Perhaps he could become a gene fusionist, or at least a cybernetically enhanced human. Ling Yuansheng, a writer of male-oriented novels and medical-themed stories, was secretly pleased with this idea. And so, Ling Zichen's secret was once again covered up. He mused to himself, I never expected Dad to actually think I'm a genius. His parents were both novelists, so he was indeed very lucky. He muttered to himself about being a genius, he wasn't the only one on this strange planet. While watching TV with his mother, a breaking news report suddenly appeared. A child prodigy from a 1,000-year-old martial arts family in Kyoto, only 2 years old, could lift a 20-kilogram barbell with one hand. Zhang Wanqing gently stroked his head and smiled, saying, Our Shinshin is very impressive too. You definitely won't lose to that child prodigy from the martial arts family in the future. Ling Zichen, with his wide, round eyes, secretly wondered, Mom really knows how to judge people, but could I really easily lift 20 kilograms when I was 2? Sure enough, on his second birthday, in the family's warehouse, he successfully lifted a 20-kilogram barbell. He cheered in his heart, I'm finally 2 years old. With his only advance, never retreat skill, he could now easily lift 20 kilograms with one hand. Before he could fully enjoy his joy, his mother's voice came from outside the warehouse, startling him. Shinshin, where are you? Sister Hanin is here to play with you, why don't you come out? Hearing this, he had no choice but to pat the dust off himself and walk out. Ling Zichen reached out and opened the warehouse door. The sight before him surprised him, and he secretly mumbled, also 2 years old. A little girl in a pretty dress stood outside the door, holding a cake and saying in a childish voice, Cake, second cake. He smiled and replied, Thank you, you eat it yourself. He secretly mumbled, although they were the same age, she still spoke like a child, with slurred pronunciation. Due to the vast difference in their intelligence levels, it was difficult for the two of them to play together. Hanin would sleep after eating, while he would seize the time to exercise. He liked playing with Hanin because she was his ideal barbell during his workouts. Lost in thought, Ling Zichen suddenly noticed something amiss and widened his eyes. What was the slight problem with this barbell? It turned out that little Hanin had fallen asleep and wet the floor. He shouted, Mom, little Hanin seems to have wet the bed again. This was also what puzzled him, as little Hanin occasionally still had such incidents. Not only that, by the age of 3, Ling Su could already lift a 40-kilogram barbell. He probably thought that at 3 years old, he could lift 30 kilograms with one hand. The news on TV was reporting about a 4.5-year-old prodigy in Kyoto who could lift a 30-kilogram barbell with one hand. He secretly thought that he had already far surpassed other child prodigies of his age. An information panel appeared before him, name, Ling Su, age, 3, biological level, first order ordinary, biological attribute, only advance, never retreat. He looked closely, thinking, but first tier common was still the lowest rank. What would second tier common be like? Could it surpass human limits? Filled with questions, he stepped out into the outside world for the first time. Looking at this new world, he secretly guessed that those snails and robots were probably mechs and gene-fused humans. The first place he went was the library, as his parents restricted his use of electronic devices. The library was the ideal place to answer all his questions. Teacher Ling Su excitedly ran to look for books, and Zhang Wanqin asked in surprise. Xiaoshen, the children's reading area is over here. Where are you going? Xiao Shang followed behind, calling out, Xiaoshen, wait for me. Unlike children his age, Ling Su chose to read the Encyclopedia of Exotic Beasts. Meng Meng smiled and praised, it seems this is the gene of a top student. Xiaosheng innocently asked, Xiaoshen, I still have some cookies here. Do you want some? He replied, thank you, but I want to read. You can eat them yourself. Through books, he began to learn more about this mutated world. An ancient stone tablet in a mysterious ruin recorded that the world was divided into 6 biological ranks: common, advanced, rare, aberrant, legendary, mythical. Each rank had 9 stages, and humans were only at the first stage of the common rank. Compared to higher-ranked beings, they were like ants. He thought to himself, it seems I must accelerate my development to survive in this dangerous world. Just then, the system issued a mechanical notification: you are reading a book. Spirit +1, reading comprehension +1, knowledge +1. Reading comprehension achievement accumulated, 100 million characters. Reward, biological attribute Hui1. Reading progress, 1.86/100 million characters. The system understands you and issues a new task. From now on, you can excel in both scholarly and martial arts. At the age of 4, Ling Su trained in the exotic beasts library while reading books. The system continued to notify: Spirit +1, reading comprehension +1, knowledge +1. Reading progress, 4.396 million/100 million characters. In the following days, he continuously read and trained. At 4 years old, he entered kindergarten, led into the classroom by the strawberry class teacher. Soon after, he advanced to second-tier common, able to lift 80 kilograms with one hand, jump 1.2 meters high from a standing position, and run 100 meters in less than 11 seconds. Information panel displays: name, Ling Su, age, 4, biological rank, second-tier common, attribute, only advance, never retreat. Such an achievement would be difficult even for adults, let alone a child in kindergarten. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. In the classroom, Shin Xinghan was being teased by her classmates. Shin Xinghan was only 4 years old and sometimes had accidents. Other children often made fun of her, even calling her the accident queen. So, seeing Henin being teased in kindergarten, how could he just stand by? Witnessing this, Lin Zixin could no longer hold back. He immediately rushed forward, stood in front of the children, and addressed the whole class in a stern voice. If anyone dares to call her the accident queen again, I'll make them the real accident king. Lin Zixin asked, did you hear me clearly? Startled by the loud shout, the children in the class burst into tears. Only Shin Xinghan stood there, her eyes shining with admiration. Boo-hoo, Daddy, I'm scared. Boo-hoo, Mommy, I want to go home. Boo-hoo, I won't do it again, I'm never going to kindergarten again. 6 months later, he successfully completed his reading task and gained the biological attribute Heavenly Wisdom Root. From then on, his learning ability reached the peak of human potential. Accumulated reading of 100 million characters, task completed. Obtained the biological attribute Heavenly Wisdom Root. The Heavenly Wisdom Root grants photographic memory and allows learning ability to reach the peak of human potential. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, he was about to turn 7 and graduate from Chunyan Kindergarten. Lin Zixin's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. He could lift a 200-kilogram barbell with one hand. During the holiday before starting elementary school, he continued to train and improve himself. Not only that, but his jumping ability was also exceptionally good, now reaching a height of 2 meters. His running speed was equally astonishing. He could now run 100 meters in under 8 seconds. That morning, at Shanghai City's Sunshine Elementary School, he officially began his elementary school journey. Having already self-studied junior high and high school curricula, conquering elementary school courses became effortless. But winning awards was a minor matter. The important thing was to quickly earn the title of elementary school boss. In the National Elementary School Mathematics Competition, Lin Zixin won first place. The teacher was overjoyed, tears welling up, and praised him repeatedly. Well done, Xiao Shun. The Chinese language competition next week is all up to you. You can do it. Normally at school, when you had free time, you often secretly tutored Tan Han. Pointing at the book, you looked at the little girl and said, let's read it again, Grandma. She stammered along, reading, get lost. You interrupted her, no, read it again. Although Tan Han didn't have any special talents, she was very well behaved and diligent. After just 1 semester, her grades ranked second in the entire grade, and you were in first place. Today, our class welcomed a transfer student. As soon as the words fell, the student walked in. She exuded an aura different from ordinary people. The teacher continued, let's all welcome Bai Shui. You said she was special because you truly sensed a non-human aura from her. At first glance, Bai Shui's appearance was very beautiful, matching her name. Her silvery white hair, paired with fair skin and rosy cheeks, made her stand out in the crowd. As soon as she saw her walk by, Tan Han couldn't help but excitedly turn to the Grim Reaper. She whispered, Grim Reaper, her hair is so beautiful. Just like winter snowflakes. You didn't respond, a hint of deep meaning in your eyes. You secretly thought that you were in no mood to deal with Tan Han right now. After returning to her seat, Bai Shui silently pulled out her chair and slowly sat down. Her seat was directly behind the Grim Reaper. You asked yourself, puzzled, why Bai Shui had a non-human aura. Could she be a gene-fused human? Or a descendant of one? Just like that, time continued to pass. These past few days, Bai Shui barely communicated with anyone. As soon as class ended, she would lie motionless on her desk, rarely even going to the restroom. Initially, everyone was very curious about her, but as time went on, no one paid attention to her anymore. The class returned to its usual tranquility. More than a month later, this calm was finally broken. During this time, some white liquid began to seep from Bai Shui's body. I don't know exactly what that liquid is, but it smells terrible. So much of that liquid flowed that it even soaked her clothes. But she didn't seem to care, acting as if it were normal. Passers-by covered their noses and avoided her, complaining incessantly. What exactly is that liquid on her? Seriously, it's unpleasant. I always feel like this liquid looks familiar, as if she's not very clean. As soon as he finished speaking, a boy in the class grabbed a bottle of water and poured it directly over Bai Shui's head, catching her off guard. I'm a good person, so I'll help you. A bath would be healthier, you know. Hearing his mocking words, she clenched her fists, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her wet hair clung to her delicate face. She gritted her teeth, even biting her lip. Everyone expected Bai Shui to cry from anger, but she didn't. Instead, 2 lines of tears welled up in her eyes from distress. Despite this, the other students still wouldn't leave her alone, standing there laughing gleefully. Shen Xinghan quietly approached Lin Sishan, her eyes filled with concern, and asked softly, Sishan, Bai Shui is truly pitiful. Can we help her? He hesitated, wondering to himself, what exactly happened? I always thought Bai Shui was dangerous, but why is she crying like this now? Having no other choice, he stepped forward, determined to help her out of the situation. Although he still didn't know Bai Shui's true identity, looking at her now, she didn't seem dangerous at all, unlike what he had imagined. At least for now, she was just a vulnerable girl being bullied. With that thought, Sishan grabbed the boy's collar tightly and commanded in a stern voice. His face was grim, radiating a formidable aura, as he ordered, clean up the water on Bai Shui's desk. Faced with this situation, the class monitor turned pale with fright, sweating profusely, and stammered in response. And no problem, I'll clean it up right away. With that, he immediately grabbed a tissue and wiped the water stain on Bai Shui's desk completely clean. He thought to himself, Lin Sishan is skilled in both academics and martial arts, and has a formidable reputation at school. Even the 6th graders wouldn't dare to provoke him. It's best to obey him, then no one will dare to bully Bai Shui again. Sishan pointed at the class monitor and said in a loud voice, everyone who has bullied Bai Shui during this time, come here and apologize to her now. The students dared not retort, each showing an unwilling expression. They nodded repeatedly and responded in unison. All the students lined up and bowed their heads to Bai Shui, admitting their mistake. We were wrong, Bai Shui, we're sorry, please forgive us. We will never dare to bully you again. Hearing their apology, Bai Shui didn't want to make a big deal out of it and nodded gently. She looked at Lin Sishan and Shen Xinghan, saying excitedly, Lin Sishan, Shen Xinghan. Thank you both. Xinghan smiled gently, draped a towel over Bai Shui's shoulders, and replied, don't be so polite. It's only right for classmates to help each other. From then on, Xinghan became closer to the white-haired girl, even pulling Sishan along to be friends. Whenever she had something delicious, she would always share it with Bai Shui first. As the 3 chatted happily, Bai Shui suddenly spoke with hesitation, oh, right, With a shy look in her eyes, she looked at them and asked, do I smell bad? Don't you dislike me? She remembered her childhood, the days when she was mocked by classmates for her body odor. I'm sorry, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that ever since I was little, I've always been alienated and abandoned by those around me. So, this feeling of happiness, having someone by my side for the first time, it feels unreal, like a dream. Hearing these words, Xinghan interrupted without hesitation, no, this isn't a dream. She smiled warmly and continued, I've had similar experiences to yours, so I would never dislike you, and as long as you agree. Saying this, Xinghan turned to Bai Shui, as if to prove her sincerity. We will always be the best of friends. Seeing this gesture, Bai Shui immediately rushed forward and hugged Xinghan tightly. Choking with emotion, thank you both. Suddenly, she stopped, as if remembering something, oh, right. Bai Shui took off the necklace from her neck and presented it to them. Xiao Kanmao, Xiao Zi, you always make delicious food for me and are my friends, so I want to give you something too. On the necklace in her hand was a gem carved with 2 beast teeth. These beast teeth were a birthday gift from my mother last year. Now I'm giving them to you. I hope you won't mind them. And I hope we'll be best friends forever. Qing Xian didn't refuse. She took the necklace as a symbol of their 3-person friendship, smiling brightly as she said, we'll be best friends forever. However, such happiness didn't last long. Just as Qing Xian thought their friendship would be eternally strong, a sudden piece of news arrived. She was stunned, what? Are you saying Bai Shui is transferring schools? ZZ nodded seriously. Yes, I saw her completing the transfer procedures with my own eyes. He recalled passing the principal's office and seeing Bai Shui and her father handling the paperwork. Thank you, teacher, Bai Shui said. The principal replied, you're welcome. Bai Shui's procedures were completed, and the information was kept completely confidential. Thinking of this, ZZ became even more convinced that Bai Shui's identity was far from simple. From then on, they never saw Bai Shui again. She was like a fleeting figure in their childhood memories. Time quietly passed, until a moonlit night. Compared to Bai Shui's departure, what happened next was what truly worried ZZ. While massaging her mother's shoulders, ZZ cautiously asked, Mom, is my strength okay? Her mother smiled and replied, it's fine. Mom wrote novels all day today. Luckily, Xiaozi helped me massage my shoulders. I feel much better now. Previously, thanks to Hui Sanjiaqi's guidance, he had mastered professional and surprisingly effective massage techniques. Just as they were speaking, the TV suddenly broadcast a major news report. Next is a major news report. The Kyoto prodigy has once again created a miracle. At just 10 years old, he successfully fused with an exotic beast gene and lifted a 1,000-gene boulder with just one hand. Hearing the news, Song Yuan's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open in surprise. Is that him? Has gene fusion already begun? Ling Yuansheng, walking out of the bathroom while drying his hair, asked, is it that Kyoto prodigy again? He certainly looks appealing on camera. Could it be a trick to gain fame and then make money by selling products? Mr. Shanin, no matter what, they are a martial arts family with a 1,000-year history. Perhaps they possess advanced gene fusion technology. Zhang Yuanhan frowned in response, but we can't use our own child as a test subject, can we? Ling Yuansheng calmly retorted, for a martial arts family, sacrificing personal interests for the family's success is the ultimate principle. Otherwise, they won't be able to maintain their reputation. She interrupted impatiently, all right, you know best. While his parents argued, Zichen stood quietly, lost in thought. The so-called capital city prodigy could only lift 100 caddies with one hand before, but after gene fusion, he could lift 500 caddies, a five-fold increase. Zichen secretly compared, he could lift 300 caddies at the age of 8, and without gene fusion. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, filled with confidence. It seemed his potential was still superior. He was originally full of hope for the future, but the next news chilled his heart. On TV, a scene of thick smoke and raging fire appeared, accompanied by the announcer's urgent voice, breaking news, a severe mutated beast attack has occurred in a neighboring country. The screen showed monstrous creatures capturing innocent people. According to videos filmed by eyewitnesses, this attack was related to giant rats. An unfortunate girl was caught by a giant rat and dragged towards its sharp teeth. Help me, please help me. Before she could finish, the mutated beast overwhelmed her, and her cries abruptly ceased. After the chaos, investigations quickly identified the forces behind it. Cultists are the masterminds behind this mutated rat attack. I hope all countries can support Huawei in jointly eliminating the cult. The cult is an anti-human organization, composed of traitors who willingly serve as pawns for mutated beasts to attack humanity. Zichen thought to himself, fortunately, I was born in a stable and powerful nation, which allows me to grow and develop. But before he could fully process his thoughts, a loud bang outside made his face pale. His eyes wide with alarm. An explosion came from outside the window, and he rushed out, his heart pounding. Zichen quickly pulled back the curtains, and the sight before him left him stunned. A group of mechanized individuals were flying rapidly through the air, all heading in the same direction. Why are so many government mechanized individuals flying by? I hope it's not a bad omen, he thought worriedly. The next morning, bright sunlight streamed onto the streets. Zichen and Xinghan were on their way to school. He urged, hurry up, we're going to be late. She smiled and replied, sorry to keep you waiting. Suddenly, Zichen was startled, his eyes wide. He quickly ran over and grabbed the glowing beast tooth hanging from her chin. Shaha, your beast tooth is glowing. She asked in surprise, huh? Really? This was the first time Zichen had witnessed such a sight. He was utterly confused. Could this be the tooth of an exotic beast? No wonder Shaha had an unusual aura. That aura must have come from this tooth. The light only flickered for a moment, and they didn't have time to investigate further. But the gathering of robots last night and the strange phenomenon of this Fong made Zichen uneasy, as if some ominous premonition was about to descend. On the street, they inadvertently passed a woman dressed revealingly, who was smoking. As the two passed by, she spoke, wow, this child is so cute. She stared and asked, are you siblings? Shaha smiled innocently and replied, we're not blood siblings. We're childhood sweethearts and best friends. The woman pouted, childhood sweethearts, how enviable. She continued to ask, you're going to school by yourselves at such a young age? Where are your parents? Just as Shaha was about to answer, Zichen quickly pulled her hand, interrupting, don't say anything. We're going to be late, let's go quickly. He pulled her and left directly, without looking back. Finally, the two arrived at school on time. Zishan turned and cautioned, "Don't talk to strangers anymore, okay?" She nodded, I know." A class quickly passed. At dismissal, the fiery sunset glowed red across the sky. On their way home, Zishan and Xiaohe had to pass through an empty alley. Looking at the quiet, deserted scene, Xiaohe trembled slightly, her voice filled with worry. "Zishan, this alley is too quiet, it feels a bit eerie." Zishan comforted her, "This place is going to be demolished next week, all the residents have moved out. That's why it's so quiet." Before he could finish speaking, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. "Children, you're finally out of school." It was the same woman they had encountered that morning. She continued, "Little ones, no need to look, the two children are with me." Zishan immediately sensed danger and quickly stepped forward to shield Xiaohe. He thought to himself, "Is it her?" After school, I deliberately took Han on a detour, avoiding the morning route. Unexpectedly, she still followed. A hint of malice flashed in the woman's eyes as she smiled faintly. "Little one, older sister has lots of delicious things at her house, do you want to come and play?" Suddenly, a burly man interrupted from behind, "This kid is just wasting time, let's not delay any longer." He pulled out a handkerchief soaked in a sedative and lunged at Shirshen and Han, intending to incapacitate them and take them away. The man grinned menacingly, muttering, "I'm in a hurry to get this done." But Shirshen wouldn't be easily subdued. He clenched his fist, turned, and delivered a forceful blow to the man. The punch connected with the man's chest, causing him to gasp and stumble back. The impact sent the large man reeling, and he collided with the wall. The woman was stunned, then thought, "This makes no sense. How could an elementary school student overpower an adult?" Before she could react, Shirshen was already in front of her, delivering a swift strike, which sent her stumbling backward. Shirshen didn't stop. He bent down and picked up a brick from the ground. His gaze was cold. "There are no cameras here. To prevent future trouble, it seems I have to deal with them." Although he was reluctant, he knew that if they spoke out, his abilities would be exposed, jeopardizing his survival plan and goal of becoming stronger. But before he could act, the ground suddenly shook violently, accompanied by a huge explosion. "What's happening? Why is there a sudden tremor?" Shirshen looked confused. Not far away, a giant claw gripped the wall tightly. What appeared before him was an enormous mutated rat. "A giant mutated rat," he exclaimed. The beast opened its massive mouth, targeting the unconscious woman on the ground. In an instant, it seized a portion of her, before she could even register what was happening. The rat then turned its attention to the man nearby. Seizing this opportunity, Shirshen rushed towards Han, who was still frozen in fear. She stammered, "Shirshen, what is that thing?" He held her tightly and quickly replied, "It's a giant mutated rat." With that, he swiftly ran out of the alley. "We must find a safe place to hide." As they fled, a girl in strange attire appeared in the sky. Flew straight towards the rat. Seeing this, Death sighed in relief. "Are they cyborgs?" The moment the rat appeared, they came to assist. So fast. To prevent the beast from rampaging further, the blonde girl raised her hand, released a powerful energy, and shouted, "Energy gun." Countless small tubes extended from her hand. She continued, "Smoke grenade." As soon as she finished speaking, several small rockets carrying a disorienting smoke shot directly towards the rat, causing it to panic and have nowhere to escape. Explosions rang out one after another, debris scattered, and smoke filled the air. Dust and smoke permeated the area, and firepower continuously attacked. The rat clearly showed signs of exhaustion. The mech girl delivered a powerful blow, striking directly at its abdomen. Songshin secretly assessed, this girl's strength isn't particularly high. She had to weaken it with tranquilizer darts first, then spend 7 minutes in close combat to defeat it. But the giant mutated rat is indeed difficult to deal with. Once mature, it can grow over 3 meters long, with a biological level equivalent to an ordinary stage 5 creature. I narrowly escaped today. I need to intensify my training. Come on. The system suddenly notified, weighted squats completed. Vitality and leg strength +2, squat proficiency +1. Squat proficiency +1. Despite the lingering threat of mutated rats, life continued. Soon after, Songshin and Ching Xian celebrated their 9th birthday. After making their wishes, they exchanged fruits. With his innate wisdom, Songshin taught himself overnight and personally carved a wooden hairpin to give to Ching Xian. Ching Xian seemed a little clumsy as she accepted this special gift, repeatedly saying thank you. "This hairpin is truly beautiful. I love it so much." In the blink of an eye, the two had graduated from elementary school and entered junior high. System notification, 9-year compulsory education achievement completed. Reward, biological attribute survival of the fittest unlocked. Title, Kindergarten King achieved. Title, Elementary School Boss achieved. titled Junior High Tyrant Not Yet Achieved. Recalling this, Songshin couldn't help but get excited. Almost there. I'm about to earn the Junior High Tyrant title and unlock the survival of the fittest characteristic. During the holidays, to quickly achieve the title and enhance his strength, he consistently engaged in high-intensity training every day. The system regularly updated his progress. You have completed 1,000 weighted push-ups. Vitality, arm strength, chest strength plus 2,000. Push-up proficiency plus 1,000. Just before the start of the school year, Songshin's biological level broke through to ordinary stage 3. The system continued to notify, you have completed 10 kilometers of variable speed running. Blood and Chi plus 4,396, speed and stamina plus 1,000, body coordination plus 1. Running speed plus 1,000, running technique plus 1,000. He can now lift 700 kilograms with one hand, jump 4 meters vertically, and sprint 100 meters in 6 seconds. Songshin was unsure of the Kyoto prodigy's level, but then, on the eve of school, the news reported on him. A 14-year-old prodigy from Kyoto, who fused giant ant genes, easily lifted 2,000 kilograms of alloy with one hand. Songshin calculated, ant genes enhanced strength by 4 to 8 times, so the opponent's true strength was only about 400 kilograms. In that case, I'm still stronger, he thought to himself, looking forward to the day of his own gene fusion. Middle school life officially began. As the city's top student in elementary school, Songshin was highly sought after by various prestigious schools. Ultimately, he chose Shanghai Middle School, on the condition that Chenghan could be in the same class. On the first day of school, the principal and homeroom teacher warmly welcomed him, advising, "Little prodigy, keep up the good work, you are the best. The principal has high hopes for you." They have high hopes. From now on, all school competitions will rely on you. After a few pleasantries, Songshin excused himself. He and Changhan had agreed to play badminton, utilizing the school's modern sports facilities. Changhan held a badminton shuttlecock and called out, "Little prodigy, let's start." But her arc smash was blocked by an older student. He spoke, "You two must be new here? We have a special activity for our graduating class here." The other two surrounded Changhan, teasing, "However, this little sister can stay. We can take turns helping you practice your skills." "That's right, if you don't know how to play, we can teach you step by step," one of them said with a grin. Chinghan said displeased, "Even if you're older, you still have to follow the rules. We were here first." Zichen coldly ordered, "Stay away from her. The rule is first come, first served." "I shouldn't need to explain further." The older student, Yi Qing, responded rudely, "Who says there's such a rule? Even if the King of Kings himself came first today, I'd still claim this spot." He picked up a badminton shuttlecock and declared, "Listen up. From now on, I make the rules." Zichen leaped up, tossed the shuttlecock high, and smashed it forcefully. "This is the rule." The shuttlecock flew out at an astonishing speed, directly breaking Yi Qing's racket. He and his two followers were scared out of their wits, too fast. Is he even human? Could he be a gene fusionist? It's impossible for him to be so young. They panicked, terrified that if they missed, their boss would be in grave danger. The three quickly bowed their heads and apologized. "Sorry, we understand the rules now. We'll be taking our leave. You guys have fun." The news spread quickly, and from then on, no one dared to bully them at school again. High school was like an enlarged version of elementary school, just with a better environment. Zichen completed his studies, reading extracurricular books during the day and practicing and learning new skills online at night. With his innate wisdom, he mastered cooking, photography, driving, swimming, wilderness survival, and various sports. To win the title of a high school overlord, Zichen not only excelled in all subjects but also helped the school win multiple national competitions. He won gold, silver, and bronze medals in subjects like mathematics, physics, chemistry, and programming, but deliberately avoided first place to maintain a low profile. A semester passed, the title hadn't been revealed yet, but he had already attracted a large number of fans. Zichen didn't care about them, he only focused on tutoring Chinghan and preparing for the upcoming sports meet. "If I dominate the sports meet, I can claim the high school overlord title," he thought. He chose to participate in shot put, high jump, and sprinting, representing strength, leaping ability, and speed, respectively. Despite being careful not to be too flashy, taking first place was still effortless. A burst of explosive power erupted from within him. System notification: High School Overlord academic and athletic achievements have stunned the entire school, surpassing all students. Successfully claimed the title of High School Overlord. You have completed the titles of Kindergarten King, Elementary School Big Brother, and High School Overlord. Ruling over 9 years of compulsory education, adhering to the biological principle of the strong preying on the weak. The strong prey on the weak, primal life reigns supreme over all things. Only by devouring other beings can primal life drive evolution. Death God was curious, what is primal life? Suddenly, Uncle C caught up, shouting, "Little God, wait for me." She was startled, Oh, right. Death God turned her head, her eyes sparkling, and asked, hee, can I borrow your beast tooth to take a look? She immediately took it off and said with a smile, here you go. When he touched the tooth, his whole body trembled. System notification, you have devoured a trace of the abyssal giant butterfly's primordial life. Abyssal giant butterfly totem has reached 1%. When the progress reaches 100%, you can evolve some attributes or skills of the corresponding exotic beast. He was stunned and exclaimed, is this thing a butterfly's tooth? He muttered to himself, now that I know the name of this exotic beast, maybe I can find information about it online. But after searching, Grim Reaper was disappointed. There was no information about the abyssal giant butterfly. Does it not exist? It seems I'll have to explore on my own. He rummaged through his backpack and took out the remaining tooth. Found it. Luckily, Bai Shui gave me two. He clutched the tooth, feeling a surge of energy. System notification, you have devoured a wisp of the abyssal giant butterfly's primordial life. Abyssal giant butterfly totem reached 2%. Grim Reaper sighed, only 2%. It seems there's not much primordial life left in the beast bone. To fully unlock it, I must find another way, he thought. The next day, to improve his physical strength, Grim Reaper started cycling Uncle C to school. If I encounter a giant mutated rat again, I'll be able to quickly get Uncle C to safety, he mused. Suddenly, a voice rang out, hello, student. The man introduced himself, I am Teacher Gua, the coach of the school's martial arts team. Your performance at the sports meet was the best in the school's history. I'd like to invite you to join the martial arts club. Your athletic talent even surpasses your academic ability. He continued, of course, you can learn more about it before deciding. Grim Reaper didn't even have a chance to interject, Teacher Gua spoke too quickly. He concluded, the parking shed at the gymnasium is the main base of the martial arts club. Come by tomorrow if you're free. I'll be waiting for you. As dusk fell, Grim Reaper slapped a mosquito, eliminating it. He grumbled, mosquitoes, even if I fry them, they can't activate the law of the jungle. Only powerful exotic beasts have significant primordial life. He picked up his phone, rode his bike out, and decided to test his hypothesis. I'm going to the animal meat supermarket in the commercial center. Soon, they arrived. Grim Reaper held a meat tray, observing the various packaged meats. He couldn't directly touch them, making it difficult to verify. Just then, the supermarket announcement stated that fresh meat cutting was starting now, inviting everyone to make their selections. A billboard caught his eye, fresh beast meat, not pre-packaged, safe to eat. He was secretly delighted, he'd found it. Seeing the boss cutting meat, he called out, hey! Wait for me here, I'm going to check out that meat. Sishin walked up to the meat stall. Although he knew Yahan might find it unappealing, he didn't explain. He just wanted to confirm quickly. The moment his hand touched the meat, a surge of power instantly appeared. He was right. This beast meat truly contained primordial life force. He cheered inwardly. Seeing his excitement, Yahan asked in surprise, Sishin, are you alright? You just touched some beast meat, why are you so worked up? She hesitated, does animal meat feel special? Is it different from regular meat? Sishin forced a smile, it's no different, it just feels fresher. He asked, do you want to touch it too? Yahan quickly waved her hand, no need, you touching it is enough. Sishin suggested, since we're here, let's buy some meat to try. He knew she would be surprised, beast meat was expensive, even the cheapest ghost shadow squid cost nearly 1,000 yuan per gene. Sishin held up a plate of squid and said firmly, this time, we're buying this, ghost shadow squid. Yahan worried, I'm telling you, Sishin, this stuff is too expensive. Why didn't you ask 1x yen before deciding? He ruffled her hair, smiling reassuringly, don't worry, my mom said if we buy beast meat, we should buy a few extra genes and invite Yahan to our place to eat together. 1x yen had once said, if you buy beast meat, buy a few extra genes and invite Yahan over to try it. Mom will transfer the money, Sishin continued, Mom will prepare a beast meat feast to treat both families. Besides sharing, he was also concerned that absorbing primordial life force might change the meat's quality, so he wanted to conduct an experiment. This was just a guess, so he decided to verify it with the meat he bought. After scanning, the clerk quoted the price, 3 genes of ghost shadow squid, a total of 2,995 yuan. Thank you for your patronage, please come again. Sishin secretly sighed, ridiculously expensive. He wondered when he'd be able to buy it again. It was already past 9 in the evening after the purchase. The situation had been unstable lately, so it was safer to go home early, he thought, as he rode his bike to take Yahan home. Even while riding, his hand couldn't help but reach into the squid plate in the basket, he wanted to check it immediately, even on the road. As soon as it was touched, that faint, elusive power surged forth again. System notification, you have absorbed a bit of Mo Meiying's primordial life force. The Mo Meiying pattern has reached 0.1%. On the empty street, Zishin pondered, having absorbed a bit of primordial life force. but only gaining 0.1%. To reach 100%, 100 kilograms are needed, which would cost 100,000 yuan. Mo Meiying's ability is to dissolve in water and disappear. If he could obtain it, 100,000 yuan would be worth it, he thought. Besides, this was the cheapest meat. It's decided. I must earn money. This is a large sum of money, I can't ask my family for it. The purpose of buying meat was to check if it would spoil after absorption, he recalled. After checking the meat, he found that absorbing the primordial life force did not cause it to spoil. Excellent. System notification, one phantom's progress has reached 3%. Qing Xian quickly warned, Xiaoshen, be careful, there's someone ahead. He slammed on the brakes, almost hitting a couple, and quickly apologized, I'm so sorry. He thought to himself, I was so focused on absorbing the primordial life force that I forgot to watch the road. But why is the bike lane so crowded? She pointed and said, Xiaoshen, look. A Western bride is being held at knife point by that guy. The kidnapper roared, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll harm her. The police aimed their guns, you are surrounded. Calm down, put down your weapon. The captain gestured to his subordinate, a Bing, don't shoot and accidentally injure anyone. He's constantly moving, it's easy to hit the hostage. A Bing worried, but if we delay, the hostage will be in danger. How about we try hypnotic gas? The captain shook his head, no, hypnotic gas is too obvious, it might make him agitated and ineffective. Zishan bent down, picked up a pebble, and accurately threw it at the kidnapper's hand, causing the knife to fly out of his grasp. The captain shouted, charge. Get him. The police subdued the kidnapper. Qing Xian was stunned, Xiaoshen, did you throw that pebble just now? He gestured, sure, let's go. We'll talk about it later when we're back. The captain called from behind, student, did you throw that pebble? Zishan pretended not to know, not me. The two hurried away, but heard the captain mutter, strange, why won't he admit to doing a good deed? There's even a reward. Zishan stopped, turned his bike around, and rode back, I remember now, I threw that pebble. He thought to himself, I didn't want to show off, but money is too important. Qing Xian caught up, Xiaoshen, why are you back again? Wait for me. The captain said to go back with uncle to give a statement, then collect the reward. After informing their families, Zishan and Qing Xian locked their bicycles in the park, ready to take the police car to the station. Suddenly, the kidnapper roared, his body mutating into a giant rat. The police were shocked, oh no, he's a cultist, imbued with the Rat King's hatred. The giant rat grabbed a female police officer. The captain ordered, everyone, shoot at the giant rat, but protect the civilians. Notify headquarters, a mutated rat imbued with the Rat King's hatred has appeared in Shijiang Bay Park, we need backup. Zishan quickly pulled the female officer away, oh no, I've caused trouble, but we have to escape first. But first, we need to hide. Fortunately, the rat didn't follow. Just then, a cyborg slid in, delivering a powerful kick that sent the rat stumbling back. The cyborg shouted, laser cannon charging. A fierce blast of energy shot out, incinerating the mutated rat. Zishan was stunned, thinking, that's incredible. Good thing my bicycle wasn't blown away, or that would have been a huge loss. Yang Xian Yang breathed a sigh of relief, that's great, we're saved. He suddenly startled, wait, where's the spoiled beast meat? He realized that after absorbing the primal life force, the meat still spoils, but at a slower rate. There must be a reason for this. It must be that Heretic's fault, he angrily threw the meat on the ground, that guy ruined everything. The cyborg's laser cannon was too powerful, it scorched the meat. Uncle C comforted him, it's alright, Xiaoshen, it's lucky enough that you're safe and sound. Although they intended to go home, the three of them, as per the captain's request, took the police car to the station to give their statements. The heretic's body was burned by the laser cannon, leaving only charred remains, emitting a pungent odor. A thought flashed through Zishan's mind, the beast fangs from before still contained primal life force. So this corpse should too. He could absorb the Rat King's primal life force from it. Without hesitation, he secretly touched the corpse, and his entire body stiffened instantly. System prompt, you have devoured a small portion of the giant mutated rat's primal life force. Giant mutated rat bestiary progress has reached 5%. Zishan was surprised, that much? It seems freshness is directly proportional to primal life force. A Bing reminded, classmate, sit properly, don't fidget. Zishan pretended to stretch, don't misunderstand, I've been sitting for a long time, just stretching my muscles. He was cautious, knowing a Bing was easily fooled, but the captain was much shrewder. At the police station, the captain said seriously, I've already submitted the application for your bravery award. But honestly, from such a distance, and in such dim light, how could a high school student possibly hit a knife-wielding cultist's hand with a stone? Zishan forced a smile, maybe it's because I often train my right hand. The captain stared at him intently, his face full of suspicion. Uncle C pushed the door open and called out, "Xiaoshen, Mom's here to pick us up and take us home." He was surprised. "Mom, why are you here? We can go back by ourselves." Quan Xin hugged him tightly, her face full of worry. "Xiaoshen, are you alright? You scared Mom half to death." He comforted her, "Mom, don't get agitated, I'm fine. I even got a bonus for my bravery." Quan Xin said seriously, "Xiaoshen, promise Mom, next time you encounter danger, you must first hide in a safe place, do you hear me? Mom just wants you to grow up safely." He nodded. "Mom, don't worry, I promise I'll protect myself." On the way home, he overheard two policewomen talking. The rat god cult is becoming more and more rampant, even infiltrating colleges and universities, deceiving students who aren't yet qualified for fusion. An angry person said, "Tonight's deceased was a Guangnan University student, misled by the rat god cult. We must catch them all. But this is only temporary. To solve it completely, we must eliminate the Rat King, that guy who calls himself a god." Sishin noted, "The Rat King." He searched online and found important intelligence. The Rat King wants to evolve to a higher level and has sent followers to collect evolution resources. Could it already possess sentience? The giant mutated rats are related to the Rat King. He muttered, "Forget it, this is the South, it's normal for rats to be as big as cats." Turning his head, he was startled. Why is her expression so calm? He suspected, whenever she's worried or in danger. Just like when she was little, she can't control her emotions. Perhaps her condition is related to an unknown potential, he thought. Ruan Xin was shocked after hearing this. "What? The meat is gone." Zichen was embarrassed. "The situation was urgent at the time, I didn't pay attention." "Maybe it's gone?" His mother sighed. "Never mind, as long as you're safe." Zichen breathed a sigh of relief. Good, he managed to fool them. "You turned to your father." "Dad, it's very dangerous over there, not peaceful at all." Yuanjin smiled and said, "It's fine, your dad's a worker, tough as nails." He asked in surprise, "How did you know?" Yu replied, "I guess I just guessed." At the police station, the captain pondered, how could a high school student throw a rock with such power? Suddenly, he was startled and pointed at the filing cabinet. Where did that rat come from? A mutated rat. That big jumped down, and the captain immediately fired his gun. In the classroom, Zichen sighed. Compared to the rat god cult and the female robot from last night, he was still too weak. He had to earn money quickly to unlock a phantom. Scholarships from competitions are too slow. Becoming a famous top student and selling study guides. No, that's too high profile. You realized that the world was full of fusers and mechanical modifiers. Learning martial arts is better than academics. The prize money for martial arts competitions is much higher. In the gym's bike shed, Teacher Gui was enjoying some tea. Zichen walked in and greeted Teacher Gui. He said happily, "Zichen, do you want to join or just learn about the martial arts team?" Yu asked, "Can joining the martial arts team allow me to participate in the city's martial arts competition? Is the prize money high?" Teacher Gui chuckled, "Of course, the prize money is at least tens of thousands." Hearing this, Zichen nodded decisively. "Teacher, I've made up my mind. From today onwards, I officially join the martial arts team." Teacher Gui shook your hand, a bright smile on his face. "Welcome." He turned and called out, "Everyone, gather up. Today, our team has a new member." Everyone should know Zichen. The school sports champion has joined the martial arts team. Please introduce yourselves. The members spoke one by one. "It's my turn. Zheng Kai, remember that. I'm Tian Xing, from 9th grade, class 3. Just call me Ah Xing. I'm Junior Bronze Body, from 9th grade, class 6. Everyone calls me Xiao Li, and I like that name. I'm a mere scholar. Just call me Brother Shu. I am Lin Zichen. Please guide me." Zichen, who had never practiced martial arts, was taught the basic techniques of boxing and kicking by Master Gui. The master reminded him, "Don't underestimate these simple movements." Even Xiao Li, who learned the fastest, took a week. "Let me try." Zichen immediately imitated, his movements fluid. Master Gui increased the difficulty, guiding him through more complex techniques. /translation ID equals L280. You activated the heavenly human root of wisdom. The system notified, you practiced boxing. You have activated the wisdom root of heaven, and the system notifies, you practice boxing. Vitality +1, arm strength +1, stamina +1, fist art proficiency +1. Zichen picked up his bowl and chopsticks, ready for dinner. He rushed out, "Mom, what's for dinner tonight?" His mother set out the dishes, smiling, "Of course, it's your favorite ghost shadow squid." Zichen took a deep breath, "It smells so good." Quan Huan urged, "Don't just smell it, try it while it's hot." He scooped a spoonful. Quan Huan asked, "How does it taste?" He praised, "Mom's cooking is the best in the world. His mother patted his head, then eat more, Mom bought a whole 3 caddies of it. System notification, you have absorbed a portion of the Ghost Shadow Squid's primordial life force. Ghost Shadow Squid Codex progress reached 3.01%. Zishan was surprised, so I can absorb it just by eating it. I wouldn't have touched it if I'd known. After dinner, he went to the living room to watch the news. The news reported, Prodigy Girl shocks the nation. At 14, she merged with an energy core, becoming the youngest cyborg in history. After activation, she can lift a 2,000-kilogram off-road vehicle, run 100 meters in 3 seconds, and jump vertically 8 meters. Zishan pondered, who is stronger, someone in the copper body realm or this girl? Is it stronger to merge genes, or to be a cyborg? The next news shocked him. Tragic news, Captain Yi Chunshan was crushed to death by a giant rat in his office at 11 p.m. last night. He trembled. Was it that rat from last night? I must intensify my training. After a period of training, he could run 100 meters in 4.6 seconds, jump vertically 5.51 meters, and lift 1,000 kilograms with one hand. 51 meters, lifting 1,000 kilograms with one hand. He continuously practiced martial arts, hoping to improve his strength soon to participate in competitions. The next morning, he arrived at the martial arts training room, and Shanghan curiously followed him. An older student spoke up, "Little Junior, haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" The older student offered fresh milk. "Here, have some." He politely declined, "Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I don't need it." Another person saw the scene and felt displeased. "Darn it, this guy took my spot as the sports meet champion, and now he's rejecting a gift from the goddess." That person stepped forward, blocking his path. "Don't you have any manners? If you're not drinking it, give it back to someone else, like me." Zishan retorted, "Wouldn't that be even more impolite?" The person was speechless. "Then drink it all. Not drinking it means you're disrespecting me, it's impolite." He calmly said, "But I'm allergic to milk." That person stammered, "I don't believe it. Grim Reaper, do you dare to challenge me? If I lose, I won't speak to you again. If I win, you'll drink this bottle of milk." System notification, achievement unlocked. Eliminated 1,000 opponents through primal biological methods. Reward, natural selection attribute. Opponents eliminated, not yet 1,000. Grim Reaper secretly rejoiced, having finally completed the 4th achievement task. He nodded in agreement. "Alright, let's have a match." The news spread quickly, and students flocked to the gymnasium to watch. A group of girls shouted, "Grim Reaper, your big sisters are rooting for you, teach him a good lesson." Another girl raised her camera. "Come on, Junior, I'll take a cool picture of you." Zhang Qi was unconvinced, thinking, "Does everyone think I'll lose? I'll take advantage of this kid's inexperience." Grim Reaper had made rapid progress within a month. He mumbled, "I still need to go back for dinner, can we finish this quickly?" Zhang Qi immediately responded, "Then as you wish." Teacher Guo signaled, "Friendship first, competition second." "Begin." Zhang Qi requested, "Wait a moment. Grim Reaper has only been enrolled for a month, while I've been here for almost 2 years. For fairness, I'll let you have 3 moves." He nodded, "All right." He then rushed forward, throwing a powerful punch. Zhang Qi was hit in the face, fell heavily to the ground, and lay motionless. Teacher Guo was stunned. "What? Just one punch?" The martial arts club members were dumbfounded. What just happened? It's over so quickly? Cheng Han cheered, "Grim Reaper won." 2 senior sisters excitedly echoed, "Junior Grim Reaper is so handsome." System notification, you have defeated your opponent, captured the heart of the opposite sex, and been chosen as an ideal partner. Opponent elimination rate, 1 in 1,000. Grim Reaper understood that he still needed to defeat 999 opponents to unlock the strongest skill. He took the opportunity to suggest, "Everyone, do you want to continue discussing?" The crowd's faces turned pale, and they all made excuses to leave. Feeling quite dizzy, Zhang Qi sat up, clutching his chest, and shouted, "I'm not convinced. You ambushed me. Next time, I'll utterly crush you." Master Guiyan, Zhang Qi, just give up. He wondered if Death God's punch was luck or true strength, needing further verification. After the students dispersed, another senior student walked out. "Junior, you've caused trouble. Don't embarrass us." 10 minutes later, to avoid drawing too much attention, Death God only sparred lightly, but all the senior students were defeated. After checking the achievement board, he found that only Zhang Qi's progress was recorded. And victories from other matches didn't add to it. "Do I only get points by directly defeating opponents?" he pondered. Master Gui was ecstatic, "A genius. Death God, you've only been enrolled for a little over a month and you're already an ace. This year, Shanghai School will defeat other schools and take first place in the entire district." Death God suddenly realized, that's right. By participating in the martial arts tournament, I can defeat more opponents and increase my mission progress. Behind him, Zhang Qi shouted, "I concede. From now on, even if you were to, well, I wouldn't complain." Everyone was astonished and scattered, leaving only Zhang Qi shouting behind them. Wait, I'm not finished yet. In this world, after entering 3rd grade, students choose between martial arts or academics, with martial arts classes always being prioritized. For the upcoming exam, Ching Han trained with Death God, running 3 kilometers. Practicing martial arts for an hour, plus sit-ups and push-ups to build stamina. After each training session, Death God helped Ching Han relax her muscles. He dared not slack off, fully preparing for the martial arts tournament. A month later, exam day arrived. In the resting room of the city stadium, Master Guo received bad news. Shanghai School has withdrawn from our Shanghai First High team. Our opponent is the strongest. A student said in despair. First High has a werewolf who can run 100 meters in under 9 seconds. We're doomed. Death God confidently suggested, Master, let me go first. Master Guo asked worriedly, are you sure? But he eventually agreed, then let Death God go first. As he walked onto the stage, Master Guo and Cheng Han cheered for him. Death God, Master believes in you. Go for it. The opponent was a tall guy, hands on his hips. Kid, I checked the roster. You're only in junior high and already on the martial arts stage of the 8 School Alliance. Not bad, but this isn't where you belong. A first-year student, not even 1.7 meters tall. Later, I'll show you the difference between size and strength. The referee announced, the match begins. Zirong charged forward, throwing a punch. The Reaper dodged, then countered with a powerful palm strike to his chest. Zirong was sent flying. The referee was stunned. The Reaper wins. Cheng Han cheered, little god, you're amazing. His teammates cheered, the Reaper is always the strongest. His muscles are too stiff, not flexible at all. Zirong's coach shouted, footwork. How many times have I taught you to use footwork in a match? Why don't you listen? System notification, you have defeated an opponent. Your ranking has increased. Total opponents eliminated, 2/1000. The Reaper thought to himself, indeed, defeating opponents in official matches increases mission progress. Coach Sun ordered, Chen Feng, get on stage. Deal with that ignorant kid quickly. Chen Feng replied, understood, teacher. He stepped onto the ring and took a defensive stance. The referee shouted, match start. Chen Feng swept out a kick towards the Reaper. The Reaper deftly bent to dodge Chen Feng's kick, then counterattacked fiercely. As expected, Chen Feng was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the floor. The referee quickly shouted, get him to the hospital for a checkup. It looks like he hit his head. The audience was stunned. What happened? How is that student from Shanghai High so lucky? His opponent just ran off the stage himself. What kind of luck is that? It must be fixed. They took money. Coach Sun realized, no, this isn't luck. This kid genuinely has skill. He ordered, Gao Fei, you're up next. Focus on defense. You absolutely cannot lose. Gao Fei walked forward calmly, hands in his pockets, and told his coach, don't worry, I'll win. Han secretly calculated, the Reaper isn't too strong, just agile and good at using the situation. I can run 100 meters in 9 seconds, and I have more experience. As long as I take it seriously, I can't possibly lose. Gao Fei's appearance caused a stir in the audience. The freshmen from Shanghai High were completely despairing. He's only a freshman, but the future of Shanghai High will be led by him. The referee shouted, match start. Gao Fei confidently launched a fierce attack, punches raining down, but the Reaper easily dodged. His movements were light and fluid like flowing water. Coach Sun shouted, Gao Fei, what are you doing? I told you to defend, why are you attacking instead? Gao Fei confidently said, defend? A genius like me doesn't need to. Death God dodged and observed, this set of boxing techniques is interesting, I'll try to secretly learn it. Gao Fei was confused, why can't I hit him? This isn't scientific. He asked directly, how did you dodge my moves? Death God replied, do you have any other moves? Use them all. Gao Fei leaped into the air and delivered a spinning kick, roaring, how dare you underestimate me? But Death God ended the match with just one kick to the abdomen. The audience was stunned, and the home team erupted, this kid is too strong. He defeated 3 people in a short time, winning as easily as eating candy. The next opponent was even weaker. Before long, Death God defeated all 5 players from Shanghai First High School. 2 days later, he continued to defeat 2 other schools, leading Shanghai First High School to win the 8 Schools League Championship. System notification, total opponents eliminated, 16/1000. Death God mused, there are still 984 opponents left. It might take several years to complete this natural selection. Teacher Guo unexpectedly handed over most of the competition prize money, 20,000 yuan. Plus the academic competition prize money, you now have about 30,000 yuan. But this money was quickly consumed by the table full of ghost shadow squid meat that Wan Xin prepared. Little one, eat slowly, there's still plenty, she reminded. System update: the Ghost Shadow Squid Totem reached 33% after consuming 30 kilograms of meat. In your second year of high school, you could lift 90 kilograms with one hand, jump 5.65 meters vertically, and run 100 meters in 4.49 seconds. Time flew by, and you and Xinghan graduated from Shan High School. When the high school entrance exam results were announced, Xinghan said dejectedly, I tried so hard, but my martial arts score still isn't enough to get into the martial arts factor class. Little one, can we go to vocational school for 3 years? You gently wiped away her tears. I don't know, but the principal of Shan High School wants to visit our home. Come with me to meet him. Xinghan sobbed. The principal must want to invite you to the top martial arts class. What does that have to do with me? You held her hand. Don't worry, my only condition for staying at Shan High School is to be your deskmate. The principal of Shan High School came to your home and discussed for several hours, expressing his wish for you to continue studying at the school. The principal stood up to leave. Student, we've settled everything. She said all that needs to be said. As long as you agree to study at Shanghai High School, you can state any conditions directly. You just pointed to the person next to you. Thank you, I only have one wish. That Xinghan can be in the same class as me. The principal looked at the girl. That's your classmate Xinghan, right? When the new school year begins, both of you can report to the school together. The two said in unison, thank you, principal. After choosing the school, you participated in your last martial arts competition of junior high. As expected, you easily helped Shan High School win the championship. After receiving the prize money, you were determined to fulfill your wish. You were still 20% away from unlocking the Ghost Shadow Inkfish Totem. This prize money was enough to buy meat to complete the progress. You reached 80% totem progress. Worried about losing control during the unlock, you went to the mountainous forest area near Shanghai City. Without hesitation, you began. System notification: you have devoured a large amount of the Ghost Shadow Inkfish's original life essence. Ghost Shadow Inkfish Totem reached 100%. You successfully unlocked the totem and gained a biological attribute, water affinity and mobility. This enhances your connection with water, allowing you to move freely and without a trace. You wondered, water affinity and mobility seems a bit useless. You tried diving and found that your skin didn't wrinkle after prolonged immersion, and water resistance was significantly reduced. But is that all? The Ghost Shadow Inkfish is just a low-level monster, not worth fusing with. For better attributes, you'll have to spend money or hunt exotic beasts in the future, like giant mutated rats. With less than a week until the new school year, Wan Xin and Xinghan's families planned a trip to the beach together. To research water affinity and mobility, you suggested going to the beach. Xinghan was a little timid. Xiaoshun, the seawater is very cold. Just dive in like a fish, and you'll get used to it, it won't be cold anymore. System notification: you are swimming. Vitality +1, full body muscle strength +1, muscle coordination +1, water proficiency +1, swimming skill +1. System notification: you are diving. Vitality +1, muscle strength +1, muscle coordination +1, water proficiency +1, oxygen endurance +1, water pressure resistance +1, diving skill +1. Xinghan called from the shore, Xiaoxin, don't swim alone, teach me. He suddenly remembered, oh right, Hanin can't swim yet. He patiently guided her, even though he thought her athletic talent was average and she wouldn't learn quickly. But Xinghan surprised him, moving freely underwater. Is swimming this simple? I've learned it. She buried her face in the water and discovered, I can dive now? She surfaced to show off, Zishan, aren't I amazing? Everyone says it hurts to open your eyes in the sea, but I find it cool and comfortable. Zishan pondered, is Xinghan's water affinity really that good? Learning to swim this fast is too unusual. He secretly wondered, does she have an innate water constitution? It's truly unbelievable. Could it be that in her past life, Xinghan had a special cultivation physique, like those in cultivation novels? He and Xinghan continued to dive, and she shocked him even more by being able to stay underwater for over 10 minutes right from the start. Suddenly, Xinghan heard a strange sound. Why is there such an eerie movement in the water? The two quickly surfaced. On the shore, Zishan asked worriedly, what's wrong? Why are you so tense? Xinghan trembled, I just heard a very strange sound, it was terrifying. He asked, what kind of sound? She replied, I don't know, it was like an unfamiliar language, a female voice, echoing in my ears. It only disappeared when I surfaced. To calm her, Zishan took her back to the hotel, but searching for information yielded no clues. Unable to sleep, he continued to exercise. System notification, you have completed 1,000 sit-ups. Vitality +2. 000, abdominal strength +2.000, sit-up proficiency +1.000. Zishan was surprised, I didn't expect such great progress. He was now at the level of an ordinary 5th generation, equivalent to an adult giant rat. If he continued, it wouldn't be impossible to tear it apart with his bare hands. After the breakthrough, he went to an open beach to test himself, 100-meter dash in 3.64 seconds. High jump of 6.98 meters, and lifting a 1,600 kilograms car with one hand. Compared to the 4th generation, the improvement was significant. With such achievements, Zishan began his middle school life. Zishan attracted everyone's attention. The female students whispered, "Is that Zishan's classmate? He's so handsome. It's so lucky to be on cleaning duty with Zishan today." Because they had to clean, he and Xinghan arrived at the classroom early. Unexpectedly, I met a new classmate I once knew. Even more surprisingly, the duty task actually triggered a system quest. He pondered to himself, what exactly is the purpose of this herd animal trait? It's truly exciting. System notification, achievement unlocked, completed 1000 multiplayer cooperative quests. Reward, herd animal biological attribute. Quest completed, progress 1000th. The new school year began, and with not much going on, he took the opportunity to visit the supermarket. Having already unlocked a ghost shadow, he now had a new goal. On the shelf, a plate of Great Eagle Hunter meat caught his eye, priced at 1,998 yuan per gene. He was secretly pleased, this was it. The Great Eagle Hunter is stronger than the Ghost Shadow, with vision 30 times that of an ordinary person. And excellent scent tracking abilities, capable of precisely catching swift, phantom-like rabbits. Good vision will improve combat efficiency. This formation is worth unlocking. Don't you think? Each gene of meat increases the formation progress by 1%, requiring over 200,000 yuan to fully unlock. I must work hard to earn money in the third-year competition. Is that what you're planning? The prize money for the third-year martial arts competition is much higher than for the second year. Before advancing to the second year, I must unlock the Great Eagle Hunter formation. The vacation ended, and he officially entered his third year at Shanghai Academy. On the first day of school, the principal and students introduced themselves. The teachers spoke in turn. "I am Yuan Feng, the teacher for the martial arts class, and also your homeroom teacher. I am Taiyuan Fei, the teacher for the mechanical modification class. I am Lu Diren, the teacher for the gene fusion class. I am Chang Pei, the teacher for the wilderness survival class. Please introduce yourselves one by one." The first student stood up. "Hello everyone, I am Shu Yushi, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting." The second person, "I am Truong Jia, I like anime, cosplay, and sports." The third person, "I am Peng Huoguang, I enjoy playing games in my free time." When it was Changhan's turn, her cheeks flushed with nervousness. "Hello everyone, I am Changhan. I enjoy drawing and coloring, I hope for your guidance." Grim Reaper briefly introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I am Grim Reaper, please guide me." The dismissal bell rang, and Shushin suddenly asked, "Chunghan, what score did you get on the entrance exam?" She forced a smile. 709 points, and you?" Shushin replied, "That's amazing. You scored 10 points higher than me, I only got 698 points. She then asked, "What score did you get on your physical fitness test?" "I only got 95 points, it's terrible." Xinghan was startled. 95 points is an excellent score, a top student among top students. While she only scored 79 points, not even meeting the standard for an excellent class. She replied, "Not as good as you." Just out of curiosity, was it 94 or 93 points? Xinghan lowered her head, then even lower, her curiosity growing. Was it 92, 91, or 90 points? To break the awkwardness, Zishan stood up, tapping the table. "Can I add you on WeChat?" Su Xian was a little shy. "Ah, sure, I'll scan your QR code." She thought to herself, a handsome guy is actively adding me on WeChat. What kind of luck do I have today? Xinghan breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily Zishan broke the awkwardness, otherwise she wouldn't have known how to answer and would have been so embarrassed. Zishan also added his other friends on WeChat. "Ah, He Wu, let's connect." He Wu nodded. "You scan my QR code." He created a 4-person WeChat group, unexpectedly completing the cooperation task. System notification, you have created a 4-person group, meeting the conditions for a multi-person cooperation task. Total task completion, 2,000ths. He thought to himself, this task is too simple, just a few taps. The 4 introduced themselves. He Wu was from Nanwan City, his ancestors having run martial arts schools for generations. It was regarded as the family's glory. Li Su Xian came from a family that owned a chain of clothing stores across the entire district, a typical young wealthy girl. Zishan and Xinghan also shared their situations. Before long, the 4 became close friends who could talk about anything, chatting about various topics. As the chat was nearing its end, He Wu excitedly said, "Guess who's the strongest in our class?" "You'll never guess." Su Xian immediately replied, I bet it's Zishan. He was the top scorer in our district's high school entrance exam. He Wu was surprised. Wow, Zishan is that amazing? But being the district's top scorer is still far from it. He revealed, we have two powerhouses in our class. The principal spent a fortune to recruit them from Nangguan. Wang Shoujie, sitting in the third row on the left by the window, was the top scorer in Nangguan's high school entrance exam and runs 100 meters in 7.98 seconds. And the big guy sitting in the last row on the right, Lu Gang, possesses natural divine strength and can lift 300 kilograms with one hand. Qing Han and Su Xian praised them repeatedly. That's truly impressive. Zishan thought to himself, 7.98 seconds, 300 kilograms. I surpassed that in elementary school. The broadcast announced, it's time to distribute books. On the table were 4 books, Martial Dao Cultivation, Gene Fusion and Mechanical Modification, and Wilderness Survival. Having learned all this on his own since childhood, Zishan used his free time to find a secluded spot to cultivate. The rat body cult was still a threat. The police only caught cultists, but they still hadn't found the Rat King. He had to break through the 6th band to fight the mutated rats, he resolved. In the afternoon, the Wilderness Survival class began. Teacher Chang Pei only brought firewood. Who could make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together? He Wu chuckled, who would bother learning a skill like that? But Wang Shijie and Lu Gang used pointed sticks to drill into wood, creating a fire. He Wu was dumbfounded. What? You can make fire just with wood? The two explained, Teacher, we learned this in an advanced training class outside. I taught myself online in elementary school. Later, my father guided our entire group on how to make fire by drilling wood. The subsequent martial arts class became a stage for Xu Jia and Lu Gang. Teacher Yuan Feng introduced, today, I'm going to teach everyone a special breathing cultivation method. The two interrupted, Teacher, we've already learned it. Although it seemed ridiculous, they had indeed done it. Their father had already known this knowledge but had always remained humble. A month passed. Teacher Tai Yuanfei held a report and said, it's been over a month. It's time to test everyone's progress. He announced the rewards, 888 yuan for first place, 666 yuan for second, and 333 yuan for third. Their father exclaimed in surprise, there are rewards? 888 yuan is enough to buy half a caddy of giant eagle scale meat. The rewards excited the entire class. After more than an hour, the exam ended. Unfortunately, teacher Lu Duran also organized an exam, with similar rewards. He slumped on his desk, I'm finished, I'm exhausted. The students complained, these questions are incredibly difficult. And asking about the wavelength of laser cannon energy? Who remembers that, and what's the use? The last question, about the relationship between gas detection equipment and atmospheric pressure, also required detailed calculations, leaving the entire class groaning. There are too many decimals, how can we possibly calculate them all? I was hoping for 90 points, but now I'd be grateful for 65. Just as everyone was complaining, the two top students started showing off again. The exam was indeed difficult, how did you manage? I estimate I'll get 95 points, only the last question was wrong. Me too, probably around 95 points. He clenched his fists in anger, showing off again? What else can they do but show off? I really want to give them a good beating. Teacher Diran announced the results of the mechanical modification exam. Hua Yanling scored 52 points. Shen Xinghan scored 61 points. Xinghan whispered, oh my, the teacher continued to announce, He scored 88 points. The whole class exclaimed in surprise, He is amazing. The teacher praised, you answered very well. I have high hopes for you. He said shyly, it was just luck. I happened to answer the questions I knew. After our group gets the 333 yuan third place prize, I'll treat everyone to a meal. The teacher continued to read, Lu Gang, 95 points. Wang Shujie, 95 points. Just one question short of a perfect score. The two said without modesty, Teacher, the last question involved too much calculation. If you gave us 10 more minutes, we could have solved it. Teacher Diran nodded and said, I believe you two have that ability. He said indignantly, ugh, they're showing off again. But the teacher announced the last name, although the exam was difficult, someone got a perfect score. Si Shu, 100 points. The whole class was stunned. Lu Gang and Xu Jie were dumbfounded, 100 points? Is that real? That's unbelievable. He said admiringly, brother, you've outshone both top students, but you also snatched my third place. He vowed, I won't give in next time. Xinghan and Xu Xian cheered, Sishu is incredible. Shanhai was radiant, but Zichen only cared about the prize money. Teacher Kai, when will the 888 yuan first place prize be awarded? The teacher replied, don't worry, I'll put the cash in red envelopes and distribute them to the class groups. He secretly wondered, why is this kid so focused on money? An hour later, the results of the genetic fusion test were announced. Teacher Yuan Fei said, "The results are out. Lu Gang, 81 points. Xu Jie, 83 points. For a test that most people failed, these scores are already excellent." The two made no attempt to hide their smugness. Qinghan scored 78 points, entering the top 5. Zichen once again got a perfect score, earning another prize. Lu Gang and Xu Jie raised their hands to question, how can someone get a perfect score when the questions were so difficult? Did he know the answers beforehand? The teacher said sternly, impossible. He came up with the answers himself, they're not online. Cheating is impossible. The two were half convinced, huh? Really? He Wu and Chu Xin were dumbfounded, laughing heartily. If you can't do it, just admit defeat. Why accuse someone of cheating? Isn't that embarrassing? Chu Xin added, Xu Jie is so uncultured, always causing trouble. After a short break, the afternoon would be the wilderness survival test. The homeroom teacher announced that the prizes would be the same as for other subjects, 888 yuan for first place, 666 yuan for second, and 333 yuan for third. The test included mountain climbing, tree climbing, swimming, and making fire by friction. Xu Jie whispered to Lu Gang, this morning, we lost 2 theory tests to Zichen. This afternoon, in survival and martial arts, we must regain our honor. Lu Gang nodded, needless to say, I will definitely defeat him and wash away this shame. The test began with tree climbing and mountain climbing, scored by speed. Zichen took a commanding lead in mountain climbing, leaving the twin heroes far behind. The whole class exclaimed, no way. Zichen is too showy. The twin heroes were left far behind by Zichen, their minds in turmoil. I've already given my all, how can I not even see his shadow? Zichen again took first place in tree climbing, but he was worried about Changhan because she hadn't finished yet. It's fine, Changhan will get back in form during the swimming event, he thought to himself. During the fire starting by friction stage, Zichen continued to compete with the twin heroes for the prize money. Seeing smoke quickly appear, the two became exasperated. How is Zichen so fast at everything? His hand speed is incredible. He wasn't this fast when we practiced starting fires in class. Zichen successfully started a fire in 58 seconds. In the swimming event, Qinghan unexpectedly surpassed the twin heroes, much to their surprise. Impossible. Zichen being fast is understandable, but how did Qinghan suddenly burst forth? I must be too nervous and hallucinating. After the survival test, Xu Jie and Lu Gang remained silent for a long time. Thus, the class had a quiet lunch break. Teacher Yuan Feng announced, everyone has been practicing martial arts for over a month, and today we'll test your progress. Get on the stage for sparring, the top 3 will receive rewards. Good luck! Hearing this, the twin heroes rekindled their fighting spirit. So what if we lost the written and survival tests? Martial arts is about physical strength and skill. Without winning in martial arts, all other achievements are meaningless. Before the sparring, teacher Yuan Feng organized a physical fitness test, including a 100-meter dash, one-hand weightlifting, and standing high jump. Zichen ran the 100 meters in 7.78 seconds, lifted 330 kilograms, and high jumped 2.18 meters. Ranking first in all 3 events. To avoid being too showy, he held back some of his strength. The result was only slightly better than the twin heroes, but they were already devastated. He's faster than us. He only got first place in the district for the graduation exam. That's not logical. His strength is greater than mine, but his build isn't particularly muscular. They encouraged each other. Lu Gang, losing in physical fitness doesn't mean it's all over. Our martial arts skills are superior, there's still a chance. After stepping onto the martial arts stage, Zichen thought to himself that to complete natural selection, he had to take the lead. But because of his exceptional physical ability, no one dared to challenge him, even the 2 champions merely watched. Teacher Yuan Feng lost patience and directly called out Lei Wei to spar with Zichen. Facing Zichen, Lei Wei silently chose to end the fight quickly. Every opponent was swiftly defeated by him. To get everyone in the class onto the martial arts stage, Zichen sped up, defeating 10 people consecutively. The 2 champions' expressions changed drastically. How is this guy so strong? He wasn't even using his full strength during the physical fitness test. He Wu stepped forward to provoke, Lu Gang, I've warmed up, and I'm at my peak. Do you dare to fight? Lu Gang vowed, I can take you down in half a minute. He thought, if I don't fight He Wu, I'll have to fight Zichen. I can't win against Zichen, but defeating He Wu was a sure thing. He Wu charged forward, executing a beautiful move, but Lu Gang countered it. Lu Gang caught He Wu's kick by the ankle, spun him around like a top, and threw him out. He Wu fell hard, and Lu Gang scoffed. He Wu, in terms of physical strength, you are the strongest in the class. I'd even call you number 1. It's a pity my technique is a cut above yours. Zichen stepped onto the stage. Come on, let's fight. He thought, this is an excellent opportunity to speed things up. Otherwise, no one else would dare to come up. Lu Gang was ready. Bring it on, who's afraid? Take this. Lu Gang rushed forward with astonishing speed, but Zishan deftly dodged. His punch was as fast as lightning, sending Lu Gang flying off the stage. The students shouted, Shujia, your brother was beaten like that, aren't you going up to get revenge? The Rongguang Academic Elite Group is counting on you. Shujia jumped onto the martial arts stage and yelled, what's all the fuss about? I'm going up right now, everyone shut up. Facing Zishan, Shujia secretly vowed, since it's come to this, I must find a way to defeat him. He threw a desperate punch, thinking, I'll take a gamble. Zishan blocked the attack, retaliated with his other hand, and added a deadly spinning kick. Shujia flew a long distance and fell heavily. He continued to defeat the other boys, each one subdued in an instant. According to the rules of natural selection, each opponent only counts once, no matter how many times they are defeated. This forced Reaper to find new opponents, but the female students weren't easy. The girls looked at him, their eyes full of admiration. Shu Wuxi volunteered, classmate Reaper, I want to challenge you. She jumped onto the stage and charged forward, but Reaper easily dodged. Wuxi fell to the ground, secretly regretting, I almost touched him. Other girls also eagerly stepped forward to challenge him. Reaper held back his strength, only striking lightly to finish the task as quickly as possible. Despite this, progress remained far off. Teacher Yuan Feng suddenly announced, everyone performed very well. Now, let's start preparing. In a month, our girls' class will challenge the strongest second-year class in the entire grade. The goal is to defeat them. Reaper was secretly pleased. He was just worrying about not having a competition to speed up the natural selection process. And now the opportunity had arrived, like a timely help in times of need. After school, Lu Gang walked over. I thought Shanghai had no opponents. It seems I underestimated you. From now on, you'll be my opponent for all 3 years of high school. Reaper thought, according to the teacher's arrangement, completing the natural selection within a year isn't impossible. Doing tasks and getting rewards at the same time, it's such a good deal. Think about it, I earned over 3,000 yuan today, enough to buy high-grade beast meat. Gao Jia interjected, Reaper, losing now doesn't mean losing forever. I will definitely get my revenge before graduation. The two looked at him with unwillingness, but he dismissed them, even mocking them. How arrogant! Night fell. Back in his room, Reaper typed on his keyboard, sigh, even though I earned rewards, it's still far from enough to buy beast meat and unlock the diagram. To earn more money, he created a novel account and started writing. The next morning, the editor sent a message, hello, I'm an editor from the platform. Your novel is excellent. We invite you to sign a contract for long-term serialization. After signing the contract, a news headline caught his attention. 2 hours ago, a 5-meter-long mutated giant rat attacked a cold storage facility in the suburbs, biting a mechanic in half. The person activated defensive energy, self-destructed, and eliminated the giant rat. Reaper pondered, how many more mutated rats are hidden in Shanghai City? Such large creatures, where are they hiding that no one discovered them? The next day, in the Shanghai High School gymnasium, Reaper's class had a practice match against Class 5-2. Teacher Kai Yuanfei instructed, the opponent's individual strength is not as good as ours, but their overall strength is greater. They will use human wave tactics to defend and delay the match, then use a relay strategy to wear you down. We must finish this quickly. The four replied in unison, we understand. Sishan jumped onto the stage. Teacher Tai, let me go first. My opponent is a girl, I'm so worried. Teacher, she's the strongest, and I'm the weakest in the class. How can I win? The teacher from Class 5-2 objected, Teacher Feng, the rule is for the weaker students to go first for practice. Why did the teacher let the strongest student go first? This violates the rules. Teacher Feng shouted, Sishan, step down. Let a weaker student go first. He walked off the stage, a little dejected. Yes. The teacher pointed, Yun Tong, you're up. She asked blankly, Teacher, I'm not ready yet. Ching Han suggested, Teacher Tai, I'm the weakest, let me go first. Facing a female opponent, Huang, what should I do? I'm so nervous. Zhu Xan and Xiaoyu cheered from the side, go vote go. Hold on. Take her down. The more Ching Han was cheered on, the more flustered she became. The opponent attacked first, throwing a straight punch. Ching Han raised her hands to protect her head, maintaining her defense, thinking, I can't win, but I'll keep wearing down her stamina. 3 minutes later, the opponent began to tire. She can really hold on. At this rate, I'll run out of stamina. I must finish this quickly. The opponent threw a heavy punch, and Ching Han was knocked down. She ran back to the team in shame. Teacher Feng encouraged her, you did very well. Using defense to exhaust the opponent's stamina is very clever. Sishan patted her head. Well done. To last more than 3 minutes against an older student who's trained a year longer than you, that's great progress. The second girl from class 5-2 stepped onto the stage and immediately attacked. She's already exhausted. Let's just take her down. She threw a kick, but the older student easily dodged it and punched her in the face. Pinning her opponent to the ground, the older student said arrogantly, "All offense, no defense. Are you looking down on our class? I don't have your talent, but I've been training for over a year. Train more, then come back and fight." The girl pleaded, "It hurts so much, let go of me, I give up." Chu Xian walked onto the stage and declared, "Let me get revenge. Watch me take down this older student." As soon as Chu Xian stepped onto the stage, she shot out like lightning, delivering a clean, straight punch that sent the older student flying backward, landing face down on the ground. Seeing this from below the stage, Cheng Han jumped up and cheered excitedly, "Chu Xian is amazing." Zichen walked over, patted her head, and said with a smile, "You're amazing too. If you hadn't exhausted the senior's stamina earlier, Chu Xin wouldn't have won so easily." Cheng Han nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, her eyes crinkling in a smile. 2 hours later, a senior teacher, arms crossed, squinted at the arrogant teacher Han. "Teacher Feng, are there only 4 people left in your class? It looks like our class is definitely winning this meal." Teacher Han shrugged, spreading his hands as he replied, "It's too early to say anything now. Let's wait and see." Teacher Han mused to himself, "Lin Zichen, Wang Shujia, Lu Gang, and He Yu, this is the true strength of Class 1. The real battle begins now." With that thought, Teacher Han immediately looked at He Wu. "Jia Xiao, He Ning, it's your turn next." Hearing his name called, he immediately cracked his knuckles, then leaped onto the stage, shouting, "Here." He Wu clenched his fists, raising them high in a challenge. "My fists have been itching for a fight. Senior, are you ready to take my iron fist head on?" The annoying senior opposite him crossed his arms, sneering, "Kid, can't you act your age? You're so pretentious." Before he could finish, He Wu swiftly raised his leg, delivering a direct kick to the verbose senior's face, interrupting his posturing. "Get lost." The senior was instantly kicked off the stage, landing on his back in pain. "Ah!" He Wu stood on the stage. He Wu stood with hands on his hips, looking down at the defeated opponent with a mocking gaze. "Seriously? With this level of skill, you dare to come out and call others foolish? What a waste." Poof. Immediately after, another person jumped onto the stage, a senior with thick lips and a distinctive hairstyle. He aggressively stepped forward and roared, "Kid, you're too arrogant. Let me show you some real intensity." No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward, throwing a fierce punch. He Wu moved like lightning, bending down and bracing himself with his hands on the ground to dodge. This made the thick-lipped senior exclaim, "What? So fast? He actually dodged my attack?" Suddenly, He Wu braced his hands on the ground, flipped over, and delivered a powerful hook kick directly to the thick-lipped senior's chin. He was kicked off the stage, just like the previous person. Chu Xian and Cheng Han were incredibly excited by this scene, waving their arms and cheering for He Wu. "He Wu, you're amazing. Go, He Wu. Take them down." Pressing his advantage, He Wu continuously defeated multiple opponents, easily taking each one down in just a few moves. He Wu struck a pose, panting, and declared, "Next one, hurry up. I can still take down 10 more." Although He Wu was full of fighting spirit, after defeating 5 people in a row, his stamina noticeably declined. Finally, when facing his 6th opponent, he had to concede defeat. At this point, Class 1 only had 3 students left, while Class 2, Grade 6 still had 13. Seeing He Wu eliminated, Teacher Han shouted, "Wang Shojie, you're up." Wang Shojie immediately leaped onto the stage, decisively responding with a fist pump, "Here." Immediately after, Wang Shojie fought with both hands, knocking down 10 people in a row. It wasn't until his 11th match that he was defeated due to exhaustion. Next, Lu Gang entered the arena, and in less than 10 minutes, he quickly dealt with the opponent's remaining 2 strong fighters. Teacher Han rubbed his nose, looking proudly at the opposing teacher. "Your class only has 1 person left. Why not concede early?" Unexpectedly, the opposing teacher remained calm, hands in his pockets, and replied, "I don't think so. Wang Jinxia, it's your turn to perform." Immediately, a senior student with a physique like a mighty warrior walked onto the stage, his body several times larger than an average person. Lu Gang loudly responded, "I'm here." However, he immediately felt an invisible pressure weighing heavily on his shoulders. Lu Gang lowered his center of gravity and took a stance, scoffing inwardly, "Humph. He's just a tall, fat guy. I can definitely beat him." As soon as he thought this, Lu Gang pushed off the ground with both feet, rushing forward like an arrow released from a bow, and threw a punch. Bang! With a loud thud, Lu Gang's lightning-fast punch struck Wang Jinxia's abdomen. But then, a strange sensation came over him, and he started to break out in a cold sweat. That punch felt like hitting a soft, fluffy cotton ball. He couldn't believe this oddity, roaring as he attacked furiously, again. Bang! 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 Lu Gang continuously threw a flurry of punches, striking Wang Jinxia's abdomen. But to no effect. After a while, Lu Gang began to retreat, panting heavily. He looked at the large man before him, thinking to himself, this won't work. This layer of fat is too thick, I can't even make a dent. Immediately after, Wang Jinxia began to counterattack, extending a large hand, with one move following another. Now that the fight's over, it's my turn. Instantly, Lu Gang was grabbed by the neck and lifted up like a small chicken. I can't. I'm suffocating. This guy's strength is terrifying. Slam! Wang Jinxiu waved his hand and threw Lu Gang out of the ring, as easily as tossing a toy. Teacher Han witnessed this scene, a shock in his heart, and looked at his colleague in confusion. Wait, I don't remember having such a strong student in our class, do I? The teacher from the next class saw this, a smug smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. My apologies. This child only transferred this semester, so it's understandable that you don't remember him. It seems I'm going to win this time. He added, remember our bet. The loser has to treat the other class to a big meal. Teacher Han turned his head after hearing this, clenching his fists, secretly lamenting, so he had Wang Jinxia as his trump card. No matter how strong Zishan is, he can't defeat this monster. I was too careless, he played a trick on me. Teacher Han forced a smile, walked over and patted Zishan's shoulder, comforting him, it's your turn to go on stage. Do your best, you'll gain a lot of valuable experience. Don't worry about winning or losing. Zishan narrowed his eyes and smiled after hearing this, then turned and confidently walked forward. Teacher Han was dumbfounded at the sight. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Wang Jinxia secretly assessed him. Oh, is this their class's strongest contestant? He looks a bit thin and weak. With that thought, he spoke in a condescending tone, kid, I'm not the type to bully the weak. Below the stage, Cheng Han, Chu Xian, and several girls shouted indignantly, you big oaf, don't brag. Zishan will definitely defeat you. You big oaf, just wait to be flattened. Go, junior brother. Teach this annoying pig a lesson. Wang Jinha flinched when he heard the junior brother say, teach this annoying pig a lesson, and quickly said, junior brother, I'll stand still later. But you must go easy on me. Wang Jinha nodded and continued, to avoid you and your fans getting angry and retaliating against me later, saying I bullied the weak or won unfairly. The junior brother gave a wry smile after hearing his senior brother's words, scratching his head awkwardly. Alright. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Jinha confidently patted his bulging belly with his hands, which were as large as cattail leaf fans. Come on, junior brother, challenge me. I'll stand here without moving. Just attack me with all your might. Bang. Instantly, junior brother rushed forward like lightning, a punch striking with astonishing power, startling Wang Jinha, who widened his eyes and opened his mouth. In an instant, senior brother's massive body was sent spinning by junior brother's strike, flying into the air. Thump. After a loud crash, Wang Jinha fell from a height, landing face first outside the ring, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at Wang Jinha, who lay motionless on the ground, as if just awakened from a dream. The entire audience erupted, cheering excitedly, junior brother won, he won. Everyone's faces were filled with immense joy, and Teacher Han was even moved to tears. It was then that Wang Jinha groggily sat up, his mind a mess. Oh, why am I here? What just happened? This doesn't make sense, it's so unscientific. A senior teacher walked over, patted Teacher Han's shoulder, and sighed. Old Pang, your class's junior brother is truly impressive. He took down Wang Jinha with one punch. It feels like he's almost catching up to that Yu Tianchang, the first-year high school student. Hearing this, Teacher Han turned around, smiling modestly yet proudly. That's not necessarily true. That Yu Tianchang is no ordinary person. The teacher continued, in high school, he almost scared the principal to death. His strength is truly formidable. Just then, junior brother walked over, raised his hand, and asked curiously, Teacher, who is that Yu Tianchang? Teacher Han waved his hand and explained, Yu Tianchang is a senior, a graduate from a few batches ago. In his first year of high school, he defeated all the students in the gifted classes. He scared the school leaders so much they were terrified. Teacher Han held up one finger, his expression turning serious. In high school, Yu Tianchang ran the 100-meter dash in under 6.12 seconds, had a vertical jump of 3.96 meters, and could lift a 650-kilogram barbell with one hand. Who wouldn't be scared? Junior brother scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled, Teacher, you might be exaggerating a bit. He thought to himself, he really is impressive, almost catching up to my strength from the summer vacation of 6th grade. The scene shifts to Mingyang Restaurant. Teacher Han excitedly raised a large bottle of cola and shouted, "Thanks to our junior, we defeated the second-year regular class." The teacher continued, "Their homeroom teacher has admitted defeat and invited all of us to a meal." Everyone stood up and raised their glasses, congratulating a certain death god. Students at nearby tables heard this and echoed in unison, "Death god is the strongest. The strongest. Divine Melody is mighty." Immediately after, the students swarmed around him, encircling him. "Divine Melody, how do you usually train at home? Do you have any secrets?" "Oh, right, Divine Melody, I don't think we've added each other as friends yet." "Let's add each other." After defeating the second-year class, Death God's reputation soared throughout the school. His classmates vied to get to know him, making him a little embarrassed. But Qingqing remained as she always was. Worried that I'd be too busy entertaining friends to eat, she kept putting food into my bowl. Suddenly, an inexplicable fluctuation hit, startling Qingqing. She quickly stood up, turned around flustered, and said, "Xiaoxin, I'm going to the restroom." Death God watched her retreating figure, thinking to himself, the only thing that never changes about her is this uncontrollable urge to use the restroom. In the women's restroom area, Qingqing walked out with a sigh of relief. Just then, she unintentionally overheard two girls whispering. Qingqing poured water for Ling Su and even peeled shrimp for him. She's such a flatterer. She looks like a maid, constantly serving her master. With her abilities, if she wasn't Ling Su's sycophant, how could she possibly get into our best class? I bet it won't last long either. The gap in their abilities is too great, they'll drift apart eventually. Standing nearby, Qingqing felt very uncomfortable hearing these words. She took a step forward and stated clearly, "I'm not a sycophant." The two girls were startled by the sudden voice and turned to look. Then, Qingqing turned and left, but not before leaving a definitive statement, "I am his childhood friend." On the way home, Death God looked at Qingqing and asked curiously, "Qingqing, why do you look so down? Did something happen?" She forced a smile and replied, "When I was little, Mom always said I wouldn't wet the bed when I grew up. But even now, I still wet the bed every night. I have to wear a diaper to sleep. It feels really uncomfortable." The young girl looked up at him with sad eyes. "Uncle C, I feel like I'm disabled, someone who can't control their bladder." Uncle C looked deeply into Qing Han's eyes and said firmly, "You are not disabled." He placed his hands on her shoulders and said earnestly, "The ability to hold your urine is your superpower. It's just that this superpower hasn't fully matured yet." Hearing Uncle C say that, Qing Han's eyes immediately sparkled. "A superpower?" He nodded, his expression utterly certain. "Yes, it's a superpower. Your innate talent for water is so outstanding, this is precisely a manifestation of that superpower." Qing Han seemed to have a sudden realization and excitedly asked, "Then Uncle C, you've been so amazing since you were little, do you have a superpower too?" He raised his hand and ruffled her hair, answering calmly as they walked, I have a superpower, just like you." Qing Han curiously followed him, "If I really have a superpower, I wonder what kind of superpower it would be?" Uncle C turned back, smiling meaningfully, "It will definitely be a very powerful superpower." Suddenly, Uncle C heard a commotion and turned his attention elsewhere. 3 police officers were surrounding a person. "Put down the broom quickly. We're exterminating rodents for community safety, please cooperate with us." An old man, holding a broom, frantically attacked and drove away the 3 police officers. "Stop, stop. Don't kill my brothers." The old man's eyes were red, and he continuously let out wild roars, "Ah! Are you going to kill my brothers again? I'll fight you to the death." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man swung his broom and charged at the 3 police officers. Qing Han was scared by this scene and hid behind Uncle C. "Uncle C? This person is crazy." He stepped forward to shield Qing Han, protecting her. "Perhaps it's a mental illness, it looks really frightening." Immediately after, he quickly took her hand and left. "This is how mental illness can be. Let's go, we're going home." Qing Han nodded obediently, Night fell, and in Ling Xi's living room, the whole family was gathered on the sofa watching the news. The TV report stated that the young female pastor went missing last week after leaving school and her whereabouts are still unknown. The mother spoke with concern, "Another young girl has gone missing? It seems this is the 4th girl to go missing this month." Her father interjected, correcting her, "You're mistaken, this is the 5th. The news continued to warn that all 5 people missing this month were young, beautiful girls, reminding young women not to go out at night. If you must go out, it's best to go with company and avoid secluded areas." The mother turned her head and cautioned, "Seer, things aren't peaceful outside lately. Don't let Hanan go out alone, understand?" He forced a smile and reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom, I'll take good care of her." The scene shifts to the Public Security Bureau of District 20, Road 20, Shanghai City. A doctor pushed open the door and walked out of the interrogation room. Inside was the crazy old man who had been holding a flute earlier. He was now handcuffed. A police officer spoke up, How is the investigation progressing? Is he mentally unstable? The doctor shook his head, spreading his hands helplessly. I can't determine that yet. I've been trying to communicate with him, but he hasn't said a word. He's like a mute person. The police officer frowned upon hearing this, full of suspicion. He's clearly not mute, he was shouting nonstop at the market earlier. Suddenly, the officer sensed something amiss, and immediately glanced through the glass into the interrogation room. Inside, the handcuffed old man, slumped weakly in his chair, suddenly underwent a transformation, emitting an intense, beast-like aura. With a loud bang, the old man instantly transformed into a giant, grotesque mutated rat. The police officer immediately shouted into his walkie-talkie, "Emergency alert! Quick, quick, quick! Requesting headquarters to dispatch robot support. The person in the interrogation room is turning into a giant mutated rat." Seeing this terrifying sight, the doctor was scared out of his wits, and turned to flee desperately. Bang, bang, bang. Several police officers, armed with specialized firearms, continuously shot at the mutated rat monster. Behind them, a female officer with a striking figure ran up, urgently reporting, "Chief, headquarters said all modified personnel are out on missions. It will take about 10 minutes to send reinforcements. We're running low on ammunition, I'm afraid we can't wait for backup." Upon hearing this, the captain immediately gave a decisive order, "Get in the car, quick. We need to lure this rat person to the outskirts and buy time until reinforcements arrive." With that, he took the lead and ran towards the car. Everyone quickly got into the car, and the female officer hastily slammed the door shut. Bang! The officer floored the accelerator, shifted gears, and sped away. Behind them, the mutated rat roared furiously, relentlessly giving chase, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Thump! 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 The captain urgently shouted commands, "Faster! Lead it to the mountain to buy more time for the cyborgs." Siren wails echoed through the streets, and traffic lights flashed incessantly. Bang! The massive mutated rat crashed through the mountain wall, still in hot pursuit. Debris scattered, hitting the police car, causing it to lose control, tumble, and then crash into the mountain wall. The female officer was disheveled, hanging upside down from the car door, feeling dizzy. She thought despairingly, in the end, did we really not make it to the reinforcements? The colossal rat lumbered towards the overturned police car, opening its monstrous mouth and roaring at the sky. Just then, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. With a boom, it directly struck the monster. Bang! In the sky, a mechanical maiden appeared majestically, and with a wave of her left hand, countless projectiles shot from her body, locked onto the target, and she coldly declared, "Eliminate!" Bang! 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 Those heat-seeking missiles directly hit the mutated giant rat, triggering a series of terrifying explosions that sent it flying and tumbling on the ground. A moment later, the smoke and dust gradually cleared. The mechanical maiden looked down at the scorched crater, wondering if the giant rat had learned to dig and escape. These creatures seem to be getting smarter, but judging by the remaining scraps of flesh on the ground, it must be severely injured and won't get far. I still have a chance to find and eliminate it. It's 3 in the morning, and the city is still deep in slumber. At this moment, Death is still diligently typing on a computer keyboard. He had been writing for over half a month, updating more than 4,000 characters daily. Currently, he had nearly 100,000 characters, and his income had surpassed 10,000 yuan. He muttered to himself, calculating that there were still a few exciting parts of the new plot he hadn't released yet. Once those exciting parts were released, the numbers would look even better. It would be published in a month. He wondered how much he could earn then. Staring at these hopeful statistics late at night, the excitement of the profits kept him awake, so he had to grope his way outside in the dark to find a secluded alley, to avoid surveillance cameras and check his training results. In the dim alley, the figure of the Grim Reaper flashed past like lightning. 100-meter sprint in just 3.43 seconds, a long jump of 7.2 meters. The progress was significant, leaving him very satisfied. The Grim Reaper landed softly, musing that if he improved further, his body would eventually achieve a sacred state. Suddenly, the Grim Reaper sensed an unusual presence and vigilantly looked around. In a dark corner of the alley, a shadowy figure was squatting, emitting a chilling chewing sound. While ravenously gnawing on a live mouse, it frantically mumbled, "Brother, I'm sorry, please forgive me. I didn't mean to eat my brother. I was just too hungry. Once I'm full, brother." The Grim Reaper witnessed this terrifying scene, his mind buzzing. Is it a rat person? Could the escaped mutated giant rat mentioned in today's news have already transformed into a rat person? Without hesitation, the Grim Reaper quickly decided to turn and flee, needing to leave here as soon as possible to notify the police. Behind him, the rat person also spotted him. It shrieked wildly, "Brother, I don't have to eat you. I can go eat people instead." No sooner had it spoken than it lunged in pursuit, its feet pounding the ground. And the walls seemed to shift eerily along a winding path. As it chased him, it roared frantically, "Meat is here, I want to eat meat. I want to eat human flesh, eat meat, eat people." The Grim Reaper cried out in secret alarm, "It's too fast, it seems I can't escape." Seizing the moment the creature lunged, the Grim Reaper turned to counterattack, delivering a spinning kick. In this situation, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Bang! The Ratman was sent flying backward by that aerial kick. It stumbled to its feet, clutching its chest in pain, secretly wondering how this person, clearly a frail student, could possess such immense strength. It looked up at you, noticing something in your hand. Before it could react, thwack, a stone flew and hit it squarely on the head. Immediately after, a barrage of stones rained down on its head. Asterisk thud. Thud. Thud, asterisk. The wind howled past. The Reaper, while throwing stones, calculated in its mind, "I can't give it a chance to fight back. I must deliver another blow to finish it off." The giant mutated rat was bombarded by countless stones like cannonballs, its flesh tearing, leaving numerous bloody holes. After a while, the Reaper stopped, panting exhaustedly, huff, huff. Is it not moving anymore? On the other side, the giant mutated rat had been reduced to a pile of mangled flesh by the continuous assault. White smoke from the high-temperature impact billowed upwards. The Reaper approached, reaching out to touch the mangled flesh to check, is it really dead? It can devour the original life essence, so it seems to be truly dead. But 2% is really a bit low. The crystal system panel displayed a notification, "You have devoured a small amount of the giant mutated rat's original life essence. Giant mutated rat pattern 7%. He wondered, last time it was 5%. Is it related to the amount from the Rat King and those heretics? Absorption complete, the Reaper turned to leave, muttering to himself, "I should go back first. It's already dawn, I can't stay here long." A while later, from the sky, the mechanical girl descended, following the traces. Looking at the pile of mangled flesh before her, she put her hands on her hips, secretly wondering who had killed this rat man. Late at night, in a dilapidated and desolate architectural area, a tall young man carried a young girl. Before him was a strange magic circle, surrounded by white candles arranged in a circle. He placed the girl in the center of the magic circle, then knelt, raising his hands in devout worship, "Lord Rat God, please partake." From the dark night sky, a huge shadow gradually appeared, accompanied by a low, terrifying voice, "Why is there only one woman? Are you trying to starve me to death? This little bit isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Are you two also among the sacrifices for this offering?" Hearing this, he was greatly alarmed, immediately bowed his head to the ground, trembling, I wouldn't dare. Please, Rat God, allow me to explain. My lord, young women outside are very vigilant now. They don't go out at night, and during the day they travel in groups, making them difficult to approach." A colossal figure loomed in and out of sight in the darkness, commanding, "Next time, go capture some young men. This humble one understands, Rat God." Immediately after, a piece of fresh meat was thrown before him. Seeing this, he was overjoyed, quickly grabbing it and devouring it. "Thank you for the gift, Rat God." The Rat God extended its long tongue, tightly coiling around the woman's body, dragging her into its gaping maw to consume her. Chilling chewing sounds echoed once again in the night. "Next time, don't capture ordinary people again. They taste bitter and are hard to swallow. I want to eat those who hold high positions. They live in luxury, and their flesh is rich and delicious." Returning to daily life, in order to help Shin Xinghan improve her martial arts skills as quickly as possible, whenever they had free time, the two would conduct special training at her home. Cin patiently instructed, "The angle of your punch is too high. Lower it slightly, and your force will flow more smoothly." Xinghan nodded obediently, understood. He continued to correct her posture, "Your legs are too close together, separate them slightly. Your stance also needs adjustment, don't face the enemy directly, turn slightly to the side. Come, let's practice. Attack me with all your might." Xinghan didn't hesitate, immediately rushing forward and throwing a decisive punch. "Alright, here I come." Thud. Cin easily raised his hand to block her punch, praising, "Not bad. Your punch angle is standard, and your strength is much greater than before." Xinghan then raised her leg and kicked. Cin released her hand, caught her leg, and continued to instruct, "Your sweeping kick posture is incorrect. Don't press your legs together before kicking, separate them slightly. Adjust it according to what I just taught you, and try that move again." Xinghan nodded repeatedly, "Okay." Thud, thud, thud. She threw several punches in a row, but he easily neutralized them. After a long while, Xinghan was drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the ground, panting. "So tired, truly exhausted. But I can feel that my martial arts have indeed grown stronger." She looked up at him hopefully, "Xiaoshen, I don't think 3 times a week is enough. Can we train every day? The Reaper raised a finger and shook his head, refusing. No need. 3 times a week is already too much. If it were every day, you wouldn't be able to handle it. Xinghan had no choice but to accept. Alright, then 3 times a week it is. Suddenly, the Reaper's phone rang, indicating a new message. Both stared intently at the screen, waiting for the special news that was playing. On its official website, UNG Divine Group just released a shocking announcement. They will provide free treatment services for a genius mechanical girl who suffered permanent disabilities due to premature body modification. The news also revealed that this genius from Kyoto University successfully completed a second mutation by fusing a mutated beast gene. This news immediately caused a stir, breaking Kyoto University's record. Could it be the youngest person in history to successfully undergo a second gene fusion? A question arose in everyone's minds. Could it be that Kyoto prodigy from back then? Generally, the human body needs to reach a certain level of maturity to undergo gene fusion, otherwise, it's difficult to withstand the erosion of alien beast genes. This carries the risk of uncontrolled mutation. However, this prodigy completed a second fusion before turning 18. Truly a gifted talent. The Reaper pondered, wondering if this new path of gene fusion was truly the best choice for humanity. Night fell, and the entire city was enveloped by the dazzling glow of neon lights, radiating from the skyscrapers. At Lin Xishan's home, he was sitting in front of his computer. He was browsing the latest comments about his work. The 9 hottest comments were bustling with activity. Ruan Weijing exclaimed, 50,000 words. 50,000 words on the day it's released. Chen Lily, already past her prime. There are so many trash authors in the market. Review complete, no rebuttals accepted. Huang Haishi voted DONATE. The rhythmic sound of keyboard clicks filled the air. He silently calculated as he wrote. Thanks to his heavenly wisdom root, which accelerated his thinking speed, coupled with a full day of diligent training. Now, his typing speed had reached a masterful level, allowing him to type 10,000 words per hour. He only needed to spend an hour writing each day, which wouldn't affect his rigorous martial arts cultivation plan at all. Lin Xishan's father stood behind him, stroking his chin and nodding in approval. Xiaoshun, your book is selling quite well. If you can consistently write 10,000 words a day, and the story content remains consistent, you'll probably earn about 50,000 yuan in royalties the first month. When you have more words later, earning 100,000 a month won't be a problem either. He proudly patted his son's shoulder. Sishan was slightly startled upon hearing this, and a wave of joy surged in his heart. 50,000, or even 100,000 a month? With this stable income, he would no longer have to worry about the cost of unlocking the Beast Compendium. He hoped that the royalties from the next 2 months would be enough to unlock the Violent Giant Eagle's Compendium. In teacher Han Yuanfeng's martial arts class, an internal sparring competition was in full swing to test the students' progress. Bang! In the arena, Sishan bent down and delivered a sharp elbow strike to his opponent's abdomen. As always, he dominated the entire match, leaving all his opponents with no chance to fight back, depriving them of any opportunity to resist. This match not only earned him 88 yuan in prize money but also added dozens of experience points to his natural selection task. In stark contrast to Xishan's absolute dominance, Shen Xinghan remained winless, maintaining her title as the bottom-ranked student. Xu Xian walked over and gently patted Shen Xinghan's shoulder in comfort. However, the gap had begun to show. If previously Shen Xinghan was knocked off the stage in just 3 seconds against Wen Yuntong, the second-to-last ranked opponent in the class, this time she had lasted nearly 3 minutes. Even more commendable was that this wasn't 3 minutes of defensive retreat, but 3 minutes of evenly matched offense and defense, and she even managed to land a beautiful front kick on her opponent. Witnessing her efforts, teacher Han Yuanfeng praised her remarkable progress without reservation and encouraged her to continue. Teacher Han waved his hand and said loudly, "In a month, we will challenge the strongest elite class of the 5-2 grade. Our goal is to defeat everyone except their top 3 students. Does everyone have confidence?" The atmosphere was high, and the whole class answered in unison, yes. Teacher Han excitedly clenched his fist after hearing this. Very good. Death God took the opportunity to check his phone and found that his account balance had reached 80,000 yuan. In the blink of an eye, it had been over a month since his novel was released. He decided to go to the supermarket. "Hello, I'd like to buy some Violent Giant Eagle meat." The clerk enthusiastically replied, "All right, how much would you like to buy? We're having a promotion. If you buy 100 gene at once, you can get a 5% discount." Hearing about the discount, he immediately started calculating in his mind. Currently, he didn't have enough cash for such a large quantity. Then I won't buy it for now. He secretly decided to buy 100 kilograms at once when he had enough money. Waiting 1 more month would be enough. The next day, at school, Shen Xinghan walked alongside him in the corridor, excitedly clinging to his arm and acting playfully. "Little God, a new shop has opened in the cafeteria. I heard the chef there cooks really well, let's go try it. Death God smiled, nodding obediently, okay. Arriving at the cafeteria, the atmosphere was very lively, with 5 or 6 chefs bustling about. The aroma made Death God and Chinghan involuntarily swallow. Fortunately, they arrived early and quickly got their food without waiting too long. Little God, it's a good thing we came early, otherwise we'd have to queue. Indeed. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Why is that guy cutting in line? Get to the back of the line. I didn't cut in line. My deskmate saved this spot for me. You can have someone save your spot in line? Are you messing with me? Cutting in line is cutting in line. Get to the back of the line. I did cut in line. But this is my deskmate's spot, what's it to you? He Wu, unable to bear it any longer, pointed at the person's face and scolded loudly. Is there something wrong with your head? Your deskmate is sitting right in front of me. What's the difference between you cutting in line for your deskmate and cutting in line for me? Hearing this, the person became flustered with anger. Quibbling. Yes, I cut in line. What are you going to do about it? Seeing this, Qinghe nervously covered her mouth and said, Hey, Xiaoshun, who is he Wu arguing with? Should we go check it out? Xishan calmly replied, probably no need. With He Wu's fiery temper, the one who cut in line should be the one who's scared. Indeed, the person turned and left resentfully, muttering, little kid. However, the matter did not end there. Immediately after, He Wu saw him return with 3 companions, whispering something. Not long after, the 4 walked over arrogantly and cut in line directly in front of He Wu. He Wu sternly demanded, what do you think you're doing? What do you guys mean by this? With fake smiles, they said in unison, nothing much. Just want to cut in front of you. What kind of joke is this? Go get in line. He Wu roared and angrily pushed them. But strangely, he felt like he was pushing an iron wall. Even with all his strength, he couldn't move them an inch. Xishan and Shang He immediately sensed something was wrong and stood up simultaneously. It's He Wu, he seems to be getting picked on. Xishan walked forward, placed a hand on one of their shoulders, and said coldly, Excuse me, please go to the back of the line. The person turned around, pointed a finger at Xishan's face, and sneered provocatively. I won't. What are you going to do about it? Xishan's lips curled slightly as he calmly pulled out his phone. I'll report you. The person glanced at the phone, his eyes full of disdain. Still playing the reporting game, how embarrassing. Just then, He Wu stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, I remember you said you'd help a friend out of trouble. This kind of interference is even more disgraceful than that. Seeing their firm attitude, the other 4 pouted, let out a cold snort, and turned to leave, still looking unwilling. Late at night, Shanghai City. In a luxurious villa in the wealthy district, an eerie atmosphere permeated the surroundings. The cult leader sat in the grand armchair, and a cold voice rang out. That fool is dead. He went crazy and provoked the security team in the market, which cost him his life. Good riddance, that idiot is dead. He was always causing trouble, making everyone uneasy. I've long wanted him gone, otherwise he would have dragged us down sooner or later. He raised his hand, pointing to the young man standing beside him, and introduced him. This young man is a newcomer. He will take over that fool's position. Everyone, get to know each other. Also, the rat god told me that ordinary people are too bitter and not good to consume. From now on, we should target those high society individuals. Everyone, be sensible and stop offering inappropriate sacrifices. Upon hearing this, the cult members cried out in alarm, Leader, capturing high society people is too dangerous. Yes, leader. A couple of ordinary people going missing is nothing. But if high society people disappear, that's a serious matter. The cult leader waved his hand to reassure them, quickly select those good-for-nothing young masters from wealthy families. That way, the risk will be much lower. The old man turned to the newcomer and instructed. You're still new, so you don't need to go after high society people yet. First, practice by capturing a handsome young man. Then, offer him as a sacrifice to the divine envoy under the rat god. The newcomer bowed respectfully and said, Leader, rest assured, I will offer the most beautiful sacrifice in the city to the divine envoy. A few days quickly passed. At school, Death leaned against a locker, playing on his phone. While He Wu stood beside him, hands clenched into fists, his face flushed with anger. I investigated for several days and found that the guy I clashed with that day is a senior student, and he's from the strongest elite class we're about to challenge. These elite class guys aren't all that capable, I'm really fed up. With one hand in his pocket and the other scrolling the screen, Death said coldly. Good grades don't necessarily mean good character. Suddenly, Death's finger froze. A news alert about a missing child reward flashed across the screen. A large reward is offered for the missing boy. He immediately connected it to recent events, musing, another rich kid has gone missing? This is already the 5th case of a wealthy young person disappearing. And the motive isn't money at all, because no kidnapper has demanded a ransom from the families. Could these disappearances be related to the rat cult? Thinking of this, his expression darkened, as if a heavy stone weighed on his chest. In the gymnasium, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense, as your Class 1 was about to challenge Class 3, the elite class, which was also the strongest class in the grade. Those guys who were still in Ha Wu's line last week occasionally cast provocative glances at him. For arrogant seniors, the leader even flipped Ha Wu off, full of disdain. Ha Wu didn't back down, immediately returning the gesture. The match began. Shin Xinghan was still the first vanguard to enter the arena. Her opponent was an experienced female senior. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, her opponent rushed forward like a storm, delivering a probing sweep kick. Bang! The kick was powerful, sending Xinghan flying, the air whistling. Xinghan slid a long distance on the ground, completely overwhelmed by the elite class senior's formidable strength. Her turtle-like defensive tactics were completely ineffective against an opponent of this caliber. The subsequent match was like a one-sided slaughter. The female senior launched continuous fierce attacks, knocking down the members of Class 1 one after another. Even Li Cixin could only reluctantly concede. It wasn't until a short-haired girl in the class with significantly better stamina stepped up that she ended the opponent's winning streak. However, the joy was fleeting, as the opponent quickly sent out another person to take control of the situation. In less than 10 minutes, this new opponent had already defeated 9 people consecutively, including 3 boys. The situation became dire. Class 1 was routed, with only 4 people remaining: Si Chen, Wang Shujie, Lu Gang, and Ha Wu. Meanwhile, Class 3, the elite class, had only lost 5 people, with 36 students yet to compete. Even more shocking, all 5 eliminated players were girls. The opponent hadn't even sent out any boys yet. Teacher Han gripped the armrest of his chair, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, sighing inwardly. The strength gap is too vast, they're no match at all. He turned to Ha Wu, shouting to boost morale. Ha Wu, it's your turn. They still have 6 girls left. Go take care of them all. You can do it, right? Ha Wu didn't say much, immediately leaping onto the competition stage, patting his chest confidently. A piece of cake, teacher. At this moment, a magnificent scene unfolded in his mind. Forget 6 people. He'd gladly take on a few more senior sisters. Indeed, Hiyu didn't disappoint. Bang! After an intense battle, Hiyu stood panting in the center of the arena. Surrounded by the 6 senior girls he had knocked off the platform. He had successfully completed the clear-out mission. Immediately after, the next opponent jumped onto the ring. This person was Chiyu, the one who had led the trouble in the hallway that day. He crouched down into a stance, a menacing smile on his face. Ready? Hiyu sneered in response. Not only do you lack awareness, but you also lack self-knowledge. He secretly assessed, this opponent is the first male to step up. So he must be a pushover. This is my chance for revenge. Bang! Chiyu suddenly exerted force, charging like lightning. Hiyu was shocked. By the time he reacted, a punch as heavy as 1,000 pounds had already slammed into his abdomen. Hiyu flew backward, clutching his stomach in pain, struggling to catch his breath. So fast, and that punch. Suddenly, Chiyu appeared beside him like a ghost. He arrogantly stepped over the fallen Hiyu, useless. Give up. Hiyu's eyes widened in fury. He abruptly sprang up, turned, and swung a counterpunch. Get lost. Chiyu agilely dodged, then spun around and delivered a sweeping kick to Hiyu's abdomen. Thud! Hiyu was kicked off the ring, landing hard on his back, in excruciating pain. He struggled to get up, gritting his teeth. That really hurt. This guy's strength is definitely not inferior to the other boys, perhaps even stronger. This guy deliberately came up to get back at me. Damn it, I was too careless. After knocking down Hiyu, Chiyu became even more arrogant. Standing high above, he beckoned with a finger, challenging Death God below the stage. Don't you like to meddle? If you've got the guts, come up. Otherwise, shut up. Death God said nothing, pushing off the ground with his feet and leaping onto the ring. He thought to himself, I was just worried I wouldn't get a chance to go up. Perfect, the opportunity has arrived. The students below the stage cheered excitedly when they saw the Reaper enter. Reaper, beat him up, teach him a good lesson, he's so embarrassing. He was putting on an act in the cafeteria, but on the stage, he's so arrogant. Where has his dignity gone? Humiliate him thoroughly, avenge Hiyu. Whoosh, Chiyu resorted to his old trick, rushing forward like lightning. As he closed in, he suddenly changed his move, sweeping his legs sideways, a triumphant smile on his lips. With a bang. The Reaper simply raised his hand lightly, easily blocking his powerful kick. Then, he stepped forward, his hand forming an eagle claw, gripping Chiyu's head tightly and slamming him to the ground. Bang! The impact exploded like thunder, dust rising everywhere, obscuring the sky. When the dust settled, everyone was shocked to find Shiyu's eyes rolled back, having fainted on the spot. The Reaper casually put his hands in his pockets, mimicking his earlier actions towards Siwoo, stepping over him indifferently, and with a kick like discarding trash, he sent Shiyu flying off the stage. Witnessing this brutal scene, the students of Class 3 of the advanced program were all dumbfounded, cold sweat pouring down. Shiyu's strength ranked among the top 5 in their class, yet he was defeated instantly.
Is this real? Is that student really that strong?
The students of Class 1 cheered excitedly, feeling incredibly satisfied.
Teacher Han, however, fell into deep thought.
This Reaper must still be hiding a lot of his strength, otherwise, he couldn't possibly achieve this level. Wang Shijie and Lu Gang stood by, exchanging glances.
Damn it! This guy called Reaper usually acts so strong, but that wasn't even his full power? Is he even human? Standing on the stage, the Reaper coldly scanned the students of the advanced program and asked, "Who's next?"
Hearing this, Shiyu's remaining 3 companions turned pale,
retreating in fear. But what's coming will always come.
Half an hour later, the remaining 29 students from Class 3 of the advanced program were all defeated. The Reaper, by himself, conquered the strongest class in the entire grade with his fists.
He secretly checked his progress, wondering how far natural selection had proceeded.
A blue system panel popped up, natural selection, total opponents eliminated 119/1000.
Grim Reaper was a bit disappointed. After all that effort, only 119? This growth rate is too slow.
He stroked his chin in thought. Every time there was a class conflict, he always made his move last. This situation can't continue. His strength far surpassed high school level, there was no need to abide by high school rules. From now on, he would set his own rules.
Monday morning, in the principal's office.
What? The principal stared at Grim Reaper with wide eyes, unable to believe what he heard.
You want me to arrange a personal challenge match with a reward? Grim Reaper nodded firmly. Yes, I want to challenge all the students in the school. Principal, please come with me to the gym.
I will prove that I have enough strength to challenge them.
Grim Reaper, why did you bring me here so late? Of course, to show you my strength.
Saying that, he took off his jacket. Seeing this, the principal's lips trembled slightly, and he turned his face away in a panic.
Ha? Is this kid trying to show me something? Grim Reaper, wait a minute. Grim Reaper didn't explain further.
He walked directly to the barbell area, effortlessly lifted a 700-kilogram barbell with one hand, and steadily completed a clean and jerk. The principal was dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes several times before he could believe it was real.
Then he exclaimed, 700 kilograms?
So this was the strength he spoke of, even stronger than Wu Tancheng, the strongest first-year student in the school's history.
The principal's attitude did a 180-degree turn.
He smiled and gave a thumbs up.
No problem, I'll arrange a personal exhibition match for you to challenge the entire school.
Grim Reaper forced a smile, scratched his head, and reminded him, Principal, remember to set up a reward.
No one will be motivated without one.
He excitedly raised a finger and suggested. It would be best to set up 2 types of rewards. One is a participation prize, to encourage everyone to come up and challenge. The other is an accumulated prize, which means setting up a prize pool.
The more challenges there are, the larger the prize pool will be. Whoever can defeat me will take all the prize money.
If no one can defeat me, the prize money will belong to me after a certain period.
The principal's eyes lit up. Don't worry, leave it to me. I will do as you say.
Reaper patted his chest and instructed, Principal, please keep my strength a secret for now. Otherwise, if everyone knows, no one will dare to challenge me. The principal kindly patted his shoulder.
All right, I'll listen to you.
Back in the office, the principal quickly drafted a document and handed it to him.
Reaper, what do you think about organizing the challenge competition like this? Absolutely no problem. Reaper said gratefully, thank you for your hard work, Principal.
The principal waved his hands repeatedly, not at all, it's no trouble.
Teacher Han and another teacher standing by blinked repeatedly, unable to believe what they were seeing. What's going on? This is simply an earth-shattering change. How is it that the strict, demon principal of the school is now smiling so fawningly in front of Lin Reaper?
At 2 p.m., the gymnasium was packed with students. The principal stood on stage and began to introduce Reaper's basic information and achievements, proceeding exactly as planned, while also explaining the challenge rules and reward mechanism in detail. As expected, the students below erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest.
Principal, are you sure? The principal must be crazy.
He's just a first-year high school student, yet he wants to set up a challenge arena
and call on all students in the school to challenge him. Where does he get such confidence? Do you even deserve for us to challenge you? You just beat the strongest in second-year middle school and you're already so arrogant.
Just wait until you face the top student in third-year middle school.
Arrogant and ignorant. Do you think you're a genius, the strongest student in the school's history?
Facing the angry tide, Zichen merely looked down calmly at the crowd and clearly announced, "Starting tomorrow, I'll be waiting at the arena in the gym for 2 hours during lunch break every day.
Everyone is welcome to come and spar."
He smiled to himself, pleased.
Excellent, it seems many people want to challenge me. Perhaps the natural selection will be completed ahead of schedule.
The sun slowly set in the west, night fell, and the streetlights began to flicker.
Shanghai city center was bustling with people coming and going.
On the street, a blond young man had just taken a sip of orange juice,
his gaze darting around as if searching for prey. Just then, 2 attractively dressed women walked over, swaying their hips and asking sweetly, "Handsome, are you alone? Interested in grabbing a few drinks at a bar?"
The blond man glanced at them, then waved them off coldly, "Not interested."
"Stay away from me." The 2 women huffed and turned away. "No fun at all. Looks like you're destined to be single."
The blond man sighed deeply, unbelievable.
Is this how Shanghai City operates?
He stood on the street, scrutinizing the men passing by, just wanting to find a perfect handsome man.
Why hasn't he found one after all these days? There wasn't a single man on this street that caught his eye. He looked puzzled. If he couldn't perfectly complete the sacrifice mission, what would the cult leader think of him? Would he be ostracized within the cult later?
He gritted his teeth and pondered. He initially thought about capturing celebrities, but they all had bodyguards. As a newcomer to the Rat God cult, he had no way of succeeding.
The mission deadline is approaching, what should he do?
Just as he was despairing, he inadvertently caught sight of Lin Zichen jogging at night, and his eyes immediately lit up like car headlights.
Wow, so handsome.
He had searched high and low, but found it effortlessly. A greedy smile spread across his face.
He's the one.
After following for a while, seeing Zichen turn into a deserted alley, he grew even more excited. His eyes were consumed by black, and his mouth stretched into a grin.
This road is secluded, with no vehicles passing by. It's time to act.
No sooner said than done, he immediately transformed. His clothes ripped apart from his bulging muscles, and he instantly turned into a grotesque mutated giant rat. Suddenly, with a thud, a brick flew from somewhere and hit him squarely on the head. Blood splattered. Suddenly struck by a brick, he trembled all over in pain, his head spinning.
What was going on?
Zichen tightly gripped another brick, his gaze coldly fixed on the mutated rat. He thought to himself, I just came out for a workout, and I actually caught a rat man. This mutated rat-like creature can even speed up lockpicking. The mutated ratman's legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees, groaning with his hands clutching his head. This guy was terrifying, mumbling things he couldn't understand.
Why am I so unlucky? Just as he thought this, he fell heavily to the ground, his eyes rolling back, and he stopped breathing. Zichen looked astonished, thinking, what just happened? He died just from a brick to the head? Are there really Rat God cult followers this week?
Thinking this, he walked over and leaned down to touch the mutated ratman's body.
Never mind, don't overthink it.
I should absorb the essence of life quickly, before someone comes here. The star chart system popped up a notification, you have devoured a portion of the mutated giant rat's core essence. The mutated giant rat totem has reached 8%.
Zichen frowned, it only increased by 1%? That's so little. No wonder this rat man was so frail. Considering safety, I'd better not go for night runs recently.
After all, not all followers are as weak as this guy.
Some Rat God cult followers are quite powerful. After their mutation, their bodies become extremely strong,
even able to withstand firearm attacks. After returning home, Zichen took a shower. The news was reporting that at 3 a.m. yesterday, the Municipal Public Security Bureau, in conjunction with instructors from Shanhaehan University's Evolution Institute, successfully eradicated the Rat God cult in one swift action.
Zichen sat on the sofa, drying his hair and watching TV, exclaiming, the Rat God cult was eradicated?
On the screen, the one who defeated the Rat King this time was Wu Tianchang,
an instructor from Shanhaehan University's Evolution Institute,
a higher being with integrated genes. Wu Tianchang hovered in midair, clapped his hands sharply, and stared intently at the Rat King. Immediately after, Wu Tianchang flapped his wings, and black feathers shot out like sharp arrows. The volley of arrows flew straight towards the Rat King, causing it to bleed. The Rat King's body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The battle lasted only half a minute, and Wu Tianchang achieved an overwhelming victory.
Death's face showed surprise. Is this the power of a higher being? Truly formidable.
Late at night, at the top of a tall building, a young man sat in a chair, legs crossed, holding a cup of coffee, and asked,
Tianchang, still no contact with teacher?
Wu Tianchang replied, still missing. The young man pondered for a moment. Those powerful individuals went to Disorder Zone number 36 back then. And their whereabouts are still unknown.
How is Disorder Zone number 36 now? Tiancheng calmly replied, it's quite stable. Otherwise I wouldn't have time to be here.
The young man sneered. During the cleanup back then, a few small fries also escaped in the chaos.
Wu Tiancheng looked at him in confusion. A few small fries? The entire city's security forces were helpless against the Rat King, and a genius higher being like you is just a small fry? He walked over, put a hand on Tiancheng's shoulder, and said with a smile, since you're here, why not come back to our alma mater and give a lecture? Big brother, I'm not idle. I have a proper job. Guiding those lovely boys and girls is also a job, isn't it? The night was silent, and cold moonlight spilled into a bottomless pit. A low voice emerged from within. At first, it only ate stray animals, but later it started consuming the tender flesh of young people. It was only after consuming the flesh of those in higher positions that it developed a human form. A mutated rat knelt on the ground, kowtowing and trembling. A giant foot stepped forward, and the authoritative voice spoke again. How much effort did I put into bringing you here, so you could strengthen the species and dig tunnels? Yet you went around consuming people. And caused such a huge commotion. This was a half-human, half-beast monster, massive in size, emitting an eerie blue light and covered in red patterns. The monster lifted its massive foot, seemingly about to crush the mutated rat kneeling on the ground. A terrifying red light flashed in its eyes. Tell me, do you deserve to die? Hearing this, the mutated rat trembled violently. My lord, please grant me another chance. The giant monster lowered its head, a menacing fanged grin appearing on its face. A chance can be given, but you must pay the price. As it spoke, its massive hand reached out. With a sickening sound, the mutated rat's eyeball was removed, and some fluid splattered. The giant spoke in a rumbling voice, a rat's eye tastes quite unpleasant. Immediately after, it tossed the eyeball into its mouth and chewed loudly. But the flavor isn't bad. However, you are quite clever, knowing to hide behind the scenes. And enjoy everything while letting your brother impersonate the Rat King and face death. It finished its drink, then leaned closer to the cave. But if you don't honestly dig tunnels for me. As soon as it finished speaking, the giant man's finger reached out again. I will painfully remove the mutated rat's other eye, or you will still perish. The scene shifts to Grim Reaper Lin, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a phone, walking leisurely down the road. The surrounding students watched him, constantly whispering. He's the one who wants to challenge the entire school. Grim Reaper Lin just started 9th grade, he really doesn't know his limits. Is he heading to the gymnasium to start? I'm going there to watch the excitement. Grim Reaper Lin ignored the comments, continuing to focus on the news on his phone. The remaining extremists of the Rat God cult have escaped. Those who provide clues will be rewarded, with bounties ranging from 5,000 to 500,000. Seeing this reward amount, Grim Reaper Lin pondered, 500,000 for clues about the escapees, huh? However, if I encounter them, I should first exercise restraint, avoid danger, and then consider the reward. The gymnasium was packed with people, a bustling crowd. On the stage, two figures stood in the center. Grim Reaper Lin looked around. There are quite a lot of people here. That means even more prizes. Shin Han, standing in the center of the ring, announced loudly through a megaphone, challengers can participate in a lottery with generous prizes, first come, first served. Upon hearing this, the boys' eyes immediately lit up, and they excitedly shouted, I heard there's also the latest game console, and also fruit-themed phones. Can I touch Shin Han's hand during the lottery draw? A boy, caught up in the moment, rushed forward and raised his hand, I want a challenge. Just then, a girl jumped up from behind, kicked him in the face to gain leverage, let me do it. Immediately after, several other girls followed suit, stepping on the blocking boy's head as they rushed forward, I want to participate too. The Grim Reaper's subordinate is mine, move aside. 8 or 9 girls rushed onto the stage, surrounding the Grim Reaper and shouting in unison. We want to too. One girl tightly hugged the Grim Reaper's arm, secretly delighted, I can feel it. Ah, this strong arm. Another girl leaned in close, bumping her chest directly into the Grim Reaper's face. Unable to help but exclaim, ah, this handsome face. Pulled and attacked by the mature fruits, the Grim Reaper was extremely nervous, sweating profusely. The situation was starting to get strange. He closed his eyes, concentrating his strength in his right hand, secretly apologizing, although I don't want to hit girls, for my own achievement, thud. The Grim Reaper swung his fist, sending a girl flying. Thud, thud, thud. The Grim Reaper erupted, unleashing a series of moves, knocking all the girls off the stage. I've offended them. The system panel popped up, natural selection, ranked 309 out of 1,000 people. A girl who had just been knocked away got up, raised her hand and shouted, Sister, do you still want to challenge? The Grim Reaper stood on the stage, looking down coldly, those who fail the challenge cannot challenge again.
Upon hearing this, several senior girls looked regretful and stunned. How could this be? Everyone still wanted another chance. At this moment, a senior boy with a displeased expression, cracking his knuckles, walked over.
Is that Ling-so? I've disliked you for a long time.
It's my turn to teach you a lesson, kid. But as soon as he stepped onto the stage, the Grim Reaper punched him directly in the face.
Smack, a direct one-hit knockout. The system panel displayed numbers, natural selection, 419 out of 1000.
Immediately after, as usual, the Grim Reaper began a one-sided display of power.
Time flew by quickly.
At the Grim Reaper's feet, the defeated senior boys had piled up like a mountain. He stood up there, beckoning provocatively. Who else dares to challenge me?
I do.
A serious-looking senior walked out, hands in his pockets.
And wherever he went, the other boys quickly made way, intimidated.
He stomped his foot and leaped onto the stage. The crowd gasped upon seeing him.
It's Yan Xiaoxian, the ace of second high's elite class. Who do you think will win between these two? Yan Xiaoxian? No matter what, the level of the elite class and the second-year top class aren't in the same league.
Back then, Yan Xiaoxian also once defeated a group of people by himself, but was eventually taught a lesson by Chen Wuxing, who was a year above him. As soon as Yan Xiaoxian got on the stage, he immediately looked at Grim Reaper and spoke harshly. Kid. I was once as reckless as you, but after being taught a lesson, I learned that there's always someone better, and always a higher peak to reach. Grim Reaper looked at him, listening silently without a word. Seeing no reaction, Yan Xiaoxian continued to ramble.
Today, I'm going to give you your first life lesson. To teach you how to be a genius without becoming arrogant and complacent.
After all, I, your senior, have also gone through many hardships to get where I am today. I truly can't bear to see you repeat my mistakes, but as the saying goes, every setback is a lesson, so I have no choice but to sacrifice myself to guide you.
Now I'm ready. Once our duel begins, you'll understand my good intentions as your senior.
Grim Reaper interrupted him, turning to the referee. Teacher, may I start? The referee nodded. The match begins.
Remember to hit hard.
Yan Xiaoxian hadn't finished speaking. Kid, I suggest.
Bang! Grim Reaper rushed forward like lightning and kicked him directly in the face.
Yan Xiaoxian flew out like a kite with a broken string, hit the wall, slid to the ground, and fell unconscious.
Grim Reaper picked at his ear. Finally, some quiet. The crowd was stunned. Yan Xiaoxian was actually defeated. Is this Grim Reaper truly that formidable?
Facing such an exceptional Grim Reaper, he was defeated so easily.
Clap, clap.
Just then, applause came from the entrance.
Look quickly.
It's Chen Wuxing. He must be here to help Yan Xiaoxian regain his honor.
The best student in the entire school has come to challenge him. Now this is going to be a good show.
Death God glanced at him, thinking to himself, the best student in the entire school.
Is this the kind of kid who cries for an adult when they get into a conflict?
Chen Wuxing leaped onto the arena, saying arrogantly, I never expected Yan Xiaoxian to actually lose to a kid like you.
Just as he was about to spout nonsense, Death God turned to the referee and asked, Teacher, we're ready, can we start now?
Chen Wuxing was interrupted, flying into a rage.
He stomped his foot and shouted, Kid, didn't you hear me out? The referee waved his hand and shouted, Begin. Whoosh.
Chen Wuxing clenched his fists and charged forward.
It seems I'll have to defeat you to make you listen to me properly, won't I? Bang! His heavy punch went straight for Death God's fist. Death God responded coldly, I'm truly sorry. Bang!
Death God increased his strength by a few points, sending him flying directly.
Chen Wuxing only managed to shout, I'm busy.
Impossible, before he was blown away by the terrifying force, his eyes wide with shock and fear. All the teachers and students in the school were dumbfounded, their eyes wide with fear. Death God said no more, pointing to a boy below the stage. Hey, what are you spacing out for over there?
Come up here and fight me.
The boy who was called out was extremely flustered.
Who, me? Death God nodded, yes, you. You haven't come up to fight me yet. The boy nervously walked onto the arena, silently praying, please go easy on me later.
He comforted himself, since I'm here, if it's not a challenge with a chance to win prizes. Death God said humbly, of course, of course. As soon as the match began, Death God threw a punch, easily sending him flying off the arena.
Ding!
Achievement progress. A group of boys below the stage gritted their teeth, clenching their fists. Since we're here, facing such a formidable Death God, losing to him isn't shameful.
I want to win a fruit phone. Darn it, I'm going all out.
Death God once again began his familiar routine of easily defeating opponents.
Ding! Achievement progress, natural selection +1, +1, +1. Ding! Informal competition. Please use the most primal biological methods.
A total of thousands of different opponents have been eliminated, achievement unlocked.
ultimately gained biological attribute, natural selection.
Death God saw this notification pop up, clenched his fists, and was incredibly excited.
Ding! Gained biological attribute, natural selection.
Effect: increases the damage you inflict on other organisms. After reading it, Death God stroked his chin and thought. Increasing the damage attribute was straightforward and brutal, but very practical.
Unfortunately, it didn't clearly state how much damage it specifically increased.
He then jumped off the stage and declared the challenge over.
Everyone could disperse. Upon hearing this, everyone showed disappointment. It's over so soon?
Everyone still wanted to watch a bit longer. Death God didn't reply, directly grabbed Ching Han's hand, and pulled her away quickly.
In the principal's office.
The principal sat at her desk, laughing heartily at Death God.
Congratulations. You really did take the top spot in the whole school.
She took a few steps closer, placing a finger to her lips with a mysterious smile.
You can even instantly defeat Qin Wuxing. You must still be hiding some of your strength, right?
Death God took a sip of coffee and replied calmly, that's right, but only a little bit. The principal wagged a finger.
I think it's more than just a little.
She continued, Chen Wuxing recently participated in Kyoto University's special entrance exam for new students. He can lift 690 kilograms with one hand.
By that standard, your number should be around 800 kilograms.
Death God glanced at her and replied, Principal, you are truly insightful.
My number is 795 kilograms.
He thought to himself, I still can't let her know my true strength. The principal listened, then put her hands on her hips and laughed.
I knew it. Death God spoke, Principal.
He spread his hands.
When will the 8,810 yuan prize money be transferred to my account? Alright, I'll transfer it to you right away.
Such a clever kid, with only money in his eyes. Death God's phone immediately received a notification, your account has received a deposit. The principal extended her hand and said, Death God, from now on, you will represent the school.
Death God suddenly interrupted her, Principal. The principal asked, puzzled, is there something else?
Death God pointed at Cheng Han. Xing Han and I both really enjoy swimming.
Can we use the swimming pool in the gymnasium?
Xing Han gasped in surprise upon hearing this. Death God looked at the principal and added seriously, we can use it anytime, and no outsiders are allowed in when we are using it. The principal smiled meaningfully.
I understand. You can use it. Shinigami was a little surprised.
You agreed so readily. He raised a finger and added, I don't like being seen when I'm in a swimsuit, so we'll cover the cameras when we use it. Xing Han, sitting nearby, heard this and her face immediately flushed crimson.
She looked at Shinigami in a panic.
The female principal burst out laughing after hearing this, thinking to herself, it's already quite something for a boy and a girl to be alone in a room, and now they want to cover the surveillance cameras?
The principal's mind conjured up a romantic image of the two in the pool.
Could this child be thinking of? She pulled out a key from her drawer and handed it to Shinigami. If you wish, I will, of course, fulfill all your requests.
From now on, that will be your private pool.
She leaned closer to his ear and whispered meaningfully, just be careful not to cause any serious trouble.
Shinigami looked utterly bewildered after hearing this, his expression blank. Serious trouble? After getting the pool key, Shinigami left with Cheng Han.
Looking at the key in his hand, he mused, now I can explore what exactly Ching Han's abilities are. Ching Han walked quickly ahead, then shyly glanced back at him.
Xiao Shun, I have something I want to ask of you. What is it?
She clasped her hands together and smiled, I've signed up for a singing competition. I'm quite proficient at singing, but I still want someone to help me practice the chorus part.
Xiao Shun, can you practice with me tonight? Shinigami nodded immediately.
Of course.
Ching Han cheered happily, that's wonderful.
Seeing Cheng Han so happy, Shinigami thought to himself,
is this competition really that important to her?
I hope she can be more confident in the competition. Thinking this, he smiled gently. Late at night, in Cheng Han's apartment complex. In her room, the two were happily singing karaoke. Outside the living room, Cheng Han's father said to his wife with a worried expression, Dear, our children are growing up. It might not be appropriate for a boy and a girl to be alone in a room. Cheng Han's mother, after hearing this, angrily retorted, they've been childhood friends, playing together since they were little. It's not your place, old man, to object. She stood up, hands on her hips, and scolded loudly, Old man, I advise you to mind your own business. Cheng Han's father cowered from the scolding, saying, All right, I won't say anything more. The Grim Reaper, sitting in the room, heard their conversation clearly. He stood up, looked at Cheng Han, and said, Cheng Han, we've been practicing for half an hour. It'll be lights out soon. Tomorrow after school, we'll go to the school pool to practice your water attribute abilities.
Remember to bring your swimsuit. Cheng Han nodded, waved goodbye. Okay, bye-bye Xiaoxin, see you tomorrow. Thinking about the pool, Cheng Han started to feel nervous. She walked to the wardrobe and started picking out clothes. Which swimsuit should I wear? After searching for a while, she picked out 2 sets, a conservative one-piece swimsuit and a more revealing bikini. Cheng Han pondered, unsure which one to choose. Finally, she decided on the more revealing 2-piece swimsuit. Will this be too revealing? Imagining herself playing in the water with the Grim Reaper while wearing the swimsuit, Cheng Han's head started to spin. Anyway, only Xiaoxin will be at the pool. At this thought, her cheeks instantly flushed red like a ripe tomato. The next morning, the sky was clear blue with scattered white clouds, and the air was fresh. At the school swimming pool, the Grim Reaper had already arrived early. He got there before Cheng Han to prepare a few things. The Grim Reaper looked up at the thoroughly covered surveillance cameras and murmured with satisfaction. You can go about your business, I'm relieved. Xiaoxin heard someone call him, so the Grim Reaper turned to look. He saw Cheng Han standing there, smiling and waving, dressed in a form-fitting black swimsuit. As she ran towards him, her curves swayed with each step. The Grim Reaper secretly reminded himself. Sorry to keep you waiting. Run slower, be careful not to slip. On the surface, he appeared nonchalant, but the Grim Reaper's heart was already pounding wildly, almost leaping out of his chest. She's truly adorable. The Grim Reaper shyly turned his head, trying to maintain a calm tone. Let's go, we'll train in the water. Cheng Han smiled and nodded, readily agreeing. Immediately after, the two dived into the deep end of the pool together. The Grim Reaper smiled back, reaching out to hold Cheng Han's hand. While swimming, Cheng Han suddenly felt something strange. She patted the Grim Reaper's hand, pointing upwards, signaling to surface together. Seeing this, the Grim Reaper quickly pulled her to the surface. As soon as they surfaced, he asked with concern, What's wrong, Han Han? Cheng Han showed a hint of fear, extending her hand in front of him and saying, It's so strange, why does my body feel like water is passing right through it? The Grim Reaper was startled upon hearing this, but then a thought flashed through his mind, could this be Han Han's superpower? Let me see your hand. The Grim Reaper said, taking her hand and examining it carefully. Indeed, other than water passing through her hand like mist, there was nothing else unusual. Immediately after, he took Cheng Han's hand and led her with him. Let's go over there. I'll check your body to see if other parts can also be permeated by water. Upon hearing about a body check, Cheng Han's face flushed with embarrassment. But she still nodded gently, okay. After getting ashore, Cheng Han was arranged by the Grim Reaper to lie on a lounge chair, while he poured water on her to test. Xiaoxin, how much longer? Cheng Han asked, extremely shyly. The Grim Reaper assessed thoughtfully, I've tested 3 times already, and there's nothing unusual with your body. It seems only your hand possesses this ability for now. Is that right? Afterward, the two sat by the pool, chatting. Cheng Han looked doubtful. Xiaoxin, you said I couldn't hold my bladder since I was little. Could it be that some part of my body was permeable to water? The Grim Reaper nodded in agreement, that's a possibility. Next time you feel like you can't hold it, remember to tell me. Realizing his words were a bit sensitive, the Grim Reaper immediately turned his head away awkwardly, trying to cover it up. Ah, you should feel it yourself. See if any part of your body feels the same as your palm? If this continues, I'll turn into a pervert. Cheng Han looked at him thoughtfully, then hopefully mumbled to herself. In other words, I'm not a useless girl, but someone with water-related superpowers. One day, my abilities will be fully unleashed. I will be able to stand by the Grim Reaper's side, becoming his most suitable other half. Thinking of this, Qing Xian's eyes immediately sparkled, gazing at the Grim Reaper with adoration. Late at night, the sky was full of stars. At the supermarket, the Grim Reaper walked alone towards the meat counter. The female clerk greeted him warmly, welcome. Without a word, the Grim Reaper slapped his black power card onto the counter. The female clerk was startled. Before she could ask, he demanded, I want 100 gene of pelican fury meat. The Grim Reaper secretly cheered in his heart, buying so much for the first time feels great. Then he handed the female clerk a slip of paper with an address. Deliver it directly to this address. All right. The female clerk watched the Grim Reaper's retreating figure in surprise. It's him again. Just which young master is this, spending so lavishly? Time flew by, and 100 gene of pelican fury meat had already been delivered to his door. The delivery person said goodbye, please give my service a good review. The Grim Reaper held the heavy box, calculating inwardly. He had just received 120,000 yuan in royalties this morning, bringing his total to nearly 210,000 yuan. Buying these 100 gene of pelican fury meat is certainly enough. Let me see what surprise its totem will bring me when it unfolds. Thinking of this, he immediately placed his hand on the pile of meat and began to absorb its essence.
The system immediately displayed, "You have devoured a large amount of the Pelican Fury's life essence."
Pelican Fury totem 100%.
In the Grim Reaper's mind, a scene appeared. He stood in the vast ocean. In the sky, a Pelican Fury displayed its majestic and powerful form.
It dove into the sea like lightning, tearing through the water's surface.
When it flew up again, its sharp talons were tightly gripping a giant white sturgeon.
Congratulations, you have successfully activated the Pelican Fury totem and gained the biological attribute, Eye of the Sky.
Introducing Eye of the Sky, your vision and ability to record movements have been greatly enhanced.
Within his deathly pupils, a faint golden light began to flow.
He looked down through the window at the crossroads below. His gaze pierced through the night, focusing on a young man waiting at a red light.
He could clearly see the text message content on that person's phone. Eagle Eye is indeed incredibly powerful.
After the experiment was complete, Grim Reaper walked into the living room and found his parents sitting on the sofa, watching TV with serious expressions. The news was reporting that recently, an individual who had undergone 3 gene fusions had mutated in a public place, causing hundreds of casualties. The camera cut to a meeting, where a speaker was passionately addressing the audience. Gene fusion is a misguided path.
Throughout history, only monsters have yearned to become human. No one has ever wanted to become a monster.
As long as we find a way to unlock human potential, we can evolve into higher beings. A so-called professor suddenly stood up, gesticulating wildly and loudly refuting, "Those are just fairy tales. If we don't rely on current gene fusion individuals, are we supposed to rely on traditional martial artists, who can't even block a single bullet, to fight against mutated beasts?"
Grim Reaper's father, seeing the debate, commented frankly, "Gene fusion is uncontrollable.
Once mutation occurs, it will lead to a great catastrophe." His mother smiled reassuringly, "Such worries are unfounded. The state's control over this issue is very strict, and the possibility of it happening is extremely small. Instead of worrying about mutation, it's better to worry about the legacy of gene fusion individuals, as they have already lost their reproductive capacity." Grim Reaper's father nodded in agreement, "Indeed. Therefore, it's even more necessary to store sperm or find a partner to have children before undergoing gene fusion." Just as they were speaking, his mother suddenly looked back in surprise. "Oh, Xiaoxin is back already."
Her face instantly flushed. "Did we say something inappropriate in front of the child?"
His father scratched his head and changed the subject. "Xiaoxin, you're back.
Well, let's go eat first then."
During dinner, Grim Reaper suddenly spoke. "Tomorrow, our school is holding a school-level singing competition.
Shen Xinghan has also signed up." "Really? Then our whole family must go cheer for Hanin. Of course, Hanin is like my own daughter."
Seeing how excited they were, Grim Reaper nodded. The next day, the singing competition was grandly held at the school.
Bright LED lights and incredibly exciting music. Among the cheering crowd, Grim Reaper's parents were the most noticeable.
The two held up a bright LED sign that read, "Tam Ton Ham, you're the best." In the backstage lounge, Grim Reaper was meticulously applying makeup for Qingxian.
"Xiaoxin, why do you keep staring at me?"
Hearing this, Grim Reaper smiled faintly, "Because you're beautiful." Qingxian blushed deeply upon hearing this, unsure how to respond.
Just then, Xuexian suddenly appeared from behind the curtain, startling Qingxian. "Are you two done with your affectionate moment?"
Qingxian hurriedly turned around, stammering, I just asked Xiaoxin for help because he's really good at makeup."
"No, it's not a confession or anything." Xuexian covered her mouth, chuckling. "I understand. Is there really such a thing as pure love between partners?"
She turned to Grim Reaper, teasing, "Beauty expert, you did a great job."
Grim Reaper sighed inwardly, having too many skills isn't always a good thing.
Xuexian continued, "I don't want to be a third wheel, but I just wanted to remind you two that it's our turn to go on stage after they're finished."
"I understand." After Xuexian left, the door slammed shut, and silence returned to the room. "Then I'll take you out to get ready."
Qingxian, sitting behind, suddenly began to tremble all over, clutching the hem of her skirt tightly. She stood up, blushing, and walked over to pull Grim Reaper's sleeve. Her voice trembled, filled with panic.
"Xiaoxin, I can't hold it in again."
As soon as she spoke, her whole body trembled violently, and a stream of liquid gushed out from under her skirt, soaking her legs and flowing across the classroom floor. Seeing this, Grim Reaper froze completely.
Qingxian could no longer hold back and burst into tears, crying profusely.
"Woo, Xiaoxin, what should I do?
It's almost Xuexian's and my turn to perform. We've practiced for so long.
If his efforts are wasted because I wet myself, he'll hate me." Qingxian cried breathlessly, her words incoherent. Lin Grim Reaper quickly reached out to wipe her tears, comforting her gently.
"Don't cry anymore, or your makeup will be ruined."
Grim Reaper Lin's mind raced, searching for a solution to this urgent situation. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the curtains ahead.
He had an idea. A flash of inspiration struck Lin. He rushed to the tool table for scissors, then darted to the window and tore down the curtains. In less than a minute, the Grim Reaper, with scissors and curtains, swiftly fashioned a new dress for Shin Shinghan. After a flurry of activity, Shin Shinghan finally stopped crying, only soft sniffles remaining. In front of her, the Grim Reaper had mostly finished shaping the dress, needing only a few more trims on the waist and straps to complete it. Soon, the dress was finished. Alright, hurry and go change into it in the restroom. To save time, she hesitated for a moment, then bravely said, "No, there's no need, little god. Just turn around, and I'll change right here." Upon hearing this, Lin's face instantly flushed, and he quickly turned his back to Shin Shinghan. Seeing him turn around, Shin Shinghan, blushing, took off her soaked dress. The rustling sounds made the Grim Reaper even more flustered, as strange images kept flashing through his mind. Shinghan quickly put on the freshly made pure white dress. "Little god, you can turn around now." The Grim Reaper was startled and turned his head. "Little god, thank you. Perhaps I cried so much earlier that I'm not nervous anymore." The Grim Reaper smiled and patted her head. "Let's go. I hope your performance goes well." Shinghan nodded vigorously. MHM. Next up are the 10 groups of contestants for number 20. Li Chuxin and Shin Shinghan stood together on stage. Their performance was unexpectedly brilliant, and applause thundered. The final results were announced. The champions of this campus singing competition are Li Chuxin and Shin Shinghan. Hidden in the crowd, the Grim Reaper smiled and applauded in congratulations. However, a burst of angry shouting suddenly came from backstage. "Which scoundrel cut the curtains like this?" After the event, to compensate for the damaged property, the two had to stay behind and serve as stage cleaners. As he cleaned, the Grim Reaper secretly thought, "This is probably the karma for cutting the curtains. How wonderful." Suddenly, a notification popped up on the system panel. Cumulative completion of 1,000 tasks under multi-person cooperation. Completed and gained biological attribute, herd animal. Herd animal, within a certain range, combat power increases with the number of allies. Reaper's lips curled into a smile. This was an unexpected gain. After the singing competition, everyone started to feel closer to Shin Shinghan. "Hanin, your singing is really beautiful. After school, come sing karaoke with us, you're amazing. Can you teach me?" Shin Shinghan was a little overwhelmed, of course. The singing competition indeed helped her regain her confidence. With her spirits high, her martial arts also showed significant improvement. In class, her ranking rose from third to last to third to last. As for Reaper, he still maintained his peak condition. "Xiao Shin, you're incredible, another champion in the boys group. Our captain, Mai Ding, from Shanghai 5th Junior High School, has finally won the championship again." Just like that, he continuously won multiple martial arts competitions, and his home was filled with awards. Later, he even signed on to become the spokesperson for Hou Martial Arts Academy. Welcome Lin Zixin, spokesperson for Linyuan Martial Arts Academy, to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. The endorsement contract combined with novel royalties had already reached 900,000 yuan. Zixin secretly calculated that it was almost enough to unlock the next exotic beast totem array. Without much thought, Lin Zixin quickly purchased 100 gene of new exotic beast meat. We meet again, Hidden Breath Dragon. This time, Zixin shows the Hidden Breath Dragon, a lizard known for its super strong stealth ability. Finding a safe place, Zixin immediately began to absorb. Ding! System notification, you have devoured a large amount of Hidden Breath Dragon's life essence. Hidden Breath Dragon Totem Array progress 100%. Ding! You have successfully unlocked the Hidden Breath Dragon Totem Array and gained the biological attribute. Natural Camouflage. Natural Camouflage description, you can reduce your presence by lowering your internal life force, thereby concealing your biological level. After reading the information, Lin Zixin's heart surged with excitement. This attribute actually has two functions. It can reduce presence to evade or ambush enemies, and it can also hide one's true biological level, which is perfect for playing the pig to eat the tiger. The task is done, but I still haven't bought the cake Mom asked for. I'll buy a cake before heading home. Walking alone, a commotion caught Zixin's attention, and he heard someone say, "Behave yourself." He looked over and saw 3 modified robots escorting a woman out of a bar. Her hands were cuffed, and she looked very weak. Just then, one of the young men among the 3 robots turned and called out to Lin Zixin, "Zixin, what a coincidence." Lin Zixin looked closely, a surprised expression on his face. Senior Zhang Kai. Looking at Senior Zhang Kai's shiny metal legs, Zixin asked in surprise, "Your legs?" Zhang Kai nodded, answering calmly, "Yes, I didn't get into high school back then and indulged myself for a while. I ended up breaking my legs in a street race and had to have them amputated. Fortunately, I later participated in the Mecha God Group's mechanical modification experiment. I never expected to get a second chance, transforming from a disabled person into a mechanical warrior." Lin Zixin looked at the captured woman and asked curiously, "Who is that person?"
Zhang Kai quickly explained, "That woman is Yu Yu from the Rat God cult, the only surviving female from their team." The robot in front began to urge, "Zhang Kai, stop talking, let's go." Zhang Kai waved goodbye, "We'll chat later if we have time, I'm off for now." Watching Zhang Kai's retreating figure, Zixin mused to himself, the security department has been trying to apprehend the remnants of the Rat God cult for so long without success. Yet, the Mecha God group caught them so easily.
It seems this faction is not to be underestimated. Just then, Zixin's phone rang in his pocket. "Xiaoxin, did you buy the cake? When are you coming back?"
"I'm buying it now, I'll be back as soon as I'm done."
"Be careful on your way back." In the blink of an eye, over a year had passed.
Hanin and I have birthdays only one day apart, so every year both families would celebrate our birthdays together.
Happy birthday to you. This year's 18th birthday was no exception. Alright, the candles are blown out. Next up is the gift exchange. You two handsome young people, hurry and exchange gifts. Xiaoxin, this is my gift for you.
Shen Xinghan took out a gift box containing a photo frame from behind her back, smiling sweetly at Lin Zixin.
Reaper calmly took out a gift box. Inside was an exquisite watercolor painting. Hanin, this is my gift.
Suddenly, at that moment, the table began to shake violently, and the ground trembled intensely.
Everyone clearly felt the earthquake. Reaper Lin's expression changed drastically, he felt something was wrong.
Meanwhile, approximately 20,000 meters beneath Shanghai City, the originally solid rock formations had been excavated by strange beasts into a massive ant-like nest, filled with crisscrossing tunnels. Soon, the media began to report that the 4.2 magnitude earthquake in Shanghai City was just a common minor tremor. According to relevant departments, Shanghai City is not located at a plate boundary, and the possibility of a major earthquake is low.
Citizens are advised not to panic. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Reaper stood up. "Mom, Dad, I'm done eating. I'm off to school now."
His mother reminded him, "Be careful on the way." As soon as he stepped out, Reaper saw Qinghan already waiting for him.
"Xiaoxun, let's go to school together." Reaper smiled and replied, "Okay." On the way to school, the two walked and chatted happily. "We've both had our 18th birthday parties. We're adults now. Yeah, the college entrance exam is coming up soon. Just thinking about it makes me so nervous." After accumulating for some time, you finally gathered enough money to activate the Void Kuan Totem. Finding a secluded spot, Reaper began the absorption process. The essence blood had already absorbed a large amount of the Void Kuan's primordial life force. Void Kuan Totem 100%. As soon as the notification appeared, a colossal black eel, resembling a squid, immediately emerged in the void. This giant eel possessed an extremely strong sense of danger, seemingly detecting the aura of a predator within a certain range. It immediately vanished without a trace. Biological trait, Crisis Perception.
Crisis Perception, able to sense the hostility of other creatures within a certain range and is more sensitive to the pressure they emit.
Creatures can easily assess the biological level of a target. After reviewing all the information, Reaper clapped his hands in satisfaction.
This way, I can guard against sneak attacks. First, I'll go to the commercial center to test how effective it is. You close your eyes and feel it, there's no hostility, but you can sense a faint biological pressure. Indeed, in real life, most people are ordinary. Lin Sishan wandered around the commercial center, looking for the next type of exotic beast meat to devour.
Let's activate this for the next formation.
In the end, he chose the life form, hoping to gain its incredible healing abilities. The life form costs 100,000 yuan per gene. This thing is ridiculously expensive. Even 100,000 yuan in copyright fees each month isn't enough to make ends meet. It seems I'll have to find a way to increase my income after the college entrance exam.
Nanjiang Province Education Department Office.
A man was reporting to the director about the overall educational performance of various cities in Nanjiang Province this year, which was roughly the same as last year. A woman in a light blue cheapao sat in the office chair, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. On her head were a pair of majestic dragon horns. She was Yuan Dongji, vice president of Shanghai University and director of the Nanjiang Province Education Department. The staff member continued, Shenzhen City still maintains its lead. Next are Changzhou, Nangguan, Shanghai, Daoshan, and finally Haiyuan. Director Yuan, this concludes the educational situation of the various cities in Nanjiang Province.
Yuan Dongji took a sip of tea, nodded, and said, You've worked hard. After a moment of hesitation, the staff member asked, Director Yuan, what's the situation at Site 36 now?
Yuan Dongji put down her teacup and calmly replied, It's basically stable, otherwise I wouldn't have time to preside over the provincial college entrance exam this year. Upon hearing this, the staff member breathed a sigh of relief. That's great.
Otherwise, the entire Nanjiang province would be in ruins. Yuan Dongji stood up and slowly said, I'm fine here. You can go about your work. Alright, call me anytime if you need anything. After the staff member left, Yuan Dongji looked out at the ocean from the window. She murmured to herself, unconsciously, it's been several years since I last took on a disciple.
The martial arts college entrance exam in this world lasts a total of 9 days. On the morning of the first day, there's a theoretical written exam, and in the afternoon, a physical fitness check. On the second and eighth days, a practical survival assessment is conducted in a wilderness jungle environment. On the ninth day, compatibility for gene fusion and mechanical modification is tested. Today, June 7th, is the first day of the college entrance examination.
Lin Zixin and Shin Qinghan woke up early. After breakfast, they headed to school together to take this most important exam of their lives. On the way to the examination hall, Shin Qinghan clutched Lin Zixin's sleeve tightly, her small hand trembling slightly from nervousness. Xiaoshun, I'm so nervous. What if I make a fool of myself again during the exam?
Seeing her so flustered with nervousness, Lin Zixin couldn't help but smile. He stopped, gently pulled her into his embrace, held her trembling shoulders, and whispered in her ear.
Don't worry.
Your theoretical knowledge is very solid, and your pants are on properly.
Just do your best later.
Feeling the warmth and steadiness of Zixin's embrace, Shin Qinghan gradually calmed down. Perhaps it was just psychological, but she felt that her earlier fear had dissipated considerably.
I'll do my best, and you should too. Let's both do our best.
Returning to his own examination room, Lin Zixin received the test paper. He quickly scanned the questions, a slight smile playing on his lips. In less than half an hour, he had brilliantly completed the exam, ensuring a certain victory.
With so much time left, Zixin started to feel bored.
I'm already done, and it's still so early. Perhaps I should use this time to think about the plot for my next novel? After handing in his paper, Lin Zixin went directly to Shin Qinghan's examination room to wait for her. As soon as he saw Qinghan emerge, he noticed her complexion wasn't good.
Zixin secretly worried, did Hanin not do well on the exam?
He quickly stepped forward to comfort her. We are students of the martial arts class, we just need to pass the written exam, so don't worry too much about the score.
You don't look well.
Seeing her cheeks flush and her eyes dart away, Zixin immediately understood.
I really need to use the restroom.
Qinghan said shyly, wait for me here, I'll be right back after I go to the restroom. Zixin nodded, hurry up, the physical fitness test is about to begin. More than an hour later, in the physical fitness testing area, Lin Zixin approached with ease.
He didn't use his full strength, just enough to secure his top position.
The final result shocked everyone present. He single-handedly lifted a 950-kilogram barbell. Exclamations of awe rose from all directions. This is just too incredible. His 100-meter sprint time, which he just completed, was also astonishing, 5.12 seconds. And his vertical jump even reached 4.91 meters.
So powerful. Not long after, Shin Qinghan's results were also announced. Zixin asked curiously, Hanin, how did you do?
Qinghan smiled brightly and said, I ran the 100-meter sprint in 9.32 seconds, my vertical jump was 1.62 meters, and I can single-handedly lift 125 kilograms. But even so, I still can't compare to Xiaoshun. Zixin affectionately patted her head, but you're already a top female student.
Qinghan happily narrowed her eyes.
Just then, Yiwu ran over, panting, Xiaoshun, Hanin, the written exam results are out. I heard that Wang Shujie and Lu Gang both scored over 80 points. I was just 1 point shy of 80.
How about you two? The two quickly pulled out their phones to check. I'm looking now. Qinghan's eyes lit up, 82 points. Yiwu exclaimed, higher than me? That's amazing, Hanin. What about Xiaoshun? Everyone turned to look at Zixin.
His phone screen displayed a perfect number, 100 points, a full score. Qinghan jumped up excitedly, that's incredible, Xiaoshun. Yiwu shook his head helplessly, this guy is as extraordinary as ever. On the way home, Qinghan started to worry again, Xiaoshun, the practical exam week starts tomorrow.
I wonder what the forest at the exam location looks like.
Zixin thought to himself, this childhood friend of mine really doesn't relax for a moment. Though he thought this, he still held her hand tightly and comforted her, don't worry. I'll be by your side to protect you.
I'll stick close to Xiaoshun. In a secret room,
a male university student was sitting and drinking with a middle-aged man wearing a mask.
The practical exam will begin tomorrow.
The masked man took out a wooden box from his embrace and pushed it towards the male student, his tone slow but authoritative. At that time, you must make good use of your identity as a security personnel to help stop and control the top 10 geniuses.
There are 10 demonic insects in this box.
The young man opened the lid, and what met his eyes were 10 strange red plant seeds. The masked man continued, if you handle this well, I will introduce you to our superiors and recruit you as a full member of the organization. The young man closed the lid and replied indifferently.
I'm not in a hurry to become a full member yet. What I want now is an exotic fruit.
The masked man shook his head and sneered, "Young man, you truly have a narrow vision. An exotic fruit can at most allow you to evolve into an ordinary 7-foot body. But if you join the organization, evolving into a higher-level being is not impossible." Hearing higher-level being, the young man couldn't help but swallow, his eyes wavering. He immediately changed his attitude. "You are right. It's more valuable to become a full member of the organization first." The next day, a long line of buses drove deep into the dense forest.
We are about to arrive at the assessment location for this practical evaluation. Candidates, please prepare yourselves before disembarking.
Ching-han was fast asleep, drool trickling from the corner of her mouth.
Sishan gently shook her shoulder. Hey, we've arrived at the assessment location. Wake up quickly. Ching-han groggily opened her eyes and asked blankly, "Are we there?" A broadcast announcement sounded, "Candidates from Gate 9, please disembark and proceed to the assembly point."
Ling Su quickly summarized the competition rules.
Objective, find scattered scorecards in the forest.
The number on each card represents its points. Cards are usually found in dangerous places, such as treetops, cliffs, beast lairs, or even attached to exotic beasts.
Safety, all fierce beasts and exotic beasts are monitored by security personnel. Candidates can call for help, but the cost is direct elimination.
Dangerous areas, the exotic beasts in the deep forest are suitable for talented score hunters.
Ordinary candidates should act according to their abilities.
Scores include card points and performance points, evaluated through real-time video recordings. Competition, there are 100,000 candidates, but only 50,000 scorecards.
More than half of the people will return empty-handed.
Candidates can choose to cooperate or snatch cards from others.
All candidates, please prepare yourselves. You will enter the assessment area in 1 hour.
As soon as he finished speaking, a chubby candidate raised his hand and shouted, "My dad is a senior executive at Jisen Group.
Which senior can take me along? I'll be greatly indebted."
"I'll take you."
Immediately, a top student responded, "I'm a top student from Changzhou No. 1 High School's gifted class. I guarantee I'll make it feel like a walk in the park for you."
However, before they could finalize it, both of them were grabbed by the scruff of their necks by staff members.
A female teacher walked up and tapped the chubby boy's head.
"You are not allowed to form teams so openly." The chubby boy covered his head and begged for mercy. I was wrong." In another corner, Sishan and Xinghan were eating when a group of girls surrounded them.
"Ling Sishan, you're so amazing, can you take us with you?" Sishan refused without hesitation. "I refuse." The girls left disappointed. How could he be like this? Next, a muscular boy walked up and politely asked, "Classmate, I'm a bit hungry right now. Could you sell me something to eat?" Sishan tossed him a bread. "No need for money, it's on me." The boy smiled brightly, caught the bread. "You're really nice. How about the three of us form a team? I'm Hong Junping from Shenzhen No. 1 High School's rocket class."
Sishan maintained a polite but firm attitude. "Thank you for your kindness.
But it's not necessary." Hong Junping was stunned, not expecting to be rejected. He gave an awkward laugh, turned, and left. "All right then, thank you for the bread."
Xinghan was puzzled. This person is so strange.
There are so many snack stalls here, yet he came to ask us? Sishan smiled meaningfully, hinting, "Who said we have a great beauty on our team?" Xinghan froze for a moment, her face as red as a monkey's bottom. So he was trying to hit on us?
The official competition began. Sishan decided to adopt a steady and cautious strategy, allowing Xinghan to gradually adapt.
They began searching along the forest's edge. Sishan activated Eye of the Sky, his gaze sweeping through the forest like a living radar. "There's a scorecard at the top of that tree. Go get it." Xinghan excitedly scrambled up the tree and quickly retrieved the scorecard. "Xiaoxin, I got it. Here, and here too."
With Sishan in charge of searching and Xinghan responsible for collecting, they worked in perfect sync.
In just half a day, they easily earned 12 points.
Xinghan excitedly hugged Grim Reaper.
"Xiaoxin, you're amazing. How did you even do that?" Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. What a coincidence. Hong Junping appeared, looking surprised. "We meet again."
He showed off a stack of scorecards in his hand.
"I've already got 28 points now. Someone like me always repays kindness tenfold."
His gaze was fixed on Shun Xinghan, his heart racing.
"She's so cute. I must get on her good side today." He suggested, "How about I lead your team? We can split the points 3 ways.
Grim Reaper looked him straight in the eye and coldly replied, "There's no need to team up. If you really want to repay us, just give us all the scorecards you have."
Hong Junping's face instantly darkened. He dropped his friendly facade, his tone turning cold. "Friend, this path isn't wide enough for both of us."
Before he finished speaking, he swung his fist at Grim Reaper.
Grim Reaper smiled faintly. You're right, the path isn't wide. Wham! With a simple, lightning-fast straight punch, Grim Reaper struck his opponent's right rib.
Hong Junping coughed up some blood, his face contorted in pain, then collapsed unconscious. Grim Reaper and Xinghan happily collected their spoils, 28 scorecards.
Thank you very much. Xinghan asked worriedly, Xiaoshen, will he be alright? Grim Reaper shook his head. He's fine.
I didn't use much force. In the following days, Grim Reaper continued to train Xinghan's survival skills. He taught her how to make weapons to hunt wild boars from bamboo, how to gather fruits, and even how to counter those who ambushed them. When they were tired, they snuggled under the shade of a tree to rest. Those peaceful moments made them both wish time would stop. As their journey continued, they found a warning sign indicating danger, strange beasts present. Xiaoshen, we've reached the strange beast zone in the center of the forest. However, the sight before them shocked them, a chaotic battlefield. Blood everywhere, but no trace of any strange beasts.
Xiaoshen, it seems we're too late.
All the strange beasts have already been killed.
What a pity.
If we had arrived earlier, the title of Genius Beast Slayer would surely have been yours. Xinghan secretly regretted, if Xiaoshen hadn't been busy training me these past few days, there wouldn't have been any strange beasts left for other examinees to hunt here. Purple God patted her head comfortingly, there's nothing to regret.
That title doesn't really mean much anyway.
Actually, if you think about it, there are cameras and security personnel everywhere, so even if you kill an exotic beast, you can't devour it in plain sight. It's more valuable to help Han Han train her survival skills in the wild.
Alright, we should head back. The practical combat exam is over. Next is the most important assessment, the Gene Fusion Compatibility Test at the Gene Research Island Academy.
As soon as the bus stopped, the proctor immediately led the students into the base.
Everyone, please line up at the testing windows. Ling Zixin looked around curiously.
The base was filled with precise equipment, exuding a high-tech, modern atmosphere. Xinghan pointed to a test tube containing blue solution, Xiao Chun.
Are those reagents opposite used to test gene fusion compatibility?
Yes, those are the jellyfish flowing cloud gene reagents. The genes of this exotic beast have extremely high compatibility with humans and can easily produce special chemical reactions with human blood.
Based on the degree of reaction, we can determine whether a candidate is suitable for gene fusion.
Xinghan whispered worriedly, I hope I pass the gene fusion test.
I really don't want to take that mechanical compatibility test.
Chu Xian, standing nearby, deeply empathized. Yeah, I heard the mechanical modification compatibility test requires special alloy materials to be implanted into the body.
The pain is comparable to childbirth.
The two clasped their hands in prayer, Buddha bless, please let me pass the gene test directly.
Zixin's eyelids twitched as he watched. After blood collection, the results began to be announced one after another. 8%.
My gene fusion compatibility is 8%.
I can become a gene fusion user. It's only 4%, boo-hoo, I knew it. 6%.
So exciting, just barely passed. Zixin analyzed, 6% is already great, 8% is the standard, and 10% reaches the level of prestigious schools like Kyoto and Sanhai. That genius in Kyoto reached 16%, my physique is much stronger than his, so I can probably reach 20%.
Xinghan's hands trembled, Xiaochen, this isn't good, I'm so nervous. Zixin tightly held her hand and comforted her, it's alright.
Suddenly, Li Chuxing jumped up happily, 10%.
Oh my heavens, I actually met the standards for 2 top universities. He Wu looked at his results and was disheartened, how is it only 11%?
It should have been 12% to 13%.
The self-test results are out. The 2 people after us already have their results, so ours should be out too. Quick, let's see the results.
Xinghan shook her head and waved her hand, I don't dare to look.
You look first. Alright.
He checked his own results. Ling Zixin, gene compatibility fusion rate, 15%. Xinghan happily hugged him, Xiaoshen, with this score, you're definitely the top student in the province.
However, Zixin wasn't entirely satisfied, only 15%? It's not as high as that genius from the capital. It seems physical fitness isn't the only factor determining compatibility. Hanin, it's your turn. Alright, I'll encourage you. Don't worry, Hanin.
Even I, at the bottom, got 10%, so you'll definitely do well too. Ling Zixin entered Xinghan's ID number.
A second later, a look of shock appeared on his face.
Everyone curiously gathered around to look, and then everyone was stunned.
An incredible number appeared on the screen.
Xinghan, gene compatibility fusion rate, 21%.
At the Jiangnan Province Education Department headquarters, Minister Yuan Dongji was reviewing data with other leaders.
She carefully looked at a candidate's file, her eyebrows slightly raised. Ling Zixin's information was displayed on the screen, with a compatibility of 15%. I never expected this year's top student in the entire province to come from Shanghai Junior High School. Everyone applauded to congratulate Principal Bai. Congratulations, Principal Bai. You must be very proud. But then, Shin Xinghan's results appeared on the screen, and the entire room fell silent. 21%? What? 21%? Can a human really achieve such a number? Yuan Dongji stood up and asked Principal Bai. What kind of student is this Shin Xinghan? Principal Bai looked a bit awkward. That child's performance is quite ordinary. Is there a problem with the test results? Yuan Dongji sighed, deciding to act decisively. It seems I'll have to go myself. At the research base, Xinghan still couldn't believe her eyes. Xiaoxun, how can it be 21%? Did they find something wrong? Death God suddenly remembered something, pulled her into a corner, and whispered. You have an extremely high natural compatibility with water, and in this experiment, the NB core of the jellyfish flowing cloud is an exotic beast with very strong water attributes. Xinghan suddenly realized, then became overjoyed. Isn't this genius? I'm finally worthy of Xiaoxun. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Look, what's that? In the distance, a massive tsunami, tens of meters high, was rolling towards the base. Standing on the crest of the wave was a woman with dragon horns, her aura as majestic as an ocean goddess. A dragon maiden? Could it be dissidents trying to submerge this place? With just a thought, the woman calmed the waves and gracefully stepped into the base, astonishing everyone. The researchers shouted in unison, quick, notify Dean Yuan. Yuan Dongji, vice principal of Shanghai University, comes from the Yuan family, a martial arts lineage spanning 1,000 years, and possesses a powerful dragon envy core. Yuan Dongji walked straight up to Xinghan and asked, Are you Shin Xinghan? Yes, that's me. Yuan Dongji coldly ordered, draw blood 3 times, and re-examine thoroughly. The test results came out quickly. Xinghan held her sore arm. It was just 3 tubes of blood, my arm is a little numb. You're really pushing yourself. Oh my, they need to draw 3 more tubes. Are you okay? At this moment, a medical staff member walked over. Shin Xinghan, please come with me. Xinghan was led to Yuan Dongji's office. The powerful woman turned her chair, a rare smile appearing on her usually stern face. Student Shin Xinghan, the test results are truly unbelievable, but all 3 tests consistently show 21%. Upon hearing this, Xinghan's heart finally settled, but astonishment quickly followed. Then, what does that mean? Yuan Dongji smiled kindly, getting straight to the point. You possess an extremely high talent for NV core fusion. I wish to take you as my disciple. Xinghan looked bewildered after hearing this, pointing at herself and asking in confusion, Take me as your disciple? Yuan Dongji didn't offer much explanation, simply waving her hand to demonstrate her power. After becoming my disciple, you'll easily be able to do things like treading on waves. As she spoke, she gently waved her hand, and the water in the cup before her immediately rose into the air, dancing like a soft silk ribbon. Xinghan replied weakly, But this is too sudden. Can I think about it? She didn't dare to decide on her own, her mind was solely focused on asking for the deity's opinion first. However, Yuan Dongji, with her assertive nature, directly waved her hand to interrupt. There's no need to consider. Becoming my disciple only brings benefits, no drawbacks. I am both the minister of the Provincial Education and Training Department and the vice principal of Shanghai University. If we have a master-disciple relationship, you will definitely get into Shanghai University. After saying this, Dongji, full of presence, turned her head and asked in a low voice, Do you have anything to say? Shin Xinghan opened her mouth as if to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. In the end, she could only gently move her lips and shake her head helplessly, saying nothing further. Dongji nodded with satisfaction, picked up her phone, and opened WeChat. Then it's settled. Shall we add each other on WeChat? Shin Xinghan looked wronged, but still obediently complied, picking up her phone to scan the QR code, completely led by the nose without realizing it. Oh, besides you, I have another disciple. She started 10 years before you, but she's about your age, so she's your senior sister. As Dongji spoke, she sent Shin Xinghan a photo via WeChat. I've sent you the photo. I'll introduce you too when there's an opportunity. Shin Xinghan curiously opened the photo. What greeted her eyes was a tall girl with long, snow-white hair and a stern face, devoid of any smile. Her gaze was sharp and imposing. She held a blood-stained long spear, and beneath her feet lay a massive exotic beast, presenting a powerful and intense scene. Seeing the person in the photo, memories of Class 5, Grade 2, in elementary school suddenly flooded Shin Xinghan's mind. Bai Shui. Shin Xinghan looked up and asked incredulously, Master, what's my senior sister's name? Luo Tianxue noticed her disciple's unusual expression and asked, What's wrong? Did you know her before?
I had a good friend named Bai Shui in elementary school.
She looked a lot like senior sister, but she transferred schools very early on.
I'm wondering if senior sister could be Bai Shui.
Dongqi denied it without a second thought, impossible.
As for the reason, it's not convenient for me to say.
At this moment, Dongqi changed the subject. Qinghan, your gene fusion compatibility is even higher than I realized. Now I need to examine your entire body to see if there's anything special about it.
Okay.
After speaking, Dongqi walked up to Qinghan and began to carefully examine every part of her body. More than 10 minutes later, Dongqi frowned and withdrew her hand. Her body is very normal, no different from an ordinary person. But this is very strange. Seeing her master frown, Qinghan thought there was something wrong with her and asked nervously,
"Is there something abnormal about my body?" Dongqi shook her head.
No, it's strange precisely because everything is too normal. This is clearly a body with a compatibility as high as 21%. She continued, "To protect you, I will change your actual value to 16% and announce it, to prevent anyone with ill intentions from harming you." Qinghan breathed a slight sigh of relief after hearing this.
Okay. It's getting late now, and I've said everything I needed to say. You can go back. Master, until next time.
After Qinghan left the office, as soon as the door closed, Dongji sat at her desk, took out her phone, and made a call. On the other end of the line, a middle-aged male voice spoke, "How are things progressing? Dad, this is the child I mentioned to you before, the one with a gene compatibility of 21%.
I've already taken her as my disciple." "Excellent, well done.
You must train this disciple well." Dongji continued, "I've also investigated her background, it's very clean. Moreover, the child is second only to Lin Zichen, and the two grew up together.
That's impressive.
Your disciple will surely achieve great things in the future.
By then, what we gain will be unimaginable.
Also, regarding this talented disciple's incredible gift, absolutely no outsiders must know."
Dongji nodded. "I understand, Dad." On the way home, Zichen, while cycling Qinghan, teased, "You're too impulsive, aren't you? Why did you suddenly and inexplicably take a master?" Qinghan also found everything too strange upon reflection.
"I find it strange too, it was too sudden. Lin Zichen had a bit of a headache, but he smacked his lips, never mind, let's just wait and see. If the other party means no harm, then let's just accept it for now.
If her character isn't good, once we're strong enough, we can proactively end the master-disciple relationship."
Qinghan nodded in agreement, Just as they arrived at the doorstep, both mothers were already waiting there, waving and calling out, "Xiaochun, Hanin, you're back.
You're back just in time, let's go celebrate at Mingxiang Restaurant tonight." At Mingxiang Restaurant.
I heard Hanin got the top score in the whole province this time, that's truly amazing. It's great that Hanin can go to university with Xiaochun again. Congratulations, Hanin and Xiaochun for ranking second. The banquet lasted until past 9 in the evening before ending, and the two families bid each other farewell and went home. It's getting late, everyone be careful on your way home.
You too, let's gather again next time.
Around 10:30 at night, after washing up, Qinghan, dressed in her pajamas, tiptoed to Lin Zichen's house.
Knock, knock, knock. When Zhang Wanqin opened the door and saw the neighbor's girl standing there in her pajamas late at night, she couldn't help but tease, "Hanin, are you here to sleep with Xiaochun again?" Qinghan's face turned as red as a cooked shrimp, and she waved her hands repeatedly.
No, it's just that I have something very important I want to tell Xiaochun in person.
Auntie, I'm looking for Xiaochun.
With that, she ran up the stairs. Zhang Wanqin watched her retreating figure, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh.
Something important needs to be said in person? Could it be a confession? Reaching the second floor, Qinghan knocked on Lin Zichen's door. "Xiaochun, I have something very important to tell you." Xiaochun, still sleepy, opened the door. "What is it?"
As soon as she entered the room, she immediately started talking about, "This morning, I took a master, your master." Qinghan took off her slippers, climbed onto the bed, hugged a pillow, and sat down, beginning to recount, "Today, master gave me a full body checkup, and the results showed that there's nothing special about my body.
She's no different from an ordinary person.
As for the fluid retention in my body, she couldn't detect it either." After hearing this, Death was very surprised.
Could it be that Ling Su, the one who can control giant waves, also couldn't see the secret within Hanin's body?
It seems her body is much more mysterious than I imagined. Thinking of this, Death seriously warned, "Don't let any third party know about this for now.
We can't predict what consequences might arise if it gets out.
Let's research it ourselves once we become stronger and learn more. There's no need to rush." Qinghan nodded obediently, I'll listen to you." She suddenly remembered something and continued, "Oh, right, there's one more thing. When I was at the base, Master said I have an elder sister disciple.
I've seen my elder sister disciple's photo, and I found she looks a lot like Bai Shui.
Shen Xinghan took out her phone, opened the photo Ling Si sent on WeChat, and showed it to Def. Def took the phone and observed carefully. She does look a bit like Bai Shui,
but their temperaments are completely different. However, where is this background? Do you know? What attracted Def's attention at this moment was the background in the photo. Those plants looked very strange, like alien species. I don't know, I'll ask Master.
Shen Xinghan originally didn't want to contact Ling Su at this time, but seeing Def's curiosity, she went along with his wishes.
Master, where was this photo of my elder sister disciple taken?
About 10 minutes later, Ling Su replied with 2 short words, the original place.
Shen Xinghan was puzzled, where is that?
Ling Su replied even more briefly, only know it's the original place, can't ask anything else.
Shen Xinghan relayed Master's words to Def.
Def sighed and sat on the bed next to her, then let's talk about it later. After the serious topic ended, the two played games on their phones. After playing for a while, Shen Xinghan suddenly put down her phone and turned to ask Def a whimsical question.
Xiaoshen, do all men like women in kipeos? If you think it looks good, then wear it.
Lin Zishan tried to remain calm, but his heart was in turmoil. He knew perfectly well that Shen Xinghan had caught him red-handed when he previously secretly watched Ling Si's ample hips and long legs while she was wearing a cheongsam.
Could Hanin be trying to imitate Master?
Zishan imagined Shen Xinghan in a tight cheongsam, and his face immediately flushed.
It's quite good-looking.
If she wore it, she'd probably look very beautiful.
Then, do you like cheongsams? The girl was persistent and pressed on with her question. Sishan was startled and stammered, like them? Shen Xinghan's face was flushed as she continued to ask, what about stockings? Black, white, or nude? Seriously, why are you asking such strange questions? If I had to choose, black or white? Sishan honestly confessed.
After getting her answer, the girl contentedly sat aside and started placing an order online.
Alright, I'll buy both cheongsams and stockings.
Lin Sishan felt something was off.
What was he suddenly doing?
Just then, there was a knock at the door.
Zhong Wanxin stood outside the door and handed in a bag. Hee, my mom just brought your personal items. You'll stay here tonight. Shen Xinghan was overjoyed and quickly took the bag. I didn't ask my mom to bring these things. Why did she just act on her own? Outside the door, Zhong Wanxin winked meaningfully. It's fine.
You're both grown up now, there's nothing wrong with sleeping together tonight. With that, she slammed the door shut, leaving the two young people their private space. The two exchanged an awkward glance, and Sishan broke the silence.
I didn't ask my mom to bring these things.
She just took it upon herself.
It's fine, the things are here.
Just sleep here tonight, Shen Xinghan softly replied. Then she opened the bag.
It's fine, I'll just change my underwear and go to sleep. What is this? Shen Xinghan suddenly pulled out a shiny golden box from the bag.
The words on the box caught her eye, ultra-thin natural latex condoms.
Why would my mom put this in here?
Her face turned as red as a ripe persimmon, and she quickly shoved the box back into the bag, as if she had touched a hot coal.
I'm going to change my underwear.
Shen Xinghan shrieked, grabbed her underwear, and rushed into the bathroom like a gust of wind. The Grim Reaper sat blankly on the bed, his face full of confusion.
He hadn't even had a chance to see clearly what it was. What on earth was that thing?
The next morning, the Grim Reaper walked out of his house, pushing his bicycle.
I'm riding now, hold on tight to me.
Both of us were admitted to Shanghai University's College of Evolution. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghan skillfully wrapped her arms around his waist, smiling sweetly as she hugged him tightly.
Let's go.
Just like you, I signed a contract with the He-Wu family's martial arts gym.
Today, we have to go to the gym for a promotional event.
They hadn't gone far when a voice suddenly called out, stopping them.
Hello.
A group of strangers blocked their path.
A middle-aged man in martial arts attire stepped forward, smiling politely as he asked, Are you Lin Xishan's classmate?
The Grim Reaper eyed the strangers warily. The man introduced himself, I am Lu Chuanwu,
Dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Shanghai University. Today, we are here on behalf of the Pavilion of Heaven and Man. The name Pavilion of Heaven and Man sounded familiar.
The Grim Reaper vaguely remembered seeing this organization mentioned in the news. They were a conservative faction, strongly opposing genetic fusion and mechanical body modifications. Online, they were often criticized for their old-fashioned ideas, considered to have a negative influence on the younger generation. Lu Chuanwu continued, On behalf of the Pavilion of Heaven and Man, I invite you to join our organization. The Grim Reaper ignored him, waving for them to move aside.
Lu Chuanwu quickly stopped him, Could you spare a moment for me to speak?
Before the Grim Reaper could agree, he produced a box and offered it. This is the latest model of Apple phone, a small gift for our first meeting. Oh, you shouldn't have. The Grim Reaper politely declined with his words, but his hand honestly reached out and took the box. Inside a nearby dessert shop, Lu Chuanwu spoke at length. Our Pavilion of Heaven and Man researches how to develop the potential of pure-blood humans without genetic fusion or mechanical modification. Our goal is to break the shackles of common grade, evolving into advanced, rare, or even death grade beings. We have already achieved some results, which you will understand after watching this video. He opened a video on his phone and handed it to Death God. My biological level is ordinary rank 9. This is a video of me just now defeating a high-level gene integrator. In the video, a shirtless, muscular man, who was Lu Chuanwu, was fighting a feathered variant. Death God immediately recognized the variant as Wu Tianchang, the one who single-handedly eliminated the rat god cult. Wu Tianchang flew into the air and unleashed a rain of sharp feathers. But when the feathers touched Lu Chuanwu, those deadly feathers only left a few shallow scratches. Taking advantage of Wu Tianchang's inability to fly high, Lu Chuanwu charged forward with astonishing speed, covering 100 meters in an instant. With a thunderous punch, Wu Tianchang fell to the ground, unconscious. At the end of the video, Lu Chuanwu, covered in blood, stood in the center of the arena, roaring. The human body is inherently invincible. Why rely on the body of an alien race? Pure-blooded humans cultivating my method are the future of humanity. The deafening shouts made Death God and Chang Han's ears tingle, even just watching through the screen. Is this real or fake? Has this video been doctored, or is Wu Tianchang putting on a show? Death God had doubts. Lu Chuanwu adamantly denied it. This video has absolutely not been post-processed. In the future, I will continue to challenge other high-level integrators, and you are welcome to observe at any time. Death God was puzzled. Why don't you post this video online? Wouldn't that promote the Heavens Pavilion even more? We'd like to, but those in power don't allow it. Why? Because currently, the path of pure-blooded human body cultivation can only evolve to ordinary rank 9, unable to break through the class shackles. Those in power believe that if the biological level cannot be improved, there is no future, and it's not worth promoting. Lu Chuanwu slammed the table in frustration. But if we don't promote it to attract more people to participate in research, how can we make breakthroughs? Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. But if a genius like you joins, you won't be stuck at ordinary rank 9 after 50 years of arduous cultivation like me. You will definitely evolve into a high-level being. Wait, 50 years. You look only about 50 years old, Death God said in surprise. Lu Chuanwu laughed proudly. Don't let my youthful appearance fool you. I'm actually almost 100 years old. I maintain this youthful state entirely through body cultivation methods. If you don't believe me, you can look me up online. The Grim Reaper immediately looked him up. Online information confirmed that Lu Chuanwu was born into a prominent martial arts family, but the family declined due to research into fusion bodies. He was nearly 100 years old and had been abandoned by his wife and children for insisting on the pure-blood path. What shocked the Grim Reaper even more was the information about his family, his ex-wife, Yuan Tongqi. Yuan Tongqi, Hanin's master. The Grim Reaper's gaze towards Lu Chuanwu completely changed. This man was indeed not simple. Lu Chuanwu continued to persuade. The fact that I can maintain such an appearance at nearly 100 years old is enough to prove the vast potential of pure-blood humans. Our Pavilion of Heaven and Man believes that human will can overcome destiny. This is the way of heaven and man. He lowered his voice and said seriously, fusion bodies rely on exotic beasts and can never surpass them, ultimately leading to their demise. The same goes for mechanical modifications. The materials still come from exotic beasts. We don't oppose these two methods, but we oppose betting the entire future of humanity on them. We need another path to prepare for the subsequent stages. Finally, Lu Chuanwu formally extended an invitation. Junior Lin Grim Reaper. I sincerely invite you to join the Pavilion of Heaven and Man. I believe you will be the first pure-blood human to break the shackles of class. However, the Grim Reaper remained unmoved and asked, what exactly is this method I've been practicing for so long? Lu Chuanwu enthusiastically explained, it's a blood-sucking art from an ancient ruin. It tempers the body with vital energy and blood, strengthening the physical form. Legend has it that cultivating it to the highest realm can make one's physical body attain sainthood, allowing them to tear apart giant beasts with their bare hands. Only pure-blood humans can cultivate it, because the blood of mixed bloods contains impurities, and mechanically modified humans cannot circulate vital energy and blood due to their incomplete bodies. So, do you want to join? Lin Grim Reaper cleverly declined. I feel I know too little about pure-blood humans right now, so I'll observe for a while first. Lu Chuanwu was still persistent. You can learn slowly. But your talent and physique are so powerful, it would be a great pity if you were a pure-blood. Lu Chuanwu still didn't give up. Continuing to persuade, in our Pavilion of Heaven and Man's view, the provincial champion's 16% gene fusion rate is utterly insignificant compared to you. It can't even compare to a single strand of your hair. Shen Xinghan had just brought the water bottle to her mouth when, hearing this, she immediately spat it out. We always believed you were the true top scholar of Nanjiang province, because your physical index was number 1. If you choose the path of a pure-blooded human, you will definitely be able to surpass her later on.
As he spoke the last sentence, Lu Chuanwu couldn't help but raise his voice excitedly.
After hearing this, Shen Xinghan felt incredibly awkward. She thought to herself, she had been sitting quietly the whole time, not saying a word,
nor provoking anyone, so how did she inexplicably get dragged into this?
Grim Reaper Lin quickly raised a hand to stop him.
If he didn't intervene, things would definitely get even more awkward. He pointed at Shen Xinghan and introduced her to Lu Chuanwu.
She is the provincial top scholar with a 16% gene fusion rate.
Shen Xinghan awkwardly waved and chuckled, hello.
Lu Chuanwu was stunned for a moment, then blushed crimson, wishing he could dig a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house with his toes and crawl into it. Seeing that half an hour had passed, Grim Reaper Lin stood up and said with a smile,
"It's getting late, and we have other matters to attend to. Thank you for the phone and milk tea. We'll be leaving now." Seeing this, Lu Chuanwu hastily tried to conclude.
In a hurry, he directly shouted at Grim Reaper Lin's retreating back.
"Wait!
If you join for just half a year, we, Tianren Pavilion, will give you double the benefits that Evolution Academy offers."
Seeing Grim Reaper Lin continue to walk, he shouted, "Double isn't enough? We, Tianren Pavilion, will give you triple."
Triple. Upon hearing this, Grim Reaper Lin's eyes immediately lit up. He immediately turned around and returned to his seat, saying sincerely,
"You know, I have always deeply resonated with Tianren Pavilion's philosophy.
I've decided to join Tianren Pavilion with my talent and contribute to the cause of pure-blooded humans."
Lu Chuanwu breathed a sigh of relief.
It's good that you understand. But then, his heart felt like it was bleeding.
How many resources will those 3 guys have to spend for this kid?
Uncle C looked at Lu Chuanwu and asked curiously, "By the way, I have a question.
Do you know where Yuan Di is?" Lu Chuanwu was a little surprised. This kid actually knows about Yuan Di? But he didn't dwell on it, answering quickly. "That is a place considered to be the origin of life. All existing exotic beasts come from there." The origin.
Lin Zixin felt as if he had just heard an earth-shattering secret. The fact that the exotic beasts' lives come from the origin indicates that humans do have some understanding of them, and can even enter that place.
Lin Zixin blurted out a question, "So, does that exotic beast meat market also come from there?" Lu Chuanwu nodded, "Of course.
Otherwise, there would be nothing on Earth for the higher-ups to distribute, let alone ordinary people."
"Do you have any videos of the origin?" Lu Chuanwu shook his head, "No, none. Any electronic devices would be destroyed there.
The only way to record anything is through on-site drawings." Lin Zixin found it unbelievable. So, that painting wasn't a photo, but a hand-drawn one. Just then, the phone rang.
It was He Wu.
"Handsome and beautiful ones, the Martial Arts Hall's promotional event is about to begin.
When will you all be coming over?" "We'll be right there."
"Then hurry up, everyone." Lin Zixin stood up and said to Lu Chuanwu, "I have to go now.
Let's chat another time." Just as Lin Zixin was about to leave, Lu Chuanwu took out a book
and handed it to him.
This is a translated version of the blood corrosion art. It contains detailed cultivation methods.
However, the blood corrosion art also has specific prerequisites. One's biological level must reach the 4th tier ordinary level, and their blood internal energy must be strong enough to cultivate it. Zixin reached out and took the book. Lu Chuanwu continued, "According to the physical examination data, you are almost at the 4th tier ordinary level. You can read it during the summer vacation, and once school is about to start and you've evolved to the 4th tier stage, you can begin cultivating immediately."
Lin Zixin took the book and casually put it into Shen Xinghan's backpack. "Really? I've already reached the 6th tier. I need to cultivate properly when I get back."
The scene shifts to the training ground of Shanghai University's Martial Arts Academy.
A woman in a martial arts uniform, with a neat ponytail,
her posture graceful and lithe, was undergoing intense training. Just as she finished a powerful kick, Lu Chuanwu walked in, humming a tune, a joyful expression on his face. The woman stopped training, raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and asked curiously, "Dean,
what's making you so happy?"
Lu Chuanwu smiled smugly, "With my invincible personal charm, plus the top physical fitness scorer in Nanchang Province's college entrance exam, the one with the title of number 1 in physical fitness in the entire province, has already become a member of our Heaven and Man Pavilion."
The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this real or fake?" Lu Chuanwu opened WeChat and showed his phone. "Of course it's real. I've already added his contact information."
Seeing Lin Zixin in his friend list, the woman couldn't help but widen her eyes. She never expected the useless Dean to actually recruit the provincial top scorer.
"Dean, how did you manage it?"
"By the sheer attraction of my personal charm.
Honestly, I don't have the patience to listen to him brag. I just want to know the truth."
Lu Chuanwu had no choice but to confess. I told him that the benefits offered by the Evolution Academy would be tripled directly by the Heaven and Man Pavilion. Tripled? The woman was stunned, and it took her a moment to react, her face full of worry. We're already deep in debt as it is. Lu Chuanwu looked as if he had already prepared for this. I've already made arrangements with 3 wealthy women. Paying triple the benefits will still leave us with plenty to spare. Dean, please don't be so reckless again in the future. Lu Chuanwu looked at her and asked, Yu Yuan, how long did it take you to sense vitality when you cultivated the blood decay art back then? That was 10 years ago, I don't remember clearly. Probably about a week. Or at most, no more than 2 months. Lu Chuanwu sighed with emotion. No wonder you were the top scorer in the Imperial Capital's college entrance exam back then. Your talent is truly outstanding. I considered myself a genius, but it still took me 2 weeks to sense vitality. Song Yu Yuan sighed. Don't even mention the Imperial Capital's top scorer. Ever since I gave up gene fusion and joined the Heaven and Man Pavilion, I haven't been able to evolve into a higher level being after all these years. I don't know how many people have mocked me. Lu Chuanwu patted her shoulder to comfort her. Let them laugh if they want to. In a few more years, when you evolve into a higher level being, won't you be able to defeat them? Song Yu Yuan smiled bitterly and shook her head. I've already experienced 2 regressions. Yet I still haven't managed to open a single acupoint. So tell me, how long will it take Lin Zixin to sense his vital energy? I'd say about 10 days. Lu Chuanwu explained. That child's physical test results were astonishing, only slightly worse than yours back then. Song Yuan began to look forward to it. Really? Then I'll have to take good care of this genius junior brother. Late at night, the moonlight was bright. Lin Zixin sat cross-legged on his bed, a blood corrosion arc manual spread open before him. Sensing vital energy is actually very simple, it only takes 3 seconds to perceive it. The next step is to control the vital energy and begin the corrosion process. He began to circulate his energy, starting by heating his right arm. Ding! You are using vital energy to corrode and refine your skin. Skin durability +1. Blood corrosion arc proficiency +1. Half an hour later, the cultivation process was complete, and his right arm had undergone 1 corrosion cycle. First, I'll test its hardness with a knife. Thinking this, Lin Zixin picked up a fruit knife and forcefully struck his arm. Clang! Not a scratch. Just 1 corrosion cycle made it impervious to blades. No wonder Lu Chuanwu could withstand Wu Tiancheng's feather attacks after 3 corrosion cycles. I wonder how much my body's strength will increase after 5 corrosion cycles. Thinking this, Lin Zixin was incredibly excited. 3 hours passed in a flash. Lin Zixin took a breath and stopped cultivating. He looked at his hands, calculating. At this rate, he could corrode and refine his entire body's skin in less than a week. The skin on both arms had been fully refined, consuming about a third of his vital energy. Just then, his phone chimed with a WeChat message from Xin Xinghan. Xiaoxun, are you asleep? No. I've prepared a surprise for you. When can you come to my room to see it? What surprise? It wouldn't be a surprise if I told you. Alright, I'll head over now. Ending the conversation, Lin Zixin checked the time. It was almost midnight. What kind of surprise could it be? It's so late, and she's still calling me over. Xin Xinghan's mother, Sung Meng, opened the door and let him in. Xiaoxun, you're here for Hanin, aren't you? That girl said she prepared a surprise and urged you to come see it. Closing the door, Sung Meng smiled faintly. Go find her then, don't let her wait too long. Lin Zixin knocked on Xinghan's door. Hanin, I'm here. A girl's nervous voice came from inside the room. Come in. Lin Zixin pushed the door open and closed it behind him. He saw Xin Xinghan sitting on the bed, her legs tightly crossed. What is this? Xin Xinghan's cheeks were flushed. The surprise I prepared for you. Lin Zixin found it strange. What kind of surprise required her to hide her legs? Could the surprise she mentioned be herself? Thinking of this, he felt a warmth spread through his body. He tried to stay calm, joking, let me guess, you're not trying to show me a glowing watch, are you? You'll know if you come closer. Lin Zixin walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. Xin Xinghan pursed her lips, shyly saying, you can look under the covers. Her trembling voice, tinged with shyness, made Lin Zixin involuntarily swallow. His hand trembled slightly as he grasped the corner of the quilt and slowly lifted it. As the quilt was gradually pulled back, a pair of long, fair, beautiful legs came into Lin Zixin's view. Next was the high slit of a blue and white cheongsam, clinging closely to her body, a style very similar to one Dong Ji had once worn. Lin Zixin's face flushed crimson, his whole body felt as hot as fire. He felt a stirring within him. Xin Xinghan didn't dare to meet his gaze, lowering her head to look at her feet. She timidly asked, do I look good in this? Lin Zixin nodded repeatedly. Beautiful. His gaze was fixed on those fair, beautiful legs. Shin Xinghan brushed aside her bangs, shyly continuing, I also bought black fishnet stockings.
Do you want to see me wear them?
Hearing the words fishnet stockings, Lin Zixin felt an even greater longing, but still tried to remain calm.
Come on, let's see.
Seeing that Lin Zixin wanted to see, Shin Xinghan blushed and slowly pulled on the black fishnet stockings, tightly encasing her beautiful legs up to her knees. Lin Zixin stared intently, swallowing with difficulty, fully appreciating the alluring sight. After putting on the stockings, Shin Xinghan's cheeks flushed, and her voice was incredibly soft. She shyly asked, "Do they look good?" The death god's breathing grew heavy, but he still tried to restrain himself, saying, "They look good, they suit you very well." Hearing this, she extended her leg towards the death god and seductively said, "Touching fishnet stockings feels wonderful, do you want to try?" The death god's hand flashed like lightning onto Shin Xinghan's thigh, gently caressing it. It really is comfortable." The soft rustling sound of friction made Shin Xinghan's face turn crimson. But she still pretended to be a little imp and asked, "So, between my leg with the fishnet stockings and without, which feels more comfortable to touch?" The death god was enjoying the wonderful sensation, his heart pounding, but he still calmly said, "Of course, touching your leg is more comfortable."
Shin Xinghan secretly rejoiced, "I think so too."
Just then, a knock sounded, and Meng Ying's voice came through, "Little god. Your mother just dropped off some daily necessities for you, they're hanging on the doorknob. You can go get them yourself later." Hearing Meng Ying's voice, the death god flinched in surprise and instinctively pulled his hand back. He quickly got out of bed. "Got it, Meng Ying." Recalling the awkwardness of Shin Xinghan's last overnight stay, he curiously opened the bag to check. Sure enough, there was another box of ultra-thin condoms inside. He shook his head helplessly, threw it back into the bag, and pretended not to see it. "We haven't even kissed yet, what's the rush?" At this moment, Shin Xinghan walked in with a bag of diapers. "Little god, it's getting late. You should just stay here tonight. I'm going to change my diaper first, turn around and don't look." Then, the girl directly took off her pants in the room and skillfully put on a diaper, completely at ease with the death god. A moment later, Shin Xinghan called out, "All done. Turn off the lights and let's sleep." "All right." The two got into bed and lay down, sharing a blanket and a pillow. Their bodies were very close, so much so that they could clearly hear each other's heartbeats. After a moment of silence, the death god noticed a faint, elusive fragrance. "Why does your bed have a fragrance? Did you use something?" Shin Xinghan giggled, "It's the scent from my body that stayed on the bed." "Don't believe me? Smell it." "How could that be?" The death god was about to retort, but when he felt Shin Xinghan's warm breath on his face, he realized how close they were lying. Gazing at her tender, moist cherry-like lips, a powerful impulse surged within him. After a few seconds of their eyes meeting, death god slowly lowered his head, gently kissing Shin Xinghan's small lips. The girl felt her whole body go limp, as if melting into the sweet kiss. Suddenly, Shin Xinghan trembled as if shocked. She hastily pushed death god away, flustered, "Wait, wait." The girl threw off the covers, jumped out of bed, put on her protective undergarment, and tried to run out. Death god asked, bewildered, "What's wrong?" Shin Xinghan's face was flushed, her hands covering her lower body. She confessed, "Just kissing you, my heart beat too fast, my body got hot. And then I couldn't help but have an accident." Hearing "had an accident," death god suddenly realized something important. He abruptly sat up and pressed her. "Wait, what did you feel just now? Was there a significant mental fluctuation?" Shin Xinghan nodded awkwardly, her heart pounding, her body burning. "My mental state did fluctuate greatly, and then I had an accident." Death god pondered for a moment, then nodded, "It's just as I suspected." He explained, "I suspect your mysterious superpower is related to mental energy. Controlling it depends on the strength of your mental energy. As long as your mental energy is strong enough, you can fully activate and control this superpower as you wish." Shin Xinghan only half understood. Death god took her hand, "Come here, let's continue kissing. And see if it's the same when your mental state fluctuates intensely again." Shin Xinghan said in a panic, "Ah?" She quickly pulled her hand back. "Wait, I need to change my protective undergarment first." Death god held her hand tightly, firmly stating, "It'll get wet again anyway, so let's continue first." The girl was about to object, but Death god's lips sealed hers. Death god said nothing, pulling her onto his lap and kissing her lips repeatedly. TSK, TSK, TSK. After a while, he released Shin Xinghan's swollen lips. He gently asked, "How do you feel this time?" Shin Xinghan was panting, her clothes soaked with sweat, clinging to her body. Her hazy gaze met Death god's, just like before. "My mental state fluctuated intensely, and then I became completely limp." Feeling the dampness through his clothes, Reaper Lin became even more certain that his guess was almost certainly correct. A few more tries and he could confirm his superpower was activated by mental power. Shin Yuyan hurriedly pushed Reaper Lin away, turning to reveal her damp bottom. and said coquettishly, "You're sweating so much, I'm going to take a shower." As soon as she finished speaking, she squeezed her legs together and ran into the bathroom. More than 10 minutes later, Shen Yuyan's voice came from the bathroom, "Xiaoshen, I forgot to bring clothes. Can you get me a set of pajamas?" "Okay, I got it." Reaper Lin got out of bed and opened Yuyan's wardrobe. What met his eyes were various colorful clothes. As if possessed, he picked up a light pink pair of underwear. It had no patterns and looked innocent and cute. After looking at it for a while, he suddenly realized his behavior was a bit strange, and quickly folded the underwear neatly, putting it back in its place. Yuyan probably wears a diaper to sleep, so she doesn't need underwear, right? He casually picked out a set of ordinary pajamas and handed them to her. "Here you go." 5 minutes later, Shen Yuyan finished her shower and came out. They turned off the lights and went to bed. The next morning, Reaper Lin woke up early. He looked at Shen Yuyan, still sound asleep, with a trace of drool at the corner of her mouth. He couldn't help but smile slightly. He gently wiped away her drool, then tiptoed out of bed and left the room. Going down to the living room, he met Mingru, who had just come out of the kitchen. "Xiaoshen, breakfast is almost ready. Why don't you eat before you go back?" "Okay, then I'll leave after eating." Xinjianye asked, "Is Yuyan awake yet?" "Not yet. Let her sleep a bit longer." Xinjianye sighed, "Oh, if only Yuyan could be as disciplined as you." Reaper Lin smiled, trying to smooth things over. "Yuyan already brought back the top provincial score for uncle, didn't she? It's not too much to sleep in a bit during the summer vacation." Xinjianye nodded, "That's true." After finishing 2 bowls of porridge, Reaper Lin said goodbye, "No need to see me off, Mengru." As soon as he left, Mengru closed the door and covered her mouth, chuckling. She turned to her husband and said, "I got up last night and heard water running in the upstairs bathroom. Do you think, last night, our daughter and Xiaoshen?" Xinjianye stroked his chin and thought, "Now that you mention it, it's highly likely." Mengru excitedly messaged Wan Xin immediately, "This is a big development. I need to quickly tell Wan Xin this good news." Back home, Lin Sishan threw the dirty clothes he changed out of last night into the washing machine. Just as he was about to go out for his morning exercise, his mother walked over, her eyes narrowed, and proudly patted his shoulder. "Son, you're amazing." "What?" Lin Zishan was confused, not understanding what his mother was implying. On the training grounds of Shanghai University's Martial Arts Academy, a group of burly middle-aged men stormed in aggressively, their faces filled with menace, shouting loudly, "Lu Chuanwu, you must give me an explanation regarding Lin Zishan." Lu Chuanwu was practicing his boxing, then slowly stopped. Feigning ignorance, "What about Lin Zishan? I completely don't understand what you're talking about." The man didn't waste words with Lu Chuanwu and immediately started yelling, "Lin Zishan clearly already signed up for my Evolution Academy, but you used underhanded tactics to pull him into your martial arts academy. Don't you feel ashamed?" Lu Chuanwu retorted scornfully, "What underhanded tactics did I use? Is it only your Evolution Academy that can recruit students? My martial arts academy can't?" Ma Jinha questioned, "Everything has a proper order, doesn't it? You've lived this long, don't you understand that principle?" Lu Chuanwu snorted coldly, "I don't care about any proper order. I only know that as long as school hasn't started yet, then he's not a student of your Evolution Academy. I can recruit him if I want to, it doesn't violate school rules at all. The school rules might not prohibit this, but you violated the agreement between the academies." "Ridiculous, that's your agreement, what does it have to do with me?" Lu Chuanwu said, then folded his arms, a smug look on his face. "In short, my recruitment is reasonable and fair competition. If you're not convinced, you can go find Lin Zishan and try to recruit him into the Evolution Academy again." Ma Jinha laughed in anger, "Someone as despicable as you dares to talk about fair competition?" He pointed at the other's face, "If you've got the guts, get in the ring and fight me." "Damn it, that's what you call fair competition?" Lu Chuanwu scratched his ear, glancing at him disdainfully, "Get in the ring and fight? Do you think I'm stupid? Someone of your caliber, a 5th-generation expert, bullying a mere 9th generation like me? How dare you talk about fairness? Don't you have any shame?" Ma Jinha retorted indignantly, "I'm 48, you're 95. Who's bullying whom? So you're bullying an old man?" He took a deep breath to calm himself, then sneered, "Lu Chuanwu, as long as you don't undergo gene fusion, you'll remain a weak, ordinary person your entire life." After delivering a sarcastic remark, Ma Jinha left the training ground. As he walked, he angrily clenched his fists, thinking to himself, ordinary beings are worse than ants. Let him keep messing around with his so-called pure-blood humans. Soon, Ma Jinha found Yuan Dongji to complain. Facing his complaints, Yuan Dongji merely offered a calm reassurance. "Dean Ma, don't worry. After school starts for a while, Lin Zishan will see his peers surpass him through gene fusion or mechanical modification. By then, he'll naturally switch majors." Ma Jinha was still upset.
Vice Principal Yuan, that's not the point. The point is Lu Chuanwu broke the rules and must be punished.
Yuan Dongji picked up the teacup on the table and softly said, if you're still feeling annoyed, then fight fire with fire.
Call that guy from the admissions department. Seeing that Yuan Dongji didn't want to punish Lu Chuanwu, Ma Jinha felt a bit dissatisfied but didn't dare say more. Then I'll do as the vice principal says. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Ma Jinha left the office.
After he left, Yuan Dongji murmured to herself. Ma Jinha is usually quite steady, but every time he's in front of Lu Chuanwu, he gets so angry he loses his composure. She gently sipped her tea, her gaze distant.
So many years have passed, and that Lu hasn't changed a bit.
His mouth is still as sharp as ever. If only his body were as capable as his mouth. It's a pity he chose the wrong path when he was young, otherwise, he'd at least be a principal by now. The scene shifts to a main road in the suburbs, where Lin Zixin and Shen Qinghan are undergoing speed training, primarily Shen Qinghan practicing.
I can't do it, I can't run anymore.
Shen Qinghan walked with faltering steps, her clothes soaked with sweat. Finally, she stopped by the roadside, bent over with her hands on her knees, panting heavily. Seeing this, Lin Zixin handed her a water bottle to rehydrate. After Shen Qinghan finished drinking, he said, let's stop practicing for today.
Let's go relax on the bench up ahead.
With water still in her mouth, Shen Qinghan could only hum in response. Soon, the two arrived at a nearby bench. Shen Qinghan put down her water bottle and skillfully lay down on the bench. Lin Zixin sat beside her and began to massage her legs. Shen Qinghan turned her head to look at Lin Zixin, her voice soft and sweet as she playfully said,
Xiao Shen, thank you. Zixin smiled, given our relationship, saying thank you is too formal.
Shen Qinghan nervously asked, gently twirling a strand of her hair with her finger.
Then what is our relationship now?
Friends, childhood sweethearts, or lovers? Lin Zixin replied simply, family.
Family?
Shen Qinghan pouted, looking a little dissatisfied. The word family is very broad, it could mean spouses, or it could mean siblings.
The girl moved her lips and pressed, if we're family, what kind of family? Lin Zixin smiled and countered, then what kind of family do you want us to be?
Shen Qinghan's legs felt weak, and her cheeks flushed as she replied, well,
how about fiancés?
Lin Zixin gave her a firm and affirmative answer, fiancés.
Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghan's heart blossomed with joy.
She jumped up from the chair, extended her pinky finger towards Lin Zixin, her face beaming with happiness.
Then let's get married after we graduate from university, okay?
Lin Zixin also smiled, extended his pinky to hook hers, and nodded, okay. With their pinkies linked, Shen Qinghan cheered, pinky promise, for 100 years.
At this moment, Shen Qinghan's heart was overflowing with happiness.
In the evening, after washing up and dinner, Lin Zixin watched TV with his parents in the living room, occasionally chatting, creating a very harmonious atmosphere.
Just then, the doorbell rang.
Lin Yuansheng, who was closest to the door, responded and got up to open it.
As soon as the door opened, he exclaimed in surprise, Dean Ma, what brings you here?
I apologize for disturbing you so late. Ma Jinha said with a chuckle, I came to talk to Zixin about choosing a college. He specifically chose to come at night, knowing that people are usually more emotional and prone to making decisions in the evening. Tonight, he was determined to pull Lin Zixin back from the constraints of traditional martial arts.
Lin Yanqing was a bit confused. Choosing an academy? Hadn't that already been decided? Why come talk about this in the middle of the night? Ma Jinha handed Lin Yanqing a bag.
It contains 2 fresh frozen fish. They're incredibly delicious, a gift from one of my graduates. He gave me too many, so I brought 2 for you to try. Lin Yanqing took the bag and politely said, Dean Ma.
You're too kind. It's just a small token of my appreciation.
Dean Ma, Xiao Xin is in the living room.
Let's go in and talk. Then I'll impose.
After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two entered the living room and sat down. Feeling the atmosphere was right, Ma Jinha finally turned the topic to Lin Zixin, saying with a look of regret. Zixin's gene fusion adaptability has reached 15%.
Following the path of gene fusion offers boundless prospects.
There's really no need to pursue the pure-blood human path, that would be a waste of talent. He continued passionately, the celestial race indeed starts at a high point, but their pure-blood human theory has made no substantial progress, it's just a deception. Zixin choosing this path will only harm himself. Saying this, the elder looked directly at Lin Zixin. Zixin, listen to my advice. Don't pursue the pure-blood human path, it will only make you like everyone else. It's best to choose the Evolution Academy. Before Lin Zixin could react, Zhang Wanxin, sitting nearby, asked with a puzzled expression, Dean Ma, I'm a little confused by what you're saying.
Hasn't Xiaoshen already enrolled in the Evolution Academy?
It was then that Lin Zixin turned to his parents to explain, Mom, Dad, I forgot to tell you. A few days ago, I joined the Celestial Pavilion, and now I've switched to the Martial Arts Academy.
I want to pursue the pure-blood human path.
Hearing this, Lin Yanqing and his wife were stunned.
Zhang Wanqin was the first to recover, anxiously asking, Xiaoshen, what exactly is going on?
Seeing his parents' concern, Lin Zixin briefly explained. Firstly, I agree with the philosophy of the Celestial Pavilion. So, under the sincere invitation of the Martial Arts Academy Dean, offering triple benefits, I agreed to join the Celestial Pavilion for 6 months and try the pure-blood human path. If there's no progress after half a year, I'll return to the Evolution Academy and pursue the path of gene fusion.
After hearing their son's explanation, Lin Yanqing and Zhang Wanqin both breathed a sigh of relief.
Good, it's just joining for half a year to try it out.
After hearing about Lin Zixin's transfer process, Ma Jinha couldn't help but mutter to himself. Can that stingy old man really offer triple the benefits?
However, he didn't dwell on it too much and quickly turned to persuade Lin Zixin.
Young man, let me give you a piece of advice.
Triple benefits are indeed a lot, but we should think long term. Those are just small gains, there's no need to give up greater benefits for small ones. Although it's just joining for half a year to try, and you can always go back to the gene fusion path if it doesn't work out, in this short half year, you'll lose a lot of valuable knowledge, so much that even triple benefits can't make up for it. He emphasized, I've taught at Yunhai University for many years and have seen many similar things happen. You can't go wrong if you listen to me, there's no need to waste these 6 months. Lin Zixin sat listening, breaking out in a cold sweat, but his mind was made up. Thank you for the reminder, Dean Ma, but currently, I strongly agree with the philosophy of the Celestial Human Pavilion.
If I don't try it, I'll always be thinking about it later. It might even become a mental obstacle, and I don't want that.
Although he said this to please Hua Mei, he was secretly delighted about the triple benefits. Seeing his stubbornness, Ma Jinha could only sigh, stand up, and put his hands in his pockets. Since you're so stubborn, anything more I say will be useless. Ma Jinha changed the subject, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave.
Dean Ma, I'll see you out.
Early the next morning, as dawn was just breaking, Lin Zixin woke up. He opened his news app, wanting to see the day's hot topics, and immediately a headline caught his eye.
Authoritative announcement, this is outrageous. The Celestial Human Pavilion suddenly brainwashed the top scorer in the Nanxiang Province College entrance exam,
making him abandon the path of gene fusion and choose the path of pure-blooded humans.
Bloodline, a genius turned into an ordinary person. Seeing this headline, Lin Zixin was stunned. What's going on?
He quickly clicked to view the article content.
The report directly named top scorer Lin Zixin as having joined the Celestial Human Pavilion and embarked on the illusory path of pure-blooded humans.
It also brought up the cautionary tale of a female prodigy, the top scholar of the capital 10 years ago, whose talent was wasted because of the Heaven's Gate Pavilion. Lin Zixin scrolled down to the comments section and saw nothing but criticism. This Heaven's Gate Pavilion really knows how to mislead people. That top scholar was truly foolish.
Heaven's Gate Pavilion is practically destroying geniuses. Can't someone arrest all these people?
I know where they are, and I know where Heaven's Gate Pavilion is.
Is it that place?
Lin Zixin, it's all negative comments, as if a troll army is manipulating public opinion.
He worried constantly.
If his personal information was exposed, being cyberbullied would be one thing, but if he was targeted by cultists, that would be a huge problem.
Was it Ma Jinha who leaked it, or were other forces displeased with Heaven's Gate Pavilion?
Putting aside his suspicions for now, he decided to act immediately. Hello, I want to report an article that infringes on a student's privacy.
2 hours later, the article was finally deleted. Lin Zixin plopped onto the sofa, sighing with relief. Thank goodness it's deleted.
But it was all too late. His phone vibrated incessantly as messages flooded in. He opened it and was startled.
How did Lin Zixin join Heaven's Gate Pavilion? Isn't Heaven's Gate Pavilion the thing that leads young people astray? Someone even posted Lin Zixin's photo. Now everyone online is discussing him.
There's also a group of people online who are madly praising Lin Zixin.
Lin Zixin, come out and explain. Is Lin Zixin there? His photo was posted too?
It seems like this is really trouble. Lin Zixin didn't want fame, he just wanted to be a genius in his own small world, quietly evolving.
Fame or missions, all of it could take a back seat.
By 11 p.m., Lin Zixin had finished washing up and was lying in bed in his pajamas, scrolling through his phone, intently following the news related to himself.
Not long after, Shen Qinghan slowly walked into the room in her nightgown. Xiao Shun, you can sleep here tonight.
She took off her slippers, climbed onto the bed, and sat next to Lin Zixin, shoulder to shoulder, tilting her head to look at his phone screen.
Are you looking at news about yourself? Those bad people directly used an innocent examinee as a weapon. They don't even have basic human principles. Lin Zixin responded indifferently, that's how struggles are. Sticking to principles will put you at a disadvantage, only by having no principles can you gain an advantage.
Shen Qinghan suddenly remembered her shrewd master.
Xiaoshen, my master seems to be very influential. Do you think if I ask her for help, she could solve this problem for you? Ling Zixin shook his head. This kind of factional struggle is not uncommon. The Gene Fusion faction is suppressing the pure-blood human faction. Your master supports the Gene Fusion faction, so she has no reason to help with this. Shen Xinghan thought it made sense, but there was no harm in trying. So she picked up her phone and sent a message to Yuan Dongji via WeChat. About half an hour later, Yuan Dongji replied with a few short words, "It's resolved." Shen Xinghan exclaimed in surprise, "That fast? It's only been half an hour." Ling Zixin was stunned. How is that possible? Shen Xinghan tried searching for Ling Zixin's information online, and indeed, she couldn't find anything. Her eyes widened. Xiaoshen, it's really resolved. I can't find any news now. Ling Zixin was also very surprised. He hadn't expected Yuan Dongji to help him. She would help me? Is she looking out for her disciple, or is it out of old affection for Lu Chuanwu? Either way, this was beneficial to him. Ling Zixin composed himself and turned to Shen Xinghan, saying, "Hanin, please thank your master for me. I'm very, very grateful for her help." "My gratitude is boundless." Shen Xinghan smiled, pursing her lips. "I've thanked my master, so how will you thank me?" Zixin countered, "What kind of thanks do you want? Then give me a kiss," Shen Xinghan said, pointing to her cheek. Ling Zixin chuckled softly and leaned down to peck her cheek a few times. 3 days later, in a private room, Ling Zixin sat cross-legged on the bed, cultivating. He slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a turbid breath, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. His biological level had advanced to the 7th generation, finally completely cleansing his body of upper-level impurities. Ling Zixin opened his attribute panel to check. Name, Ling Zixin, age, 18, biological level, ordinary 7th generation. Biological attributes only advance, never retreat. Skills, Divine Eye of Insight, Might Makes Right, Act According to Circumstances, Natural Selection, Heavenly Eye, Social Animals, Natural Camouflage, Danger Sense. Body Refinement, Skin Refinement once, Flesh Refinement incomplete, Bone Refinement incomplete. Lin Zixin secretly gloated, these 9 biological attributes were basically equivalent to 10 gene fusions. This way, he could easily overpower geniuses who had undergone 4 gene fusions. You unconsciously compare yourself to that unparalleled genius, which is understandable, as you grew up with news of that person, and subconsciously, you've come to see them as the standard for measuring strength. Just then, his phone received a message from Shen Xinghan. Xiaoshen, XIN, and I have an appointment to retrieve eggs on Monday. Could you come with me? After reading it, Lin Zixin thought for a moment. Xinghan would definitely go through the gene fusion process, which would lead to a loss of fertility. Therefore, it was necessary to retrieve and preserve her eggs now for future in vitro fertilization. He quickly replied, okay. On Monday, after breakfast, Lin Zixin and Shen Xinghan went to the specialized hospital for egg retrieval. Entering the consultation room, Shen Xinghan lay on the bed, looking very nervous. Her clothes were already lifted for the nurse to examine her. Seeing her nervousness, the female nurse comforted her, saying, the ovulation-stimulating injection has been given. Come back tomorrow for the egg retrieval. Shen Xinghan nodded, thank you, sister. I appreciate your help. More than an hour later, Shen Xinghan and Li Cixin walked out. Li Cixin complained, how troublesome. I thought we could just get it done directly. I didn't expect to have to wait until tomorrow. Shen Xinghan was still a bit worried, I'm still a little nervous. Li Cixin smiled and suggested, since we're already out, why don't we go shopping? It might help ease your tension. Shen Xinghan happily nodded, sounds good. The 2 girls turned to Lin Zixin. Zixin, do you want to come with us? Zixin shook his head. No, I have something to do at home. Li Cixin cheered, great. Today is just for me and Hanin. Shen Xinghan laughed heartily at her friend. Back home, Lin Zixin went upstairs and secluded himself in his quiet room to study the blood molting art. Now was the time to refine his muscles. Essence, muscle strength increased by 1 point, blood molting art proficiency increased by 1 point. The burning sensation when training muscles is more intense than when training skin, but it's still bearable. In the blink of an eye, an afternoon passed, and Lin Zixin lay exhausted on his bed. After an afternoon of molting and refining, his entire right arm was complete. Now his head was starting to feel a bit dizzy, too much vital energy and blood had been consumed. That evening, Lin Zixin ate and drank heartily to replenish his vital energy and blood. After digestion, the vital energy and blood in his body were once again full and abundant. The strength of his right arm alone had increased by 50%. The blood molting art truly suits my physique. Xiaoshen, there's something I want to discuss with you. Hearing Shen Xinghan's voice, Lin Zixin replied, the door's unlocked, come in.
Shen Xinghan walked in and said directly, Zixin invited us to go out and have fun before school starts.
He was going too, so I already accepted for you. Lin Zixin nodded, if you're going, I'll definitely go too.
Shen Xinghan hesitated, then said, but Zixin said she wants to go to the beach.
I don't want to spoil her fun, but I also can't.
I don't know how to refuse, because I already agreed to her. You know, I heard those terrifying sounds from under the sea before, so I'm scared. Lin Zixin comforted her, it's alright, I'm here.
At worst, we just won't go into the water. Shen Xinghan nodded reassuringly, okay.
20,000 meters underground in Shanghai City, within a labyrinthine tunnel system resembling an ant's nest, at the intersection of countless tunnels, a massive altar was quietly being constructed in the darkness. At this moment, two figures appeared on a screen, conversing. One was a three-eyed giant over 4 meters tall, and the other wore a mysterious mask. Lord Emissary, all 108 tunnels have been dug through by those rat-like fellows. The three-eyed giant, who half a year ago had stood proudly before the trial king,
now bowed respectfully to the masked person, his head lowered. Next, I'll trouble you to set up the biological coordinates here. The masked person didn't answer, merely nodding slightly,
Immediately after, he forcefully plunged the staff in his hand into the ground. Then, he cut his own wrist, allowing blood to flow onto the staff, soaking its body. The blood was quickly absorbed by the staff. Instantly, countless blood-red vines grew from the base of the staff, spreading outwards and filling the entire underground palace.
After completing everything, the masked person spoke in a hoarse voice. I've already set up the biological coordinates here. All that's left is to find a corresponding point back there and set up another biological coordinate. Once the two coordinates sense each other, the tunnel can be connected to the original location. On the day they went to the beach, He was in charge of driving everyone. In the car, Li Chuxin asked curiously, He, when did you get your driver's license?
He elegantly turned the steering wheel with one hand and replied, it took me 10 days during the summer vacation.
And I got my license. My dad pulled some strings to get me into a crash course.
There are courses like that?
He said proudly, if any of you want to sign up.
I just need to tell my dad when I get back.
Do you want to sign up?
Everyone shouted in unison, of course we want to, young Master He. Hearing the title Young Master He felt incredibly pleased. An hour later, He executed a perfect drift stop. We're here. It was the height of summer, and the beach was packed with people. As soon as he got out of the car, He spread his arms, enjoying the cool sea breeze.
But then, his gaze began to wander, searching for bikinis.
He's eyes were fixed on the sexy bikini-clad women on the beach. Seeing this, Li Chuxin immediately tapped him on the head, which hurt.
Can you not be so lewd?
Then, she pulled Shen Xinghan along, come on, let's go.
Let's go change into our swimsuits over there. Don't mind him. Shen Xinghan nodded,
Seeing the two girls walk away, He excitedly clapped Lin Zixin on the shoulder.
Let's go, we'll change into our swimsuits too.
I can't wait to jump into the water. On the way to the changing room, Lin Zixin was recognized by many people. Whispers and discussions arose around them.
Isn't that Ko, the top scorer in the Nanjing Province College entrance exam?
He joined the Celestial Pavilion, was he brainwashed?
Or was his mind not good to begin with?
He's really ruining his future. Lin Zixin heard it all, but his heart remained unshaken. It was He next to him who became furious and shouted loudly, who do you think you are?
Are you even qualified to comment on Ko, the top scorer in the Nanjing Province College entrance exam? If you have the guts, keep talking. Startled by Hiwu's roar, those few people immediately fell silent, shrinking back like turtles, not daring to utter a sound.
Zixin shook his head with a wry smile, pulling Hiwu away, seeing no need to waste words on them. Hiwu said indignantly, Zixin, your composure is truly remarkable. If it were me, I would have punched them already. Lin Zixin replied with a smile, I just don't really care about these things. If it were something I truly cared about, I would definitely intervene. Hiwu asked curiously, then what do you care about? No sooner had he spoken than Li Zixin's voice answered for him, does that even need asking? The two girls had already changed into their swimsuits and walked over. Li Zixin pointed at Shen Xinghan beside her and continued, Zixin definitely cares most about Hanin.
Hiwu chuckled, I guess that was a silly question. Li Zixin urged, you two hurry up and change into your swimsuits too.
Not long after, Lin Zixin and Hiwu emerged in their swimsuits, their well-defined muscles
drawing glances from passers-by. Hanin, do you need me to apply sunscreen for you?
Shen Xinghan had no reason to refuse, and with a slight blush, she nodded, okay. Lin Zixin had Shen Xinghan lie on the mat and began applying sunscreen for her.
Is this alright?
Hiwu's eyes lit up at the sight.
You really know what you're doing.
He turned to Li Zixin, Zixin, I'll help you with sunscreen too.
Li Zixin's eyes flared. Get lost.
On the other side, Lin Zixin's sunscreen application seemed almost leisurely. His hand subtly grazed areas it shouldn't, moving higher and higher. Shen Xinghan knew his intentions but silently allowed Lin Zixin to take advantage. This little god really is. Suddenly, an eerie whisper echoed in Shen Xinghan's ear, "Great God, please awaken." Shen Xinghan's eyes snapped open, and she sat up abruptly, her heart filled with confusion. Lin Zixin noticed her distress and asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" The eerie whisper still reverberated in Shen Xinghan's ear, "From the origin of the sea." She looked around for the source of the sound. This voice. Shen Xinghan's gaze was fixed on the sea ahead, the sound was coming from the ocean. Shen Xinghan sat up, her expression panicked, hugging herself tightly. Zixin sat down beside her, concerned. "What's wrong?" Shen Xinghan said fearfully, "Little god, I heard that voice again. It said that a great god has awakened, something about the origin of the sea, and that it's still angry at humans, just like before." Hearing this, Zixin's expression changed drastically. Could Shen Xinghan's mysterious physique be related to the origin? After a moment of contemplation, Zixin said, "Our current knowledge is very limited, and we can't find anything. We still need to learn more about the origin first. Once you're in college, you can try asking your master about it." Shen Xinghan nodded, "Okay." Time flew by. After completing his full-body muscle training, Zixin began the bone training phase. He didn't expect bone training to be hundreds, even thousands of times more difficult than muscle training. In less than half an hour, Zixin was already drenched in cold sweat from the pain, his face pale. After an unknown period, he collapsed onto the bed. Completely soaked, as if he had just been pulled out of water. He had finally completed the training of all 206 bones in his body. Just then, a notification popped up on the system panel. "Congratulations, you have successfully evolved into an ordinary 9-pattern creature." After reading the notification, Zixin thought to himself, "I'm just one step away from evolving into a high-level creature. As long as I can successfully open the acupoints within my body, even just one would be enough to evolve. But how do I open the acupoints? The method in the guide is too vague." After studying for a while with no progress, Zixin closed the book and muttered to himself, "It seems I'll have to figure it out on my own." September 9th, the opening day of Shanghai University. Since Chen Xinghan's parents were busy with work, they entrusted Zheng Wanxin and her husband to take her to school. "Xiaoshen, Hanin, we're here." Walking to the food street, Chen Xinghan pointed ahead and exclaimed excitedly, "Xiaoshen, look, that ice cream shop is still there." Zixin followed her gaze and nodded, It's the same one we ate at last time we came here." Zheng Wanxin smiled and suggested, "Come on, let's go buy some ice cream there. It's still early anyway, it's not too late to register after we eat." Hanin nodded repeatedly, "Okay." Chen Xinghan scooped a spoonful of ice cream and said, "My ice cream is Earl Grey milk tea flavored, it's so delicious." She affectionately brought the spoon to Zixin's mouth. "Xiaoshen, try some." Zixin took a bite and indeed, it was delicious. Just then, a group of men and women's boisterous voices came from outside. "Another drink." Zixin looked towards the bar opposite, and saw two boys playing dice and drinking with a group of girls. "Jia Xian, your outfits are a bit too revealing today, it makes things awkward for me." The girl named Jia Xian pouted, "You can. My hand was already in there, how would anyone notice? Why are you rushing, you guy?" "Ayom, stop being so handsy with the girls, hurry up and guess the number." You lost, drink up, drink up." The two boys were surrounded by girls, their hands wandering inappropriately over the heavily made-up women. Lin Zixin merely glanced over and then looked away. In contrast, the boys at the next table were discussing it animatedly. "That Royal Xian acts like a pure goddess at the Art Academy all day long. But now she's letting people from the Evolution Academy touch her freely. Well, people from the Evolution Academy have boundless futures, don't they? If you were a girl, you'd probably do the same." "True, if I were from the inner campus of the Evolution Academy. I'd also run to the outer campus every day to find girls." Hearing this, Lin Zixin noticed the term inner campus. Shanghai University was divided into two areas. The outer campus was for students of culture and arts. The inner campus was for students majoring in evolution, mecha, and martial arts. Due to the confidentiality surrounding gene fusion and body modification, the inner campus was heavily guarded. Only teachers and students from that area could enter and exit. Zheng Wanxin sternly reminded them, "You two will have more freedom in college. But you can't be as reckless as those people drinking outside. You must study hard. Understand?" The two nodded obediently, "We understand." Lin Yuan smiled brightly, "Sister, you're overthinking it. Xiaoshen and Han Han have been well behaved since childhood, they wouldn't do such things. It's getting late now, you two should prepare to enter the inner campus. Mom and Dad can't go in, Xiaoshen, remember to take good care of Han Han." Zixin waved his hand, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad." At the inner campus checkpoint, the security guard shouted, "Please show your admission notices, both of you." Shen Xinghan quickly handed over her notice, "This is mine." The security guard glanced at it and let her through. "Alright, no problem." Zishan was searching for documents when the security guard spoke. Alright, you don't need to look anymore. I recognize you, the one from the Provincial University of Science and Technology who joined the Tianrun Pavilion.
Go on in.
Lin Zishan was surprised, not expecting that news to be so famous that even the security guard recognized him. As soon as they stepped into the inner courtyard, they were both stunned by the sight before them. The inner courtyard was full of people undergoing gene fusion. There were those with synthetic envy and those with mechanical body modifications. After completing the enrollment procedures, Zishan and Hanin said goodbye at the dorms of the Evolution Academy. Xiaoxin, we'll see each other at the banquet.
Okay, see you at the banquet. Zishan went to the martial arts academy alone.
There, he received a warm welcome from the senior female students. Everyone wanted to add him on WeChat, vying to help him.
Junior Zishan, you're so handsome. Junior Zishan, can I chat and be friends with you?
Junior Zishan, let me help you with your luggage.
Junior Zishan, let me take you to your dorm.
In the end, Zishan chose a senior student with a striking figure and asked for her help. Then I'll trouble you, senior. On the way, the senior student pointed towards the plaza.
Junior Zishan, over there is the student achievement board. Do you want to go take a look?
Lin Zishan was curious. Then I'll trouble you to lead the way, senior.
No trouble at all, it's an honor for me to lead the way for such a handsome junior. Upon arriving, they stopped in front of the power ranking board. There were two boards, the Pinnacle board, listing the top 500 strongest students in the entire school, and the Freshman board, listing the top 100 strongest freshmen. The top three on the Pinnacle board were all advanced powerhouses from the Evolution Academy and Mecha Academy, all fourth-year students. Only a handful of students from the Martial Arts Academy made it onto the board, and they were all at the very bottom. On the way back to the dorms, the senior student said, actually, our Martial Arts Academy once had a senior who reached 6th place on the Pinnacle board. She was also the top scorer in the college entrance exam, just like you. Her name was Song Yuen. But because her path as a pure-blood human encountered a bottleneck, she was gradually surpassed by other students. Now she has become a lecturer, the chief researcher of the Tianrun Pavilion, and Director Lu's capable assistant. Arriving at the dorm, the senior exclaimed, Zishan, Jr., we're here. The top scholar gets such good treatment, a single room. I'm so envious. Suddenly, she turned around and lowered her collar, revealing a patch of fair skin in front of Zishan. She hinted, Zishan, Jr., I'm so hot after walking around for so long. Can older sister come into your room to cool down for a bit? Lin Zishan knew exactly what she meant and changed the subject. You've worked hard, senior. There's a milk tea shop across from the dorm. Let me treat you to some milk tea, senior. The senior smiled awkwardly. Okay. She thought to herself, why isn't this guy taking the bait? He treated seniorly to a cup of milk tea with extra toppings, as thanks for guiding him. Back in his room, Zishan received a WeChat message from Shin Xinghan, along with many photos of her dorm. Xiaoxin, have you reached your dorm? Quick, send me a picture of your room. Compared to Hanin's luxurious apartment, Zishan's single room seemed much more modest. Generally speaking, the Evolution Academy was indeed wealthier. Zishan casually sent a few pictures. After silently looking at them, she replied, your room is too small. Why don't you move in with me? It seems the dorm is bigger than my home. After reading the message, Lin Zishan didn't hesitate. He immediately picked up his luggage and set off. I'm moving. He absolutely had to move. Anyone who wouldn't live in a high-end apartment must have something wrong with their head. Standing in front of the Evolution Academy, Zishan once again marveled at its wealth. The student dorms here were far more luxurious than the dog kennels at the Martial Arts Academy. He began to doubt Lu Chuanwu's promise of triple benefits. The elevator doors opened, and Shin Xinghan was already waiting inside. Xiaoxin, you're finally here. Entering the room, Hanin excitedly introduced, Xiaoxin, come in quickly. I've already turned on the air conditioning, it's very cool. Zishan dragged his luggage in, surveying the spacious and tidy room. This room is truly luxurious. It seems your master cares a lot about you. You shouldn't refuse such a master. Shin Xinghan smiled sweetly, I think so too. From now on, this will be our little home. With our parents away, no one will care even if we run around the house without clothes. Zishan was speechless. What do you mean run around the house without clothes? Don't talk nonsense. Oh, I've worked up a sweat. I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, she took off her clothes and walked towards the bathroom. Don't throw your clothes on the floor. After the Reaper reminded her, he helped her pick up the clothes. Taking advantage of his free time, the Harvester opened the Shanghai University app and took a look. On the store interface, various rare resources appeared, never-before-seen exotic beast meat, gene reagents, strange flowers and fruits, and mechanical parts, all requiring points for exchange. There are 3 ways to earn points. Climb the peak leaderboard or the freshman leaderboard. Complete school missions. Achieve good results in competitions representing the school. It seems much easier than making money. As he was thinking, Shin Xinghan's voice came from the bathroom. Xiaoshen, I'm done washing, can you bring me my clothes? Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Sishan opened the bathroom door and walked in.
In the large bathtub, Shin Xinghan was taking a bath, her bare shoulders and slender legs vaguely visible in the water, looking very alluring.
Xiaoshen, it's so comfortable to bathe here, do you want to join me?
It's such a big bathtub, it would be a waste for just me to use it. Seeing how proactive the girl was, the Reaper felt it would be impolite to refuse.
Then let's bathe together.
As he spoke, he began to take off his clothes in front of Shin Xinghan. They slept in the same room every night and had already touched each other, so there was nothing to be shy about.
The Reaper sat on one side of the bathtub.
I'll scrub your back. Okay, I'll scrub yours later too. After bathing and eating, the Reaper began his second skin tempering. This time the difficulty greatly increased. It took him over 2 hours to complete the skin tempering of his right arm.
Hee, do you have a sewing needle here?
Shin Xinghan put down her phone and curiously handed him a needle.
Yes, I do, but what do you need a needle for?
To test the strength of my skin after 2 temperings. Without further ado, Lin Sishan picked up the needle and forcefully pricked the back of his right hand.
Dang, you are pricking the back of your right hand with a needle. Skin durability +1, +1, +1. Shin Xinghan's eyes widened in surprise.
The small needle was pressed so hard that it bent, yet it still couldn't pierce the Reaper's skin.
Finally, the needle snapped in half with a crack. The needle broke too. This blood retraction technique is incredibly powerful. After seeing this, I even want to pursue the path of a pure-blood human. Grim Reaper smiled. Next, it's time to test heat resistance.
Go to the kitchen, turn on the gas stove, and place your right hand directly over the blue flame to roast it. Ding, you are burning the palm of your right hand with fire.
Heat resistance +1, +1, +1.
After more than a minute, he only began to feel a slight warmth.
The tempering effect is too strong. With the blessing of biological attributes, this body will eventually become a saint.
While cultivating, his phone received a new message from Lu Chuanwu.
Grim Reaper, have you reported to Shanghai University yet? I went this morning. Isn't the single dorm room I prepared for you luxurious enough? It's pretty good. Are you free now? Want to come visit the Tianran Pavilion headquarters? I'll show you around and introduce you to the other members. Grim Reaper replied, I'm free. Alright then, wait downstairs at your dorm. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up.
Seeing this, Grim Reaper immediately replied to the old man, Dean.
I'm not in my own dorm right now. I'm in my childhood friend's dorm. Building 8, Zhongyuan, room 603.
Then I'll send someone to pick you up at Building 8, Zhongyuan. Grim Reaper breathed a sigh of relief after replying to the message.
Then let's go downstairs and wait.
Lin Sishan then put on his jacket and said to Shin Xinghan, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy invited me to visit the Tianran Pavilion headquarters.
I'm going out for a bit. Shin Xinghan waved goodbye, go ahead.
Walking out of the dorm, Lin Sishan came to the shade of a large tree.
Over there then. He leaned against the tree trunk, waiting for the people from Tianran Pavilion to arrive. Not long after, a blond young man strolled past him with a lazy gait.
As soon as he saw you, the blond young man exclaimed, I know you. You're Lin Sishan, the second-place scorer in the Nanxiang Province College entrance exam, the one who joined Tianran Pavilion. Lin Sishan heard the voice, looked up, and politely replied, hello.
He secretly gloated, thinking, I'm quite famous, aren't I? The blond young man, appearing very enthusiastic, stood there talking endlessly.
I'm quite impressed by you, to be able to give up the path of fusion and choose the path of pure-blooded humans. I've always believed that no matter which path one chooses, as long as the starting point is good, it should be encouraged. Like you, I'm also a freshman this year, but I'm from the capital. My home is very close to Peking University, and I often went there to play when I was a child. He continued, Peking University also used to have a research institute for pure-blooded humans, but after more than 20 years of research, there was no progress.
This institute has already been disbanded.
I hope Shanghai University's Pure-Blooded Human Research Institute can carry on until one day it achieves groundbreaking results that will shock the entire world. The blond young man's words made Lin Sishan a little dizzy.
Watching him walk away, Lin Sishan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Where did this talkative guy come from?
Suddenly, the blond young man turned around and shouted, I hope you achieve great things in the Heaven Human Pavilion.
You can do it! Bang bang bang! Just then, the roar of a motorcycle echoed.
Lin Sishan looked in the direction of the sound, and what met his eyes was a woman in a martial arts uniform, with a fiery figure, riding a bright red motorcycle at high speed. She stopped the motorcycle in front of Lin Sishan and asked, Hello, are you student Lin Sishan? Yes, that's me. After hearing his reply, the woman dismounted and approached him directly. She was tall, and her curvaceous figure was clearly visible beneath the tight martial arts uniform. She took off her helmet, revealing a beautiful face with a brilliant smile, and extended her hand.
My name is Song Yuan. I'm an instructor at the Martial Arts Academy and a researcher at the Heaven Human Pavilion. I'm here to take you to the Heaven Human Pavilion headquarters.
Sishan shook her hand and called her Jijia. He thought to himself, Song Yuan, the second-ranked scholar in the college entrance exam, chose the pure-blooded path but was forgotten by the world. On the way, Song Yuan said with a smile, Sishan, you can hold on tighter.
I just picked you up, are you happy? Lin Sishan replied, it's an honor. Only then did Song Yuan ask in confusion, by the way, why was a martial arts academy student like you just now downstairs at the Evolution Academy's high-level dorms? Lin Sishan answered calmly, my childhood sweetheart girlfriend lives there.
And I'm moving in with her.
Hearing this, Song Yuan showed an envious expression. Young people nowadays are so lucky.
Unlike me, I'm almost 30 and haven't even held a man's hand, let alone lived with one.
Lin Zishan just smiled and said nothing.
About 5 minutes later, the motorcycle stopped in front of a secluded building.
We're here. A striking sign hung above the entrance, Pure Human Research Institute.
Pure Human Research Institute, Lin Zishan guessed, was likely short for Pure Blood Human Research Institute.
This is the institute's living and recreation area.
Research work is usually tedious, so you can come here to rest and relax.
Song Yuan said, walking over to open the refrigerator. Everything inside was bought with funding, so feel free to take whatever you want to eat or drink.
She took out a can of soda and tossed it to Lin Zishan.
Come on. I'll show you around the institute. After a tour around the institute, Lin Zishan couldn't help but wonder. Sister Song Yan, why is the institute so deserted? I don't see anyone. Song Yuan explained with a wry smile, the Celestial Human Pavilion has always been unpopular. So the school allocates very little funding, and we can't afford to keep too many people. Specifically, the current members of the Celestial Human Pavilion are just the dean, me, you, and 3 senior students from the martial arts department. Lin Zishan almost stumbled after hearing that. What? So that old man I first met, and the group of people behind him, were temporarily hired to make it look busy?
Thinking this, Lin Zishan shook his head.
Never mind. As long as the benefits can triple, everything else is fine.
Song Yuan stopped in front of a door leading to the basement, knocked, and shouted.
Dean, I've brought Zishan.
Soon, the door opened, and Lu Chuanwu appeared, looking haggard, with dark circles under his eyes like a panda. But he still managed to smile.
Zishan, you're here. Come in. Lin Zishan walked in and looked around. Dean, why do you look so worn out? How long have you been in here without going out?
Lu Chuanwu replied weakly, almost half a month. I've been researching the acupoint opening method for my blood art, but unfortunately, there's still no progress.
It's quite difficult.
He patted Lin Zishan's shoulder and said hopefully, but now that you've joined, the path for pure blood humans will surely achieve groundbreaking progress in the future. He pointed at Song Yuan, don't let her current casual approach to research and treatment fool you.
Back then, this girl was the top scorer in the capital's college entrance exam.
Hearing this, Song Yuan put her hands on her hips and proudly tilted her head back. My physical exam score for the college entrance exam was 1 point higher than yours.
Are you feeling provoked?
Lu Chuanwu waved his hand, alright, I know you're amazing.
Stop teasing the younger generation.
He looked at Song Yuan, his eyes full of gratitude. It's precisely because of this girl's involvement that I was able to escape the predicament of my second molting for decades. Thanks to her, I successfully completed my third molting, using the body of a pure-blood 9-vein ordinary human to crush those who had fused with low-level advanced demon veins. He turned to Lin Zishan and encouraged him, Lin Zishan, even though your college entrance exam results weren't as good as your sister's, life is still long. There are many examples of people achieving breakthroughs after accumulating experience. You still have a great chance to surpass her in the future. I think highly of you.
Lin Zishan nodded, the dean is right. As long as I accumulate enough, I can break through. Surpassing her isn't impossible.
Lu Chuanwu asked, by the way, the blood nurturing art I gave you this summer.
What stage has it reached now? Have you learned to control blood yet? Lin Zishan replied, yes, I have. Has your biological evolution level reached 4-vein ordinary?
It has evolved. Lu Chuanwu was very satisfied upon hearing this, smiling broadly, excellent.
Next, let your sister guide you through molting cultivation.
Back then, this girl successfully completed her first molting in her freshman year.
Less than 3 months after school started.
With her guidance, you'll definitely be able to complete your first molting smoothly in your first semester. Song Yuan patted her chest confidently and said, leave it to me.
Lin Zishan said calmly, no need. I already completed my first molting this summer. Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan froze simultaneously, wondering if they had misheard. What did he say? Was there something wrong with my ears just now? Song Yuyan's first reaction was, "Are you kidding me?
You were home alone this summer, with no one to teach you.
It's already impressive that you mastered blood control. How could you possibly have learned molting, and even completed the entire body transformation process?" Lin Sishan explained. The translated version of the blood nurturing art has detailed annotations.
I learned body transformation after studying it for a few days.
Lu Chuanwu still didn't believe it. Sishan, you must be mistaken. You think it's body transformation, but it's not. Come, let me check your hand. Lin Sishan didn't immediately extend his hand. Instead, he secretly activated his biological attributes. Ding! Biological attributes, Ruan Zhuang automatically activated. Ruan Zhuang's biological level has reached 5 pulse ordinary. Ruan Zhuang's body transformation progress, first body transformation completed. Let Ruan Zhuang do it then. After Ruan Zhuang's completion, Lin Sishan extended his right hand for Lu Chuanwu to inspect. See for yourself.
Lu Chuanwu grabbed his arm and felt it.
A second later, an expression of extreme surprise appeared on his face. How is this possible? He actually completed the first body transformation. Song Yuyan's mouth also dropped open. What? How could he achieve such a thing?
Lu Chuanwu took a deep breath to calm himself, his lips trembling slightly as he asked, "Sishan,
what is your current biological level?" Lin Sishan calmly replied, 5th tier ordinary. Hearing this answer, Lu Chuanwu couldn't suppress his excitement and shouted, "A genius! An unparalleled genius! Alright, the path of pure-blooded humans is secure.
Ha, with you, the pure-blooded human body will surely break the shackles of ordinary beings and evolve into a higher being."
Song Yuyan, standing nearby, was somewhat moved.
Indeed, there's always someone better, a higher heaven beyond this one. However, it's a good thing to have a stronger person leading us to explore further on the path of pure-blooded humans. The excited lady suggested, "Dean, we should quickly publicize Sishan's potential." Lu Chuanwu calmly reassured her, "Don't worry, I will use all my connections to prepare evolution resources for Sishan." Lu Chuanwu shook his head and waved his hand.
"No. Don't publicize Sishan's matter for now."
Carelessly revealing Sishan's astonishing compatibility with the pure-blooded human path could bring him danger.
Humph, genius requires quality, not quantity. Now we already have Sishan.
The top priority is to concentrate resources on the Grim Reaper, fully helping him break through the shackles of ordinary beings.
With insufficient funds, how can we research the path to pure-blood humanity? Lu Chuanwu, calm down.
Don't worry, I will use all my connections to prepare evolutionary resources for the Grim Reaper. Once the Grim Reaper shows astonishing enough performance, I will help him find a powerful backer. And only after ensuring his safety will I widely promote the Grim Reaper and the ideals of Tianrungu.
Song Yuyan gave a thumbs up in praise.
The dean truly thinks of everything.
Lu Chuanwu smiled proudly, of course.
Lin Grim Reaper looked at their excited expressions and thought to himself, if I told them I'm already a 9th stage ordinary and have completed the bone and flesh tempering,
and am currently undergoing the 2nd tempering, how crazy would they get?
Lu Chuanwu turned and instructed, "Grim Reaper, you don't need to attend classes at the Martial Arts Academy anymore.
Those basic courses won't help you much. Just go straight to the Research Institute.
Your senior sister, Yuyan, will be your assistant."
Song Yuyan pouted in dissatisfaction, "Let me be an assistant to my junior brother? Dean, am I losing face?" Lu Chuanwu laughed heartily, "We are all researching the path to pure-blood humanity, what face do we need? Our skin has long been as thick as a city wall."
Song Yuyan glared at him, not bothering to argue. Lu Chuanwu continued, "Tomorrow afternoon, the school will hold a freshman welcome banquet, followed by a trial assessment to select the most outstanding freshman. With your current strength, if nothing unexpected happens, this title will definitely be yours. During the trial, remember to give the freshmen from the Evolution Academy and Mecha Academy a bit of a hard time, and be a little lenient with those from the Martial Arts Academy. After you've done that, I'll give you 10 blood energy pills."
Song Yuyan pouted, "Dean, this is your real motive, isn't it?
Besides, if you win the title of Most Outstanding Freshman, the school will also reward you with 10 academic credits." After learning about the 10 points, Lin Grim Reaper remembered the prices on the App Store.
Many Red Earth Beast Jealousy potions only cost 5 points. It seems this 10-point reward is quite generous.
The next day, at the Shanghai University Freshman Welcome Banquet, Zishun and Shen Xinghan entered the venue and sat in the last row, attracting many glances.
Could it be that universities in Nanjiang province have already joined the Celestial Pavilion? But more than that, what I'm more concerned about is why he's sitting with Shen Xinghan. What's his relationship with my goddess? Just then, a blonde boy moved a chair and sat next to them. Hey, Lin Zishan, do you remember me? Lin Zishan replied calmly, hey. The blonde boy asked curiously, what's your relationship?
Lin Zishan held Shin Xinghan's hand, clearly stating, we grew up together, from childhood to adulthood. He also added a fatal remark, we're already engaged, and we'll get married after graduation. Upon learning that Shin Xinghan was already taken, the surrounding boys all showed expressions of regret. Many who had originally planned to pursue her now had their dreams shattered. After the blonde boy left, Lin Zishan observed the new students. His gaze lingered on a girl with a full chest, wearing a loose tracksuit. Especially the pair of beast ears on her head. The girl also felt his gaze and looked back, their eyes meeting. Suddenly, the loudspeaker blared, attracting everyone's attention. Please give a warm round of applause to the science genius, Li Moyu, who will speak as the freshman representative. Everyone was surprised to see the blonde boy from earlier walk onto the stage. He was the freshman representative. Usually, this position is reserved for the strongest. I thought it would be Ma Shiwei, who had previously fused genes. This Li Moyu, with his blonde hair and talkative nature, doesn't have the slightest aura of a genius. Standing on stage, Li Moyu secretly felt pleased. Yes, be even more shocked. I deliberately dyed my hair blonde and acted talkative just to create this contrast. This time, I can finally act cool. He changed his demeanor, shifting from playful to the aura of a cool, aloof god. Has anyone heard of Li Yijin? Lin Zishan thought to himself, who doesn't know the genius of Imperial Capital University? Li Moyu smiled proudly, so, I guess none of you know. Li Yijin has another genius younger brother, who was the top scorer in this year's Capital College entrance exam. His gene fusion compatibility reached 16%. He's on par with the top scorer of Nanjiang Province, and his physical index ranks first nationwide. And that genius younger brother of Li Yijin is none other than myself, Li Moyu, standing before you all right now. His voice was full of imposing presence. When I was still in junior high, I made a pact with my brother, he would break the records at Peking University, and I would break the records at Shanghai University. In the future, all records at these two prestigious universities will be held by us, the Li brothers from the capital. Next, allow me to let everyone experience the pressure of an ordinary fifth-tier being. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful pressure. Most of the new students below the stage were only third-tier or second-tier, and they were instantly stunned, unable to move. Is this the pressure of an ordinary fifth-tier being? It's simply despair-inducing. Li Moyu finished his display. My name is Li Moyu, and I hope you all remember it. Shin Xinghan leaned into Death God's ear and whispered, Death God, that guy named Li Moyu is so silly. He's only a fifth-tier ordinary being and already thinks he's invincible. He doesn't know you could easily crush him with just one finger. As his childhood friend and fiancé, she couldn't wait to see Death God step in and show his strength. Death God smiled and replied, let's be humble, understood. Then, the school leadership once again announced loudly. Next, let's welcome the Student Union President, Zhu Xiehong, to speak on behalf of the Student Union. A composed young man walked onto the stage. Zhu Xiehong held the microphone, his tone calm yet full of authority. Hello, new students. I am Zhu Xiehong, president of the Shanghai University Student Union. Today, I'm mainly here to tell you three things. First, student discipline is managed by the student union, not the teachers. Our authority is far greater than you imagine. Second, each semester, the student union will recruit 10 new students, based solely on strength. Third, the inner district of Shanghai University is a place that reveres strength. It's common for the strong to overpower the weak, so please be mentally prepared. That's all I wanted to say. Before I step down, I'll let everyone experience the power of a high-tier being. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in Zhu Xiehong's eyes, and he released a terrifying pressure, unintentionally overwhelming all the new students below the stage. The new students below the stage turned red-faced and found it difficult to breathe. Among them, Li Moyu felt the greatest pressure, his face contorted in discomfort. He secretly groaned, the pressure from a high-tier being is too strong, I can barely breathe, it's unbearable. Lin Zishan, sitting in the back row, appeared completely at ease, unaffected. He scratched his cheek, silently evaluating. The pressure from a high-level being is indeed strong, but at this distance, for an ordinary 9th rank like me, it poses no threat at all. Fortunately, Zhu Xiehong on stage didn't keep it up for too long. In less than 5 seconds, he withdrew his aura. Only then did the freshman breathe a sigh of relief. Good thing it only lasted 5 seconds, I thought I was going to collapse here. Is this what a high-level being is like? Truly terrifying. Not long after, following Uncle C's departure, Dongqi appeared in the center of the spectator stands. Her voice, calm yet full of majesty, echoed through the air. After the orientation, all of you will participate in the entrance trial. The rules are very simple, there is a huge arena in the center of the stadium. Whoever can stand alone on it for more than 1 minute will become this year's freshman king and receive 100 academic credits, 10 times more than last year.
The second place winner will be the runner-up and receive 90 academic credits. The rankings will follow suit down to the 10th place, who will receive 10 academic credits.
A freshman with fused genes cheered excitedly. In previous years, our genius class always occupied the top 10, and this year will be no exception. Domchi continued, however, if a freshman from the regular class enters the top 10, then all other first-year students, excluding the genius class, will receive an additional 1 academic credit.
This announcement immediately caused a stir in the crowd,
and many freshmen's eyes flashed with greed.
1 academic credit is equivalent to 10,000 yuan. If we unite and secure a spot in the top 10, we can make a fortune. Everyone, quiet down.
Suddenly, a voice boomed through the loudspeaker, overpowering all the noise. Everyone looked up at the stage in unison, seeing a strong, short-haired boy standing there.
This person was Yu.
He clearly announced, "My name is Yu, from Class 6 of the Evolution Department.
My deskmate is Lin Zishan, the top scorer in the Nanchuan Province College entrance examination, and also a member of the Celestial Pavilion. His strength ranks first among the regular class freshmen." Yu shouted loudly, "We will work together to defeat the genius class and help Lin Zishan enter the top 10.
Lin Zishan and Shen Xinghan, sitting below the stage, instantly became the focus of everyone's attention.
Soon, a wave of response quickly spread among the regular class freshmen. The entire stadium echoed with shouts, "Lin Zishan, into the top 10. Clear the way for Lin Zishan."
In the second-floor corridor, the school leaders observed the situation below with great interest.
Lu Chuanwu spoke, "President, aren't you being a bit too petty?
You were humiliated by Li Yijin on the arena at the beginning of the year.
And now you're taking it out on his younger brother?" Ma Jinha sneered, "Speaking of petty, in this university,
in this Shanghai, who can compare their martial arts with Mr. Lu Chuanwu's?" Lu Chuanwu replied, "If I were petty, I would only target the individual concerned,
and not involve their family." Ma Jinha ignored him.
Just then, Hua Xiehong interjected, "Dean Ma,
I heard your daughter achieved a very high score in the college entrance exam, right?" Ma Jinha said proudly, "Not bad, she ranked 3rd in the Kyoto examination district." 3rd in Kyoto?
Hua Xiehong thought he misheard and suggested, "Dean Ma, please let your daughter join the student council.
I will cultivate her into a strong candidate for the presidium."
"Of course. I'll have to trouble President Hua to look after my daughter in the future." Hua Xiehong said calmly, "I pay attention to all talents." He looked down at Li Mayu and Ma Xuewei below and asked, "Among these 2 outstanding new students, who do you all think will become the newcomer king?" A leader with a scar on his forehead judged,
"It's definitely Li Mayu.
His biological level has reached level 5 ordinary, and his physical fitness is almost unmatched among new students." A female leader with alloy limbs and chest retorted, "Although Dean Ma's daughter's exam score was slightly lower, she successfully fused with the Night Shadow Cat gene during the holidays.
Her strength might not be inferior." Another person interjected, "I still think it's Li Mayu.
Although Ma Xuewei fused with the gene, it was only a small portion, so her power increase is limited." Suddenly, Lu Chuanwu blurted out, "In my opinion, neither Li Mayu nor Ma Xuewei stands a chance." Everyone looked at him, and someone asked with a smile, "Then, in Dean Lu's opinion,
who will become the newcomer king?" Lu Chuanwu said deliberately, "Of course, it's a member of my celestial pavilion, Lin Zishan."
Ma Jinha sneered, "Lin Zishan's physical fitness score didn't even make it into the top 10.
How could he possibly have a chance? Is it just because he's a member of the celestial pavilion that you're praising him so highly?" "Ha ha." Lu Chuanwu sneered, "Dean Ma doesn't believe it? Dare to make a bet?" "Why wouldn't I dare? I'll bet 100 credits. Alright, don't run if you lose."
Lu Chuanwu pressed his advantage, encouraging the other leaders, "Everyone, place your bets too, join the fun."
"Okay, we'll play along too."
"Dean Hua, given your status, bet 1,000 credits.
Ma Jinha frowned, "This old man dares to bet so big? Could he have already bought off Li Moyo? But my daughter is still there. Could that Lin Zishan really become the newcomer king? Impossible."
The dean of the Mechanical Academy teased Ma Jinha. "Dean Ma, Lin Zishan was originally your student, but old Lu snatched him away.
Aren't you heartbroken?"
Ma Jinha scoffed, "He's just a provincial top scholar.
The Evolution Academy can get as many as it wants, we're not lacking."
The dean of the Mechanical Academy secretly chuckled, "I heard old Ma has already recruited all 3 top students. The 5th year, 4th class of the Celestial Pavilion. It's clear these guys want to renege on their bet, yet they're still stubborn."
Lu Chuanwu appeared calm, but inwardly he was cheering, "This is fantastic.
9 people at 100 each, plus 1 person at 1,000.
This time, I'm going to make a fortune."
Below the stage, the atmosphere of the trial was fiery. The crowd shouted, wanting to completely crush these geniuses.
Thousands of new students from the regular classes swarmed forward, launching an attack.
Stop hitting, I surrender.
Lin Sishan stood far away, observing.
Shin Xinghan, too nervous, had gone to relieve herself. He secretly assessed that many in the genius class were powerful, stemming from their extremely high compatibility. His gaze rested on the second-floor corridor, where the 12 weakest members of the genius class stood, led by Li Maoyu and Ma Shiwei. Sishan sensed danger. The two strongest, Li Maoyu and Ma Shiwei, only used the ordinary 5 great realms. The other 10 were all above the 4 great realms. 20 minutes later, under the siege of nearly 3,000 new students from the regular classes, the genius class was in disarray.
The genius class is nothing special, we've beaten them all down.
The new students from the regular classes were extremely excited. Don't hide up there anymore.
Come down and face your defeat.
Just then, a 2-meter-tall young man jumped down from the second floor, his eyes full of disdain.
You're just bullying the few with your numbers, and getting carried away after beating a few chickens. Bang! He landed, shattering the wooden floor. Come on, I'll just stand here.
You can attack as many times as you want. And you'll still realize how weak you are.
The crowd erupted, shouting loudly. Deal with him. What are we afraid of with so many of us?
The crowd surged forward again. The tall young man roared, snorted, and spun around, delivering a sweeping kick.
Bang!
Everyone who rushed forward was sent flying, lying on the ground groaning. The tall young man laughed heartily. Snorting is just snorting, no matter how many people there are, they can't move an elephant. These words infuriated all the new students from the regular classes.
Someone shouted, Lin Sishan. This guy is too arrogant. Go deal with him quickly. Lin Sishan knew it was his turn to step up.
The crowd instinctively parted, making a path for him to walk onto the stage. Then come on, Lin Sishan said calmly, hands in his pockets. The tall young man's fighting spirit soared.
You are the highest scorer in the physical fitness test in Nanjiang province. I've wanted to fight you for a long time.
He introduced himself confidently. I am Lu Qiji, the top physical fitness student from Yuntian province. 100-meter dash in 5.69 seconds, standing high jump 4.52 meters, one-handed weightlifting 1150 kilograms.
Lin Sishan, why don't you report your own stats?
Lin Sishan calmly replied, no need to report them.
Just feel it for yourself.
As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, instantly appearing in front of Lu Qiji,
delivering a direct kick to his abdomen. Bang!
Before Lu Qiji could react, he was kicked into the air and off the stage. The entire stadium was first silent, then erupted in a roar. Lin Sishan is too strong.
On the second floor, Li Maoyu and the leaders exchanged glances. Winning with absolute strength. Just how strong is this Sishan? Immediately after, another young man jumped down from the second floor. He was the top student from Jiang Province University, Luo Yongjian, a 100-meter sprinter. Bang!
Before he could even speak, he was kicked away by Lin Sishan. The audience erupted again, too strong.
Take down those arrogant geniuses.
Li Maoyu turned to Ma Shiwei, if you two don't step up, the newcomer king title will fall to the regular class.
Ma Shiwei immediately jumped onto the stage.
The girl with purple beast ears and large black eyes exuded a strange sense of pressure.
Sister Shiwei is mighty. Take him down. The boys cheered loudly, their goddess's encouragement echoing.
The regular class was not to be outdone. God of men, don't go easy just because she's pretty.
Our God of men will win. Lin Sishan calmly observed Ma Shiwei.
This was a good opportunity to study a gene fusion user.
Whoosh! Ma Shiwei blurred into an afterimage and charged forward to attack. So fast. Lin Sishan slightly shifted his body, easily dodging. Ma Shiwei was surprised. He dodged it so easily?
She immediately retreated to create distance.
Give me half a minute to fully activate my cat demon gene. Lin Sishan nodded. Take your time. I'm curious to see the transformation process.
Soon, Ma Shiwei's beast ears grew larger, and her body became more shapely.
On the second floor, the leaders exclaimed, has the night demon cat gene evolved to this extent? Her talent is exceptional.
Ma Jinha frowned worriedly, this child only recently fused with the gene. If she continues like this, she'll suffer a backlash. My second child, she's still as competitive as she was when she was little. On the stage, Ma Shiwei had completed her transformation, exuding a pressure close to that of a 6th-tier ordinary creature.
Lin Sishan, you're too arrogant, waiting for me to activate my gene.
Ma Shiwei stared intently at Lin Sishan with sharp, oppressive eyes, her cold and proud voice ringing out, next, you will pay the price for your arrogance. No sooner had she spoken than a whoosh of wind sounded. Ma Shiwei concentrated her power in her legs, and with a flash, instantly appeared before Lin Sishan. She raised her long right leg, delivering a whip kick straight to his head. Facing this fierce attack, Lin Zixin's expression remained unchanged. He secretly assessed, before, she was only at a 5th tier ordinary level. He slightly shifted his body, his movements skillful and fluid. Now she seems to be close to a 6th tier level. Ma Shiwei's expression changed.
Still can't hit him. How is this possible?
With extreme surprise, she immediately launched
a full-force attack on Lin Zixin, holding nothing back.
Diagonal kicks, roundhouse kicks, sweeps, hooks, straight punches, knee strikes, elbow strikes. Ma Shiwei unleashed all her strength and speed, using her most ruthless moves to furiously attack her opponent. But the result was still the same, all her attacks were easily parried by Lin Zixin.
Ma Shiwei began to lose her composure. Why couldn't she hit him? This was impossible.
Lin Zixin continuously dodged hundreds of attacks, observing and pondering to himself. The characteristics of the Night Shadow Cat Demon Gene Fusion user were almost fully collected. With that thought, he decided not to waste any more time. Lin Zixin raised his hand, aimed at Ma Shiwei's face, and threw a punch.
Wham!
A crisp impact sound rang out. Taking the full force of that heavy punch, Ma Shiwei's beautiful face instantly distorted.
How could this be?
Immediately after, the immense impact sent Ma Shiwei flying off the stage.
Thud!
She fell to the ground, tumbling over a dozen times before stopping in the crowd. Lin Zixin had held back with that punch, nearly sending her flying instead of knocking her out.
Seeing this, the new students couldn't help but exclaim,
"Oh my, such a pretty face," yet Lin Zixin made it swell up.
Hearing the mocking voices around her, Ma Shiwei couldn't help but shed tears.
Covering her face, she cried, my face, boo-oo."
Seeing his precious daughter's face swollen, Ma Jin's heart ached, and he leaped directly from the 2nd floor.
Shiwei. He helped his daughter up, his face livid with anger, glaring at Lin Zixin on the stage.
He roared, "Lin Zixin, you've really done it. To do this to my daughter, are you even a man?"
Lin Zixin calmly replied, "The path of evolution knows no gender, only strength and weakness."
In the 2nd floor corridor, Li Moyu looked down at Lin Zixin, a look of admiration on his face.
Well said.
With that, he leaped down. It was Li Moyu.
He had finally made his appearance.
Thump! He landed heroically on the stage.
All eyes in the stadium were focused on the top scholar of Kyoto.
"Brother, you are the genius class's only hope. Defeat him and avenge Shiwei."
Li Moyu appeared profound, looking at Lin Zixin and smiling. "Lin Zixin, I didn't expect you to be such a hidden master. You pretended to be only the 2nd ranked, waiting until the trial began to defeat the provincial top scholar with one punch. Too bad you're not the only one who can hide their strength."
Li Moyu's smile vanished, and a wild glint appeared in his eyes. "Because I can do the same."
His muscles swelled and churned, tearing his shirt to reveal a terrifyingly powerful physique, his eyes blood red.
The school leaders on the 2nd floor were all shocked.
Li Moyu was also a gene fusion cultivator, and of the giant ape demon type at that. This kind of gene requires extremely high physical strength to fuse. His current oppressive biological level has probably reached the 6th tier ordinary stage. To be able to fuse with the giant ape demon's genes while still in the ordinary stage. These Li family brothers are truly geniuses.
Lu Chuan was face turned ashen, and he cried out miserably, "It's over. This time, I've lost everything. 1900 academic credits, that's 19 million.
In a corner of the audience stands, Lu Gang and Wang Shujia were secretly checking messages on their watches. "I just placed a high-grade demon seed in the garden outside the school. You two remember to retrieve it, then find an opportunity to make Li Moyu consume this demon seed." After reading the message, both their faces instantly turned pale as paper. Lu Gang worried, Li Moyu is the young master of the Kyoto Li family.
Isn't it too risky to make him consume a demon seed? Immediately after, a new message arrived. The organization's power is far greater than you imagine. A mere Kyoto Li family can be wiped out with a flick of a finger. Lu Gang looked up at Wang Shujia. "Ajia, do we do it or not?" Wang Shujia gave a bitter smile. "Do we have a choice?"
In the arena, Lin Zixin frowned, observing Li Moyu with interest in her eyes. The giant ape demon's strength and defense are almost impeccable, but its speed is slower than other beasts of the same level. Upon maturity, the average biological level is high grade, with a very few powerful individuals reaching rare grade.
Li Moyu crossed his arms, looking down at Lin Zixin from his 2-meter height after transforming.
"Lin Zixin, although you and I are hailed as the twin prodigies among this year's freshmen, my strength is vastly different from hers.
I wonder if you can still be as composed as you were just now when facing me."
Before Li Moyu finished speaking, a whooshing sound of wind breaking already reached his ears.
Whoosh! Lin Zixin made her move.
She decided to shut this talkative kid up with her fists.
Facing the sudden sneak attack, Li Moyu cursed under his breath and quickly dodged sideways.
Good reaction speed, able to dodge a punch I threw at a controlled tier 6 normal speed. Thinking this, Lin Zixin threw another punch. this time increasing the speed to tier 7 normal.
Bang! This time, Lee Ma-yu couldn't react in time.
The punch directly hit his face, deforming it instantly and leaving a clear red mark. Lin Zixin secretly assessed, his tier 6 defense is very strong, likely reaching a considerably high level among the tier 6 common ranks.
Lee Ma-yu, clutching his face and groaning in pain, glared at Lin Zixin.
He wouldn't be reasonable after being ambushed. Being hit made him feel humiliated and filled with shame and anger. But soon, he forced a smile.
Now I've focused 120% of my spirit.
Your punches probably won't be able to touch me again. Lin Zixin said nothing, his figure flickered again, rushing in front of Lee Ma-yu and continuously punching his face. The leaders on the second floor were observing intently. Although Lin Zixin's speed was fast, it unfortunately couldn't cause much damage to Lee Ma-yu. Indeed, Lee Ma-yu's speed was not as good as his, but his resilience was extremely strong.
Lin Zixin couldn't withstand Lee Ma-yu's continuous attacks, so the outcome was decided. Bang, bang, bang. Countless punches rained down on Lee Ma-yu. Reaction speed test complete.
Lin Zixin lightly jumped back, creating distance.
Next, I should test the last attribute, strength. Lee Ma-yu thought Lin Zixin retreated because he couldn't break through his defense, so he laughed loudly. Lin Zixin, I underestimated your speed, but your strength is too weak to cause me any harm.
You're destined to lose this match.
Now, it's my turn to counterattack.
As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed off with his feet, shooting out like a cannonball, swinging his fist, as large as a cooking pot, directly at Lin Zixin's face. The new students in the regular class saw Zixin standing still and shouted, Lin Zixin, dodge quickly. The leader smiled slightly, confident in victory and the incoming wager.
Don't forget to transfer those 100 points to me.
On the arena, Lee Ma-yu's fist came whistling, about to strike his opponent's face.
But just then, something incredible happened. Crack!
A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. Lin Zixin remained motionless, but Lee Ma-yu's expression changed drastically, and a piercing scream escaped his lips.
Ah, my hand is broken.
Lee Ma-yu fell to his knees, clutching his right hand tightly.
Desperately pounding the ground, his face contorted in agony.
The entire stadium erupted in an uproar.
What's going on? What happened to Lee Ma-yu? Lin Zixin won? That's too strange. Everyone looked bewildered, not understanding what had just happened.
Lin Zixin watched Lee Ma-yu writhing in pain on the ground, calmly analyzing the situation. People who have merged with the illusion demon gene possess immense power. So much so that the recoil force can shatter their own hand bones.
It seems his strength exceeded his defense. You, turn around and call the medical staff. Lee Ma-yu's right arm bone must be broken. Hurry and help him.
Just then, a cold female voice rang out. Frozen Elder quietly landed on the martial arts stage. She walked over to Lee Ma-yu and used her spiritual power to examine his injured right arm. His entire right arm was injured from striking Lin Zixin's face, and then further damaged by the recoil. If that's the case, just how tough is Lin Zixin's face? Frozen Elder took out a golden elixir and flicked it into Lee Ma-yu's mouth to treat his injuries. At the same time, she secretly released her spiritual power to probe Lin Zixin's body. Zixin's keen perception immediately noticed it, and he had already activated natural camouflage.
Trying to probe my strength with spiritual power?
I hope the camouflage skill can fool her. After some probing, Frozen Elder concluded an ordinary 6-band biological level, but the strength of his skin, bones, and muscles far exceeded others at the same realm. Other than that, there was nothing special.
Is that all? She frowned in confusion, then returned to the second floor. The leaders gathered around and asked, how was it? What exactly is Lin Zixin's strength?
Elder Bingdong replied concisely, a normal 6-stripe, coupled with extremely high physical strength.
Nothing else out of the ordinary. Seeing Elder Bingdong leave, Lin Zixin breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like there's no problem.
Meanwhile, after Lee Ma-yu took the miraculous pill, his right arm had fully recovered. He was astonished.
What kind of divine medicine did I just take? It actually recovered completely. Lin Zixin asked, your hand has recovered, right? Lee Ma-yu nodded. It's already as good as new. Then you can get off the stage.
Lin Zixin stepped forward, kicked Lee Ma-yu in the abdomen, and sent him flying off the martial arts stage. Lee Ma-yu stumbled to his feet and roared, Lin Zixin, once my gene fusion improves, I'll deal with you.
The freshman from the ordinary class scoffed, are you the only one who knows about gene fusion?
Lin Zixin can do it too, and he'll be superior to you for life.
I've never seen someone so stubborn after losing in all my life.
The freshman from the genius class retorted, Lee Ma-yu lost to Lin Zixin, not to you all.
Does Lin Zixin winning mean your ordinary class won?
The two sides exchanged words, and the atmosphere grew tense.
On the martial arts stage, Lin Zixin stood quietly, waiting for the countdown. Ding!
The loudspeaker announced, "Congratulations to Lin Zishan from Martial Arts Class 1 for becoming this academic year's newcomer king." The entire stadium erupted in cheers.
He's incredible.
The glory of the ordinary class. Lin Zishan ignored the cheers, his gaze quickly scanning the crowd for a familiar figure. Spotting Shen Xinghan, he leaped down and carried the girl onto the stage, surprising everyone.
Isn't that Shen Xinghan from Genius Class A? What does Lin Zishan want with her?
Shen Xinghan's cheeks flushed, her heart pounding like a drum, both nervous and expectant.
Could Xiao Shen be planning to announce our relationship right now? But Lin Zishan made an unexpected move.
He jumped off the stage, leaving Shen Xinghan standing alone, then turned to announce to the freshmen of the Genius class, "I'll take all the rankings from 2nd to 10th place."
The entire school fell silent instantly.
The freshmen from the Genius class were enraged.
Lin Zishan, you're too arrogant. Do you intend to monopolize all the credits just for her? Where are the Genius class members? Let's all go, take him down. And that traitor Shen Xinghan, let's confront her too. Almost the entire Genius class moved out, rushing towards the arena.
Lin Zishan was no longer in the mood to play around. His figure flickered, and he began a one-sided engagement.
Bang, bang, bang. Regardless of gender, everyone was sent flying by a single punch from him.
Amidst the chaos, a whooshing sound rang out. Ma Shiwei, her face bruised, charged out from the crowd. Her target wasn't Zishan, but Shen Xinghan, who was standing on the stage. "Traitor, prepare yourself." Just as she was about to reach Shen Xinghan, Lin Zishan appeared behind her like a ghost.
Bang!
A thunderous flying kick struck Ma Shiwei's rear. The girl was sent flying by the powerful impact, landing heavily on the ground.
Too pained to get up. On the second-floor corridor, Ma Jinha stomped his foot in alarm at the sight. Shiwei.
In the arena, under Li Moya's leadership, the Genius class freshmen were quickly defeated by Lin Zishan, lying scattered on the ground. Everyone was curled up in pain, unable to get up, completely losing their ability to fight.
The entire venue was silent, staring blankly at the overwhelming display.
Lin Zishan thought to himself, with the Genius class opponents dealt with, no one should dare to object this time. Immediately after, Shen Xinghan's image appeared on the big screen, along with text congratulating her on achieving 2nd place in the freshman assessment. While Shen Xinghan was still bewildered by this announcement, Lin Zishan had already jumped onto the arena, looking down at the freshmen from the ordinary classes.
For the remaining rankings, you will come up one by one. The rankings are yours, the points are mine. In an instant, the freshmen from the ordinary classes eagerly volunteered. Brother Shen, let me go. I also want to make it into the top 11 once in my life.
Lin Zishan scanned the crowd and then pointed, "Chu Xin, you come up." Li Suoxin was ecstatic and quickly ascended the platform. Calculating this way, the top 10 accumulated a total of 550 points.
Immediately after, He Wu also excitedly walked up.
With Lin Zishan looking out for them, no one dared to utter a single word of gossip.
And just like that, the entire group of friends entered the top 5.
Adding the 9 points earned by all the ordinary class freshmen, they collectively gained 559 points. In the second-floor corridor, the Academy's evolution leaders were furious, seeing their Genius class gain nothing.
Ma Jinha complained to Vice Dean Yuan Dongji that Lin Zishan's actions were against the rules. He has already earned the title of most outstanding freshman, how can he continue to act and monopolize the top 10 spots? Lu Chuanwu immediately jumped out to object, how is it against the rules? Since when has it been stipulated in the trial assessment that one cannot personally secure multiple rankings? Ma Jinha argued, although there's no explicit rule. That doesn't mean this behavior is reasonable. Lin Zishan is currently exploiting a loophole in the rules.
After a moment of thought, Yuan Dongji ruled, Dean Ma has a point.
This is indeed a loophole in the rules.
But it can only be amended next year, otherwise it would be unfair to Lin Zishan.
Ma Jinha could only reluctantly accept, I understand, Vice Dean Yuan.
In a hidden corner, Lu Gang's watch lit up with a new message. The plan has changed.
No need to bother with MOU. Switch to Lin Zishan.
Force him to consume that high-grade demonic seed and make him a member of the organization. Over in the ordinary class, the freshmen were ecstatic. The 90,000 yuan that fell from the sky made them revere Lin Zishan as a god, becoming his most loyal fans. After the trial, Lu Chuanwu, beaming, ran up to Lin Zishan.
Zishan, how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? With a look of disdain, don't forget what you promised me.
Of course, of course. Soon, Lu Chuanwu handed him the promised reward, which included 10 blood vitality pills and 3 times his usual semester welfare. I'll just transfer 300 points directly to you.
Buy whatever you need yourself. After all, you just helped me win a full 1,900 points. At this, Lu Chuanwu couldn't help but ask, Zishan, honestly tell me, how much strength have you been hiding?
What's your true level?
Lin Zishan answered calmly, 6th tier ordinary.
I've cultivated to the first layer. And have already trained some muscles and innate bones.
Lu Chuanwu was so shocked his breathing quickened, and his whole body trembled with excitement. You've already learned to train your muscles?
He took a deep breath to calm himself, then earnestly said, I can confidently say that before you graduate from university, you will definitely be able to evolve into a higher level being with a pure-blood human body. You must persevere on this path. This guy will definitely achieve great things in the future.
Don't worry, Dean, I will work hard. After returning to Shin Xinghan's dorm, Lin Zixin wanted to immediately test the effects of the blood vitality pill. So this is a blood vitality pill. Let's see how effective it is. He placed a pill in his mouth, and it immediately melted, transforming into a warm current that flowed into his body. Essence, blood vitality plus 108. It only increases this much blood vitality?
This boost isn't even as much as what I get from running a few kilometers with the lung advance and retreat technique.
After some thought, Lin Zixin decided to save the remaining 9 pills for Henin.
It would be better for her to use them.
Just then, Shin Xinghan walked out of the training room. Xiao Shun, when did you get back?
Half an hour ago. Here, try a blood vitality pill and see how it works. Shin Xinghan took it and swallowed it without hesitation. A few seconds later, her body began to sweat profusely, and her cheeks turned red. I feel very hot, and the blood vitality in my body has become much more abundant.
Xiao Shun, this blood vitality pill is really effective.
Zixin smiled and handed her the entire bottle of pills.
This blood vitality pill doesn't do much for me. You take the remaining 8 pills.
Just remember to take a maximum of 1 pill per day.
Shin Xinghan nodded, okay. The next day, Zixin went to the research institute to greet everyone. Good morning, newcomer king. Song Yuyan greeted him while doing yoga.
She asked, I heard from the dean that your biological level is actually 6th tier ordinary, and you've even learned to train your muscles.
Lin Zixin nodded in confirmation. Song Yuyan exclaimed in surprise, my goodness. Zixin, you truly are a genius.
With you joining the Celestial Pavilion, it will surely shock the world.
And change people's perceptions.
Lin Zixin humbly replied, alright, let's work hard together.
He walked directly into the research area. Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan have researched the translated version of the blood smearing technique for years but couldn't understand its content.
It seems they'll have to consult the original text themselves. Lin Zixin believed that with the attributes of his wisdom liver heaven,
researching this problem would become much easier.
While he was thinking, Song Yuyan came in to report, Zixin, people from the student union are outside looking for you.
They probably want to invite you to join.
In any case, your performance yesterday was truly outstanding.
Lin Zixin flatly refused, I'm not interested. Song Yuyan smiled meaningfully, student union members receive a monthly credit subsidy. Lin Zixin raised an eyebrow, an A-grade credit subsidy? He immediately changed his attitude and quickly walked towards the door.
Seeing Lin Zixin, Zhu Xiahong calmly introduced himself, hello, I am Zhu Xiahong,
the president of the student union. Hello, President Uncle.
Zhu Xiahong got straight to the point, I'm here today to invite you to join the student union and become a potential candidate for future president. Benefits include special meals, participation in school decisions,
and a monthly credit subsidy. Are you interested?
Yes. Zhu Xiahong nodded, then stated a condition, however, I have one condition. You must abandon the path of pure-blood humans and choose the path of gene fusion.
Lin Zixin frowned, why? The student union only accepts future geniuses.
If you don't follow the path of gene fusion, no matter how talented you are, you will eventually become mediocre.
The path of pure-blood humans has no future. Dean Lu and Instructor Song are typical examples. Lin Zixin sneered, President Zhu, must one follow the path of gene fusion to join the student union?
Yes.
Then forget it, I won't join.
Leaving a cold remark, Lin Zixin turned and walked straight into the research institute. No matter how many benefits the student union offers, they can't compare to the vast difference in our standings.
Zhu Xiahong was stunned by his decisiveness.
The surrounding student union members began to whisper, mocking Lin Zixin for being foolish and stubborn. Let's go, we'll find other geniuses to mess with. A genius with no future isn't a genius, they're a good for nothing.
Zhu Xiahong shook his head and left with the others.
Inside the research institute, Song Yuan started cursing loudly as soon as he finished recounting the events.
Those young people in their 20s are still as old-fashioned as antiques. They're truly beyond help.
Just then, Lu Chuanwu returned, dragging his tired body, with dark circles under his eyes, as if his energy had been completely drained.
Song Yuan praised him with emotion. Dean, you are truly great. For the development of the pure-blood human path. You tirelessly work day and night, even going to great lengths to secure investments. You will surely be recorded in history. Lu Chuanwu's mouth twitched. Would it kill you not to add going to great lengths?
He turned to Lin Zixin, his tone slightly admonishing. Zishan, you must remember, women are obstacles on the path of evolution.
They will drain you dry. Avoid them if you can.
Lin Zishan merely gave a wry smile. Lu Chuanwu suddenly remembered, oh right, Zishan, the school has arranged housing for the families of geniuses.
I've already handled the internal affairs. Do you want to bring your parents to live here? I understand, Dean. I'll go home this weekend and discuss it with my parents.
Lu Chuanwu nodded and continued, also, I've activated your access to school tasks. With your current strength, you don't have to wait until next semester. You can start taking tasks and earning points now. As he spoke, he operated on Lin Zishan's phone. Song Yuyan also excitedly said, I go out of school every week to do tasks and earn points.
You can come with me in the future to get familiar with the process.
In a while, when I take on a beast hunting mission, I'll take you to broaden your horizons.
Then I'll trouble Sister Son Yen. Lin Zishan opened the school application and took a look.
Most tasks posted by the school are trivial, with low reward points and low difficulty, making them suitable for practice. He then checked the tasks posted by students and from outside the school.
Student task, recruit a sparring partner.
Requirements, female, exceptional elemental affinity, preferably a beast-eared beauty with fair skin, attractive, and a striking figure.
Monthly reward points, 5. Lin Zishan scoffed, is this for a sparring partner or a girlfriend? External tasks. Apprehend a bandit group, 7 individuals. Location, outskirts of Zhenjian City. Reward, 30 points.
Hunt a bloodthirsty fish dragon, 9th generation common. Location, Jinhai Bay, Changzhou City.
Reward, 200 points. Lin Zishan was quite interested in the task of hunting exotic beasts, but the location was a bit far.
In the end, he chose a more suitable task.
Apprehend the temple maiden, 6th generation common, with an obsessive elemental affinity for a fake cat. Crime, murdered multiple males. Location, various entertainment venues in Shanghai City. Reward, 50 points. You took on that temple maiden task? Was that really necessary? But how did Sister Son Yen know?
The list of acceptors can be seen on the task page. Lin Zishan opened it and, sure enough, 28 people had accepted the task. Among them, 26 were senior students, and there was also one new student. He curiously clicked to view it and found a familiar name, Ma Shiwei, from the gifted class.
Ma Shiwei, she only has 5th generation common strength, yet she dared to accept this task?
She must have helpers with her.
Lin Zishan checked the time, it was almost noon, 12 o'clock. He said to Song Yuyan, Sister Yuyan,
it's getting late, I should go back for lunch.
Alright, be careful on your way.
Soon after Zishan left the research institute, he encountered an unexpected visitor.
Was he being followed?
He activated his danger perception and immediately sensed the biological pressure emanating from the other party. It was no ordinary person. A young man was hiding around the corner. Seeing Lin Zishan walk out, he aggressively rushed forward to block his path.
He was clearly here to confront me.
What did Wei Wei ever do to you that you have to target her like this? You hit her face and kicked her rear during the trial.
And now you're competing with her for tasks outside of school. Did Lu Chuanwu tell you to do this? What kind of skill is it to bully a girl? If you're so capable, fight me. Lin Zishan thought to himself, another one of Ma Shiwei's simps. He asked coldly, did Ma Shiwei send you, or did Dean Ma send you? The young man denied, neither. I came on my own. I just simply don't like the sight of you. Lin Zishan, do you dare to fight me? Lin Zishan couldn't be bothered, so he turned and walked away.
He's in college and still acting like such a foolish simp. Lin Zishan ignored him, and the young man, frustrated, became angry. He reached out to grab his shoulder, stop right there. Lin Zishan stopped as he wished, and casually threw a punch.
Bang! So noisy.
The young man fell to the ground, unconscious, his face swollen.
Go straight back to the dorm. Are you satisfied now? Back in the dorm, Lin Zishan shouted, I'm back. Shin Xinghan's voice came from the kitchen, you're back. Dinner's ready. Wash your hands and eat.
Oh, the 10 caddies of living dead lotus seeds you ordered yesterday have been delivered.
I put them in the fridge. Okay, I got it. Zishan opened the fridge and took out the bag of lotus seeds. He had originally planned to buy enough to unlock it all at once. But that would be too conspicuous, so he decided to try with 10 caddies first. Placing the lotus seeds on the table, Lin Zishan began to devour them. Ding!
You have devoured a large amount of the original life essence of the living dead lotus seeds.
Unlock progress, 10%.
After absorbing, he threw the useless lotus shells and pulp into the trash bag.
Shin Xinghan saw this and asked curiously, Zishan, why are you throwing it away?
It was fresh when it was delivered.
This pulp has gone bad, I have to throw it away.
Zishan explained, although it looks fresh to you, its essence has been absorbed by me, and it will rot quickly.
Absorbing essence? Is that your superpower? Zishan nodded, that's right.
I can absorb the essence from exotic beast meat and gain some of their abilities.
Shin Xinghan was dumbfounded, then suddenly realized. No wonder you didn't need gene fusion and chose the path of pure-blood humans.
With this superpower, you don't need gene fusion at all. During the meal, Grim Reaper mentioned bringing their parents over. Dean Liu said the school could arrange accommodation and jobs for the families of talented students.
Let's bring mom and dad over. Shin Xinghan happily agreed. Is there really such a good thing? Of course I want to.
I'll go home this weekend and tell mom and dad. Xiaoshen, there's a peak showdown at the arena this afternoon at 3 p.m. that's worth watching. A level 9 mecha department student is challenging a level 8 evolution department student.
Do you want to go together?
Okay, we'll go after we finish eating. At 2:45 p.m., the stadium was packed. Besides teachers and students, people from the Mecha God group also came. Shin Xinghan pointed to the second floor. Xiaoshen, look.
The famous mecha genius girl from the internet is also here. The Mecha God group is really generous with the Mecha Academy. The girl curiously asked, who do you think would win if the genius from Imperial Capital University fought the Mecha Genius Girl?
Grim Reaper speculated, we can get a general idea by seeing who wins this match. If the level 8 evolution department student wins, then the Imperial Capital Genius is stronger. Otherwise, the Mecha Girl is stronger. At 3 p.m., the match began. The Mecha department student activated the jet engine and flew high into the sky, using the aerial advantage to rain down bullets.
The arena was filled with smoke, and the evolution department student was completely on the defensive. After exhausting ammunition, the mecha department student landed and switched to close combat mode.
The two sides engaged in a fierce struggle. A few minutes later, the evolution department student was knocked down, lying on the ground barely conscious.
This result caused an uproar among the audience. Oh my god, the mecha department student won. The Evolution Academy used to always dominate the Mecha Academy.
Ever since they partnered with the Mecha God group, the situation has completely reversed.
Mechanical technology is too powerful.
I want to modify my body too. After this match, I'm afraid the order within the academy will change. In the principal's office, Yuan Tongji was on a video call with a trusted confidant. Second miss, there have been unusual activities at Site 36 in recent months. It's unclear if the other side has given up on the passage or if they're planning something.
Yuan Tongji nodded, then asked about something else. How is Tianxue? Is the child doing well living there?
Very well. She's growing quickly and is about to evolve to advanced tier 2.
Second miss, who exactly is Tianxue?
That child's physique is too special, she doesn't seem to be from Earth.
Don't ask about things you shouldn't.
Yuan Tongji interrupted him coldly.
Yes, I apologize, Second Mississippi. I spoke out of turn. Alright, I'm busy watching the students' competition. You may go back to work.
After hanging up, Yuan Tongji switched screens to continue watching the stadium competition. She was somewhat surprised to see the student mechs winning. The student mechs had the upper hand, the Mech God group's strength was greater than imagined.
Mechanical modification has an advantage in popularity, but unfortunately, its limitations are too great.
They can only defend their home base and cannot enter primitive zones. Electronic devices would all malfunction there, turning modified humans into scrap metal instantly. On the weekend, Zichen and Xinghan went home to pick up their parents to settle at the school.
Everything went smoothly.
At 10 p.m., I opened the school app and saw the Catgirl capture mission information. Target, Catgirl, Green Belt Ordinary Level.
Crime, murdered multiple men in the Shanghai Red Light District. Characteristics, fast, skilled at disguise, cunning, uses poison.
Her activity range is wide, and the enemy is cunning.
No wonder the mission has been pending with no one completing it.
Zichen muttered, but it wasn't a problem for him. He activated his Eye of the Sky and sensed danger, beginning to search district by district. Zichen's sharp gaze swept over, causing those caught in it to shiver.
This guy's eyes are terrifying. What is he doing?
A burly man, displeased, stepped forward to provoke him. Kid, who are you glaring at?
Get lost.
Zichen said nothing, his aura pressing down on the man, causing him to instantly collapse. The burly man fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Zichen continued to move to other areas. Suddenly, he encountered an acquaintance, Ma Shiwei. She was with two senior disciples of Green Belt Ordinary Level, clearly also there to carry out the Catgirl mission.
Seeing Zichen, Ma Shiwei's expression turned cold, she snorted, and then pulled her companions away.
Let's go, stay away from that guy.
Zichen shook his head, secretly sighing, this woman is really strange.
After walking a distance, Ma Shiwei stopped and said to her two senior brothers, Lin Zichen also took this mission.
We have to get ahead of him and make him waste his effort.
One senior brother confidently patted his chest, don't worry, I've integrated wolf dog genes. My sense of smell is keen, I'll definitely find her first. The moment he finished speaking, he sniffed, his eyes lit up.
I smell the cat girl. She's in the bar across the street.
Ma Shiwei was thrilled. Catch that woman and bring her to Lin Zichen.
That'll really annoy him.
The three rushed into the Illusion Dream Bar. Upstairs on the second floor, the leader pointed at a female student playing on her phone in the corner. That's her. Ma Shiwei was puzzled. She just looks like an ordinary female student. That's right, the scent on her is exactly the same as the cat girl's items I smelled in the security department. This person is really good at disguising herself.
Ma Shiwei ordered, move.
The three rushed forward to apprehend her, but the female student sneered. Suddenly, she leaped, breaking through the window, and jumped downstairs to escape.
Oh no, she's getting away.
Chase her. The group jumped out the window in pursuit, but the cat girl's speed was too great. And in no time, she left them far behind. This is bad, we're going to lose her, Ma Shiwei panted. Don't worry, I can still track her scent.
5 minutes later, they caught up to the cat girl in a dead end. No escape now. Let's finish this quickly.
The female student took off her glasses, her innocent smile vanishing, replaced by wildness and ruthlessness. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into the cat girl, exuding an oppressive aura that filled the entire area.
9th generation common. Ma Shiwei and the two were greatly alarmed. The intelligence was wrong. She's a 9th generation. Run. The cat girl sneered, trying to run? Not so easy. She leaped, soaring over their heads, blocking their retreat.
Her eyes, full of desire, fixed on the dog demon leader.
Handsome, I've been eyeing you since we were in the bar. Thump. Ma Shiwei suddenly threw down a smoke bomb. Purple smoke spread out.
Smoke bombs weaken creatures' senses.
Run.
The three desperately fled out of the alley. Having escaped, they stopped, panting heavily, their faces pale.
Damn it, I must immediately report the updated mission intelligence to the dean.
Ma Shiwei tremblingly took out her phone, but suddenly remembered Lin Zichen. If he runs into the Catwoman, he'll surely die.
Although annoying, I can't just leave him to die. She hastily searched for Shin Qinghan's chat history to send a warning.
Meanwhile, the Catwoman emerged from the smoke, annoyed that her prey had escaped. Just as she was about to leave, she saw an exceptionally handsome young man approaching.
Oomph, this one is 10 times more delicious than the last boy.
The Catwoman licked her lips, revealing a twisted smile.
A loss can turn into a blessing. Who knew I'd encounter even tastier prey? Your luck is really bad, darling.
She swiftly pounced on the young man. Lin Zichen saw the Catwoman pounce and felt her aura, a 9th generation commoner. The moment she threw her punch, the death god erupted with blood energy.
Whoosh!
His speed suddenly surged, far surpassing the Catwoman's, leaving her stunned.
In that moment of daze, Yama had already appeared before her. And a powerful punch slammed into that deceptively innocent face. Smack! The Catwoman flew backward, crashing heavily into the wall. Yama observed that he had only used 50% of his strength, yet it was enough to reveal her true form. Her head didn't explode. Not bad. The Catwoman was terrified. How could this young man be so strong? And he's not even one of the fusion beasts. If this fight continues, I might actually die. Without hesitation, she kicked off the wall to escape. But as soon as she turned back, she saw the death god in hot pursuit. Such speed, how is that possible? Just a few seconds later, the death god caught up, leaping into the air and kicking the Catwoman's head with full force. Let's try 100% of my strength. Bang! The Catwoman flew out like a broken kite, her body deeply embedded in the brick wall, motionless. Yama sighed, her neck is broken like that, and she's still not dead. He gave her no chance to breathe, immediately rushing forward and delivering a series of royal kicks. Bang, bang, bang. She's taken so many hits and still isn't dead, but her biological pressure is getting weaker and weaker. I must deal with her before she recovers. Just as Yen-Mo picked up a stone, preparing to strike the Catgirl's head, he suddenly felt a surge of intense energy erupt from within her. This isn't good. The biological pressure within her suddenly intensified. In the blink of an eye, the Catgirl's biological pressure surged from a fading ordinary 1st rank to a peak 9th rank. Her body transformed, becoming stronger, her eyes filled with bestiality and menace, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. She actually unleashed her full power at the brink of death. She's just one step away from becoming a higher tier being, I can feel it. The Catgirl bared her teeth, her eyes gleaming fiercely, as if she wanted to tear Yen-Mo apart. Who exactly are you? You forced me to unleash my full beastly transformation. Although my strength has increased and my life is saved, my beast nature will forever suppress my human nature, and I'm susceptible to being consumed by the transformation. Yen-Mo didn't answer. He simply tossed aside the stone in his hand and said with a smile, My apologies, I seem to have mistaken you for someone else.
As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered, and in an instant, he had retreated more than 10 meters away into the alley. The cat girl mumbled to herself, unable to grasp this guy's strength.
He acts completely unpredictably.
I have no more trump cards, and I could be consumed by the transformation at any moment. If I had transformed any slower and he had struck me again, I would surely be dead.
My life is paramount, I must leave this dangerous place quickly.
With that thought, she rushed towards the alley entrance. But just as she stepped out of the alley's shadows, a sharp steel pipe suddenly pierced from the side.
What was that sound?
Thud. The steel pipe went through the cat girl's head, pinning her firmly to the brick wall. Caught by surprise, the cat girl didn't even have time to react before a second steel pipe pierced her. Thud. This time, it went through her heart. The steel pipe was pulled out as soon as it was inserted, then thrust in again forcefully. Thud. 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 Lin the Reaper furiously struck dozens of times, severely injuring Catwoman, pinning her against the wall until her life force completely vanished. Only after confirming Catwoman was truly gone did Lin the Reaper release the steel pipe,
tossing it to the ground.
This time, she was truly gone. He wiped the blood from his face, then took out his phone to photograph Catwoman's body, uploading it to the school's mission system to confirm completion. Next, he called the security department.
Hello, I'm at Yenlang Road, lane 36. I've found a body here, identified as Catwoman.
After completing all this, Lin the Reaper placed his hand on Catwoman's body to absorb her genes.
Ding!
You have absorbed a large amount of the Shadow Cat monster's original life essence.
Shadow Cat monster absorption progress, 36%. What? 36%?
Lin the Reaper was stunned, not expecting such a significant increase in progress from absorbing just one advanced Shadow Cat monster gene fusion user. Perhaps it's because she suffered a gene backlash, which increased the purity of the genes within her.
The street was bustling with people coming and going.
Ma Shiwei was on the phone with Mai Jinhe, her voice filled with anger. Dad, the Catwoman mission I took almost got me killed.
The mission information was completely wrong. Her biological level isn't ordinary tier 6, it's ordinary tier 9. What? Ma Jinhe exclaimed in surprise.
His tone quickly turned to anger as Wei Wei recounted the events to her father in detail. I'll go talk to Director He, who's in charge of the mission system, later.
Ma Shiwei tried to calm down as she described the entire pursuit of Catwoman. After hanging up, Ma Shiwei secretly thought, I'd better get back to school quickly.
Don't wander around outside, Catwoman might come back for revenge. Suddenly, her senior classmate grabbed her, looking surprised.
Wei Wei, look at this. What's going on? How has Lin the Reaper already completed the Catwoman mission? Ma Shiwei didn't take the phone but leaned closer to look.
When she saw that the mission completion notification was by Lin the Reaper, her face instantly froze, filled with disbelief. That Catwoman's biological level is ordinary tier 9, and he's just a freshman.
Ranked first. How could he possibly complete the mission?
The weekend ended, and Ling Zichen returned to the dorm with Shin Qinghan. Just as they arrived at school, my phone suddenly displayed a notification from the school app.
Your account has received 300 points. I've already received the reward for the Catgirl mission, but why so many?
Immediately after, an explanatory message was sent. Due to incorrect information regarding the Catgirl mission, the target creature's level has been adjusted to 9th grade ordinary. The reward has been increased from 50 points to 200 points, and you will receive an additional 100 points as compensation. After reading the message, Shin Qinghan pursed her lips. The school's mission system is really unreliable. Luckily, you're strong enough, or you would have been in deep trouble.
Ling Zichen nodded in agreement. It really was a huge trap.
I'll have to be more careful when accepting missions from now on.
When there's a suitable mission, I'll take you along to gain some experience and temper your mind.
Shin Qinghan immediately agreed with delight.
Great. I can finally go on missions with Little God. As Ling Zichen walked, he browsed the points store.
He decided to buy 90 caddies of living dead snail meat to activate his supervisory equipment. He was worried about buying too much before and attracting attention, but now with legitimate points, he could buy it without worry.
Exotic beast meat is highly nutritious. Although expensive, it's very helpful for evolution.
Qinghan's body is relatively weak, so I must buy more for her to nourish herself.
Thinking this, he turned and asked, Qinghan, is there any exotic beast meat you'd like to eat? I'll buy some.
Back in the dorm, Shin Qinghan sat on the sofa and opened the point store to check. Violin-killing python meat is available, 1 point for 6 caddies. She still couldn't bear to spend too many points, so she picked the cheapest option.
Okay, I'll place the order. Don't bother, I'll place it. I still have the 90 points you gave me.
Okay, Shin Qinghan quickly confirmed the order.
As Ling Zichen went into the kitchen to cook, he thought, we're living together like family anyway, there's no need to distinguish between yours and mine. Ding dong, the doorbell rang while they were eating dinner.
I'll get it. Ling Zichen carried in a large box. That was fast, it arrived right after I placed the order. He handed the violent-killing python meat to Shin Xinghan.
Put this in the fridge first. Ling Zichen excitedly opened the bag of living dead snail meat. Next, I can start devouring.
Ding, you have devoured a large amount of the undead snail's primordial life force.
Undead snail monitoring equipment, 100%. A severely injured undead snail appeared in the void, on its last breath.
5 minutes later, its severed body began to heal on its own, becoming as good as new.
A miracle of regeneration.
Ding, you have successfully activated the undead snail monitoring equipment.
Acquiring the biological attribute, super rapid self-healing.
The healing speed is extremely fast, and recovery capabilities are greatly enhanced. As long as you immediately dehydrate and die, and have sufficient energy supply, you can heal no matter how severe the injury.
After reading the information, Ling Zichen was extremely excited. This ability is simply invincible.
To test it, he bit his hand hard, creating a large wound that bled profusely. But just a few seconds later, the bleeding stopped. The pain disappeared, replaced by a slight itch.
A few more seconds, and the wound completely vanished, the skin and flesh healed as if he had never been injured.
Ling Zichen washed away the bloodstains and thought with satisfaction, with this ability, as long as he still has a breath and enough energy, he can continuously recover.
He could even self-castrate to cultivate the sunflower manual, and it would probably grow back.
The sound of a latch echoed, and a knock came at the door. Ling Zichen was surprised.
Who could be here so late?
As he walked towards the door, he called out, "Is that the stuff you bought?"
Shin Xinghan shook her head. I didn't buy anything.
After opening the door, both were startled by the person outside. Ma Shiwei lowered her head and politely said, "I'm truly sorry to disturb you so late.